Here, I'm going to keep is it okay if I keep my little friends here? They're like my woobies today. So my name is Denise White. I'm the publicist for VIP Ignite. I host all of our live and virtual events. I also am the president of talent services for Truth Management, which is our mother agency. I like to tell everyone I have the best job in the whole entire world because I get to help people like you elevate your success in the entertainment industry. Today, we have an amazing, amazing day in store for you. We are, hold on, let's just go over the schedule for today and then we're going to get into it. Good morning, all the way from Alabama. My goodness. All right. So this morning, we're going to start by talking about what is a prime mover. If you got the email from Alicia, I'm going to go over that with you. And everyone on here, I'm really happy to let you know who you really are at your core. And by the end of this presentation, you are going to be elevated. How about that? You are going to be elevated. Today, we're going to have the opportunity to hear from the owner of one of the biggest talent agencies in Los Angeles. Literally, when you see, she is an amazing person. You are going to love her so much. She and Alicia are going to go back and forth, and you're going to learn exactly what it is that the person that an agent wants to work with. Okay. Because I know how many of you on here want to get an agent? Type agent in the comments. Go ahead. You can all type it. Don't be shy. I know the truth. You all want an agent, but you know what? The bridge that you have to cross is how do you become the person that an agent wants to work with. We're going to go over that today. We're also going to hear from a woman who is a Wilhelmina model. She is an actress. She is a producer. She's a director. I believe she's even writing now. You're going to hear from a person who is doing what you want to do. Okay. And you're going to love all of them today. You're going to love her so much because when she speaks, I want you guys to sit up and listen because she's a couple chapters ahead of where you are right now. And what you're going to learn from her is her successes and her failures. And what you're going to learn is going to help you when you come to obstacles to overcome them, knowing, okay, I just got to keep going. You're also going to hear, we're going to have Alicia put another huge agent from LA on the hot seat. She is someone who manages people from she represents people from all the biggest shows. Wednesday, The Americans, This Is Us, like you name it. She represents people on those shows. You are going to want to hear her. We're also going to give you the opportunity to start working with us. Okay. Like how many of you know Zoom is cool, but in person is cooler? Right? If you know that, type cooler in the comments. Okay. Because being on Zoom together is great, but being in person is better because you know what? When you're on Zoom, even when you're on these workshops, we can accelerate your success. But when you're in person, like you're immersed. Like you don't have to worry about like the dog barking. Oh my God, hold on, I have to put this on. I have to take the dog. Oh, you are fully immersed. Okay, we're going to talk about that with you today. We're also going to have one of the most inspirational people you will ever meet on the call today. He was one of the founding members of the Blue Man Group in Las Vegas. Like, let me tell you something. If your energy is here, it's going to be skyrocketed by the time Marcus is done talking to you. We're also going to talk more about truth management. We're going to talk about the elite board. We're going to walk you through everything that you need to know about truth management. Then we're going to end the day with Ryan Colby is going to come on and he's going to talk to you about the Vogue method for preparing for your photo shoot. How many of you want the former art director of Vogue preparing you for your photo shoot? If that sounds like you, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Awesome. I know, like only the best for you guys. You have no idea what we do to make sure that you guys have only the best. So let's start the day by doing this. I want to talk to you guys about what is a prime mover. Okay. Here at VIP Ignite, we have our fearless rebels. If you're a fearless rebel, type fearless rebel in the comments. We've got a lot of fearless rebels here, which is amazing. But what we're doing now is we're like, okay, being a fearless rebel is absolutely amazing. But we want you guys to understand who you are. Being a fearless rebel means that you're not afraid to take on your dreams. You're not afraid to take on your goals, right? I love fearless rebel so much. I actually have the word fearless Oh, tattooed on me. Okay, that's how all in I am on being fearless. Okay, but I think I might be getting another tattoo, but that's a whole nother story. But when you think about a fearless rebel, you guys run. You're willing to run into the fire. You're willing to do whatever it takes, right? And that's amazing. Bye. Okay, there we go. All right. Sorry for the interruption. So being a prime mover, what that means is that means that you are someone who is a leader. Okay. And for a lot of you yesterday, when I told you, hey, you're successful, it was an aha moment because it was the first time that a lot of you ever really allowed yourself to believe and start making that transition from the brain to the heart that you're successful. Okay. And you are successful. Do me a favor in the comments, type I am successful. We're gonna anchor that in. Let's all get tattoos. Who wants to get a tattoo with me? Okay, Jamie Block, we'll go get tattoos next time I'm in Vegas. I am successful. Okay. I need you to understand that, first of all, that you're successful. Part of being successful is not only being successful for yourself, but being able to lead others to success. Because at the end of the day, when tomorrow we're gonna be off the Zoom call. Okay, I wish the Zoom call could go on forever and ever and ever. How many of you feel that way? You wish we could just stay on Zoom and keep encouraging each other, and you can have me, yes, you're successful, right? But the reality is, at the end of the day, the Zoom call is going to end, and you're not going to be surrounded by me yelling in your face, you're successful. Although, if you want me to, I should probably make myself a meme. You are successful, right? Maybe one day we'll do that. But at the end of the day, you're going to be on your own again. And you're not going to be surrounded by people who are telling you that you're successful. You're not going to be surrounded by people that are leaders moving in the direction you want. You're going to be surrounded by a lot of people who are still ruled by this guy. You're gonna own him. You're gonna be able to control him, but you're gonna go to family dinner. You're gonna go somewhere. People are gonna still be led by their fear brain. That is not who you are anymore. Okay, because we learned, right? We learned how we're gonna sit this guy down, have a chat with him, and say thank you for your help, but you know what? We're putting you on the back burner. Okay. You're now a prime mover. And what that means is that you are someone who understands that you have a moral obligation to be a leader. Okay. How many of you have ever heard of Atlas before? The Atlas. Okay. So Atlas in Greek mythology, Atlas was the man who had literally the world on his shoulders. So like literally, if you see a statue, you see a man with the earth on his shoulder. Okay. He knew that he had the weight of the world on his shoulders. And when you hear from our speakers, okay, I want you to understand something. Like when you talk to Mike, when you see Mike, he has the weight of the world on his shoulders because he knows that it's his moral obligation to make sure that each and every one of you becomes who you are meant to be. When you hear from Alicia, you know, she has the weight of the world on her shoulders because she wants you to be the best version of you. It's her job to make sure that you get in front of those people who can snap their fingers and in 30 seconds or less change your life. Can we agree that's a lot of responsibility? Type yes in the comments if you agree. When you hear from Ryan Colby or Ali DeRossi or Tanya Kleckner or myself, we all carry a lot of weight on our shoulders because we're leaders. It's our job to make sure that you get to the place where you are, where you want to go. Okay. It's your job to do the work, but it's our job to lead you. And that's a lot of responsibility. And that's responsibility that sometimes keeps us up at night. Okay. And I'm not saying this because don't worry about like, I want you to understand how seriously we take what we do. And when we have people come on, that's how seriously they take what they do. We don't just have people who are like, hey, come on, you can do it. Like, if you've ever been on one of our calls, have you ever had someone who just tickled your ears and say, oh my God, you're amazing. Let's just do this. No, everyone tells you the truth, right? So you being a prime mover, hold on, I have a whole actually take this so seriously. I have this typed out, okay? You being a prime mover, I'm going to read a little bit about the philosophy of what a prime mover is, because I want you to understand what I'm telling you are. Is that okay? Is it okay if we go a little deep first thing in the morning? Are you guys all caffeinated? Okay, good. Okay. So in philosophy, a prime mover is a concept that describes the first cause or mover of all motion in the universe. Okay. It is also known as an unmoved mover, the first mover, or primum mobile. The prime mover is defined as something that moves other things without being moved by anything else. So what does that mean? That means that, and this is a great example, and this is something we can all understand. So an example, a saucer of milk attracts a cat to it without moving itself. So the saucer is the prime mover. So what I want you to understand is this. You are someone who is going to attract people to yourself. Okay? You're going to attract people to yourself because of who you are at your core. And it's your job to move them to a new place. For example, right? Mike, Alicia, and I were all in the same location right now. You all showed up to a Zoom call because you want your life to change. How many of you want to elevate your life? Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. How many of you want your life to be better? Like you may be living a phenomenal life, but you want it to be even more phenomenal. Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. That's why you're here, right? You're here because VIP Ignite, we're prime movers. But we don't want to be the only ones that are doing that. We want you to be a prime mover. And we know because you're here today, that you are a prime mover. You are someone who is going to change the world. Okay? And I want you to understand the responsibility of that. And it's amazing. It's awesome. Okay. We have a lot. We have a lot of fun, right? We had a lot of fun yesterday, but at the same time, while we were having fun, we were moving the dial forward. You came here, your life was changed. Now it's your responsibility to be a leader and take that change out into the world. So when you're hanging out with your friends and family who are still living in fear, it's not your job to convince them that what you're doing is right. It's your job to make them understand some of these concepts. Not by you sitting down and I mean, if you guys want to go out and buy lizards and all this stuff so you remember, that's cool. But you're going to show them not to give in to fear by not living in fear yourself. Does that make sense? That makes sense. Type 1 or 1 in the comments. Okay. It's also going to be your job to continue. The emotional monkey and the logical monkey, they're always going to be around, right? They're always going to be talking. But it's your job to harness these two now to reprogram your subconscious so that your subconscious starts believing you when you say, yes, you know what? When they talk about the opportunity to work with them in person later today, I'm going to do it no matter what. I'm going to figure it out. Because we learned yesterday that millionaires, they don't ask how much is it going to cost. They ask how much is it going to cost me not to do this. How many of you want to accelerate your results? If you do, type 1 or 1 in the comments. Yeah, you want to accelerate. That's why you're here. So your job now as a prime mover is to get these two in synchronicity, have them talking, but then have your subconscious now be programmed to know which decision is the best, the logical one or the emotional one. That's your job. That's your directive now. That's what a prime mover does. You don't make emotional decisions. You don't necessarily even make purely logical decisions. You make the best decision for the whole. That's what a prime mover is. And that's what you guys are, that's who you guys are now. And you might be, so if you weren't on here yesterday, you might be thinking, what does this have to do with acting or modeling, Deneen? It has everything to do with that, because you know what? When you watch a movie, are you moved by the performances? When you hear the story of an actor, are you like, wow, that's so cool? Like, don't judge me, but I've been watching a lot of wrestling, okay? And before I started watching a lot of wrestling, like I love Dwayne Johnson, The Rock, right? His story is so amazing, like being absolutely broke and destitute, and he's built an empire. And it's because of his heart. But you know what? People will travel all over the world to go see him. That makes him type it in the comments, that makes him a prime mover. John Cena's pretty cool too. He's on his goodbye tour. Okay. But he's a prime mover. One of my mentors, one of our business partners, Tony Robbins, people literally will fly all the way to Fiji to spend 2 weeks with him to have their lives changed. That's a prime mover. That's the responsibility that you're taking on as being an actor or a model. And when I'm saying this, like it may sound like, oh my God, this is all I wanted to do is be in a movie. But we are purpose driven here at VIP Ignite. And I talked about that yesterday, right? I talked about that with Mike. VIP Ignite, we've helped to free over 3,500 kids from sex trafficking. We're purpose driven. And I want you to understand the responsibility that you have. But here's the thing. The amazing thing about being a prime mover is that you're not in this alone. You are in this with a community of people who are going in the same direction. You have Mike, Alicia, myself, Ryan. We're all going to lead you in the direction that you need to go. But I want you to, and I know this sounds a little, again, I know that this might seem heavy, but this should be really freeing to you, because now when you're doing things, it's going to give you even more zest to do it. Why is that? Because you know what? You know why you're doing it. How many of you want to see the change in the lives you want to see the lives of the people around you change? If that sounds like you, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Right? Jessica, I got you on confidence. I keep telling you that, my friend. Yeah, you're doing this. Even like, how many of you are the type of person, like when you walk into Starbucks and you see the barista's having like, she just got yelled at by like the last 5 people, like, oh my gosh, you know what? You're doing amazing. Like when I walk into like a Starbucks or anything like that and I see the person's crazy, I'm like, I want you to know that you're amazing at your job. You can ask Mike and Alicia. I do this all the time. They're like, why is she saying this? That's a prime mover. That's you walking into a room and changing the environment. You should never walk into a room and bring it down. You should always be elevating. And that's what a prime mover does. And I want you to understand, like, that's what you get to do. It's not that you have to do this. That's what you get to do being a part of the entertainment industry. You get to move people. How many of you have that movie? I asked you this question yesterday. How many of you have a movie that you watch and whenever you're like, oh my gosh, I need some kind of motivation. You put on a movie and then you watch it and you're like, okay, I got this. Or a song. Like this morning, before I got on this call, I listened to Andra Day's Rise Up like 5 times on repeat. Because I'm like, I will rise up, right? She's a prime mover. She moved me. I didn't have to go anywhere. She didn't have to come to my house and like set up her equipment and start singing. I pushed YouTube in there and there we were. And here I am now. That's what you get to do being a part of the entertainment industry. And you know what? The red carpet, that's cool. Being on set all day for 18 hours, doing what you love, that's all amazing. But the core of it is you're a leader. I want you to type that in the comments. I am a leader. I am a leader. Yes, Jemima, I will. Yes. All right. I am a leader. I did rise up. That is true. Thank you. I did. And you know what? That's because I am so excited about what I do. Like I literally love working with you guys. I love seeing the transformations. It's amazing. And you are a leader because you know what? As you go through the school group, you're going to see other leaders. You're going to see people and you're going to be able to elevate them. That's part of being a leader. You're going to be able to encourage them. That's part of being a leader. All right. All right. So let's go over school really quickly before I bring on my first guest. How does that sound? All right. So we are going to post. We're in a minute. What we're going to do is we're going to post comments for day 1, but I just kind of want to go over some of the comments. I'm going to go over like the takeaways from yesterday because they were so powerful. Like I was reading through them and I was like, whoa. All right. Can you guys see my screen? John Norman, give me a thought. Yes, okay, perfect. All right, so let's just go through some of the comments. Okay. Rachel, Greg, I'm still picking up the pieces of my brain that exploded. How many of you feel that way? I am too. Rewiring my brain. These are the biggest takeaways from yesterday. Build your brand and change your habits, right? And in order for you to build your brand even bigger, you have to change your habits. You have to create new habits, right? My biggest breakthrough is believing in yourself and not minding what people say about your career now. You don't have to worry about that. Their fear brain is ruling them. You have to take control of that. That's your job. That's your responsibility. Christina Witherspoon is rebuilding her mindset and taking any opportunity to be successful. I love that. Rachel Gray, thank you so much for being back. We're so excited to have you. Elizabeth Poe, Thrive mentality is paramount to success. Learn from yours and other success and failures. That's so important. The reason you want to learn from other people's failures is because, you know what, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. They're like, okay, listen, if you do this, this is going to be bad, so we're going to do this. Learn from other people's failures. Save yourself decades of making mistakes, right? Lalini, that I can truly be me. You know what? The entertainment industry, they're not looking for the next Brad Pitt. They're not looking for the next Julia Roberts. They're looking for the first you. And I want you to remember that. Type that in the comments. They're looking for the first me. They're looking for you. The world needs you. I want you to understand something. There is someone in the world who is waiting for you to rise up to be the voice that they need to hear. And by you remaining silent, you're actually doing the world a disservice. That's why you're here. That's why you need to do this. Okay. Okay. Reginald Holmes was so excited. He was seen yesterday. Mike saw him. That was amazing. I love that, Reginald. Masharad, we celebrated his birthday. It's up to you to change the way your brain works, right? So I just want you guys to know, like, we go through, like, you can literally see I commented on every one of these, okay? I want you guys, we're going to share in just a moment more takeaways. You're going to be able to do that throughout the day today, okay? So, Jemima, if you can just share the link to school, that would be amazing. So what we're going to do is we're going to share the link to school, okay? And just so you know as well, we are going to just remove them. What we're going to do too is we're going to have another contest for today, okay? So yesterday, John Norman and Elizabeth Poe broke school in the best way. Everyone give them congratulations. Okay, so what we're going to do today is we're actually giving away 4 prizes. What? We're going to give away 4 prizes. So I need you guys to interact. I need you to share. I need you to be prime movers. I need you to go in there, and when you have an aha moment, when you have a big takeaway, I need you to share it, because you're going to move other people towards you. You're going to move other people towards your goal, okay? So today we're upping the ante a little bit. We're going to be giving away 2 of these amazing coins once again. Oh, that one's up. No, they're up. That one's upside down. Sorry, guys. We're going to be giving away 2 coins, but then we're also going to be giving away 2 notebooks. So today we have 4 prizes going on. So this is what I want you to do. I want to make sure that you are super interactive in the school community. Okay. I want you to make sure that when we are asking you to post, that you are posting. Whoop, don't fall over, Logic. Hold on. There you go. They're all just using fear as their back brace today. Okay, so we're going to be giving away 4 different prizes. So here's the thing. I need you to commit to me really quickly that you're going to be here all day. Type all day in the comments. We have so much to go over. We have so many amazing things going on that I need you to commit to being here all day. Okay? Are you guys excited? If you're excited, okay, so our first guest speaker is waiting in the wings. I need you guys to show her how excited you are. So, prime movers, show her account. Show us your excited faces. Awesome. I love it. All right. Oh, hold on. Breaking news. Alicia came back. Oh, it's that. Hello, Alicia came back.
Sorry, I had to finish my coffee. Good morning, everybody. How are you?
Hi. Hi. How excited are you for today?
I'm really excited. You know, I really want to say this. It took 2 decades to be here today. What is today's date? Like August 18th?
August 18th.
2024. No one had to put 20 years of their life I mean, we're really good at what we do. And I really want to say this. You guys are getting a chance today. We created destiny for you. You know, I get a lot of people that email me, I'm looking for an agent. And like, what does that even mean? Does an agent actually want you? So you guys are going to get a chance. I'm going to put agents in the hot seat today.
3 of them.
Hi, Ali DeRossi.
Hi.
I'll apologize in advance, but I really want to say, like, I'm going to ask questions that you need answered because you're never going to have access to these types of people live face to face. So this is a priceless opportunity. And again, it's a Sunday morning. We have some amazing guests coming on, but let me just remind you, it is Sunday. The people that are coming on today, these high level industry experts, they don't need to be here. They're already at the top. So show grace and show gratitude, please, including in the messages, because I really want to say this, like, it's not easy to get into show business. This business is freaking hard. It is hard. You're one of a billion trying to get into this industry. But today we have like 80 people on. You're getting access to some of the biggest agents in the world. So if you don't have your camera on, if you're not showing grace and gratitude by nodding your head and looking like you want to possibly get signed, just log off. Enjoy Netflix today. For the rest of you, I want winners. If you're a winner, type I'm a winner, because I'm just going to put it out there. Nothing pisses me off more than somebody who has literally all the tools that they need, and they're literally going into this half-ass. So if you're a winner, type I'm a winner. And I really want you to focus on this next segment because I'm going to tell you right now, I'm tough. The woman coming on is tougher. She's a force to be reckoned with. And I'm really excited for all of you.
All right. Are you guys ready to meet our next guest? Our first guest. Good morning. So we are so excited to introduce to you Alexandria DeRossi. She is the owner of the Firm LA Model Talent Agency that represents models around the world for fashion and lifestyle advertising, as well as runway models. They believe that talent is not something that is simply discovered. It requires vision, cultivation, dedication, and the personalized attention that they provide. They continually work to secure the most lucrative jobs for their clients. How many of you want lucrative jobs? Type yes in the comments. Our daily commitment is to ensure that our clients achieve their personal goals. With over 60 years of experience, their dedicated agents regularly secure roles in major films, television, and maintain a thriving commercial and print division. Everyone, give it up for the one and only Ali DeRossi.
Hi. Good morning, everyone.
So
Hi,
good to see you.
nice to see you.
Good to see you too, beautiful. I miss you guys.
We miss you. And I know it's early there in Los Angeles, so thank you so much for being on.
I am actually in New Orleans
Today. Well, I hope you got your
Yes.
Beignets and community
I'm
coffee
in
and you're
New
good to go.
Orleans today. Yes.
Oh, that's so fun.
Brought my mother down here so that she could connect with her siblings. We drove up to Mississippi yesterday and back last night. So it's we're on a road trip officially.
And yet you're still on Zoom. How fun is that? It's your
I'm on
commitment.
Zoom. I'm on
Yeah,
Zoom.
it's your
I-
commitment, professionalism.
Yeah.
All right, well, we
I'm
got
gonna
a
leave you two to
Okay.
it.
Ali squared. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well, we got this. All right. So we have a lot of people on here looking to get an agent. So before we go into like the breakdown, what is your why? Why did you decide to become a talent agent?
I decided to become a talent agent because having been talent myself, both behind in television, film, as well as being a print and runway model, I felt like there were individuals out there that just were not being recognized for
Right.
their incredible talents and skills. I'm dating myself, but back in my day, Allie, you know that you had to fit a certain mold in order to break into this industry. And
It's a
so
lot different. Yeah.
being the rebel that I am, I wanted to become an agent so that I could kind of, help to break that mold. I feel that we're all unique and different in our own way. We all bring, talent, and exceptional talent to the table that's kind of unique to our own. And so not everybody's going to be the same.
So you learned how to navigate these treacherous waters called show business.
Yes.
And that makes you a better agent because you're not going in not knowing. You're going in as a talent who understands the trials, the tribulations, and not only that, but diversity and getting treated fairly and
Really?
understanding the politics of
Exactly.
this business. And I'm going to say this right now, and I know Michael will probably yell at me for saying this, but nobody gives a shit what you want. In this business, you need to like conform to what an agent wants. And then from there, like an agent is looking for, and let's go over what you look for, like
And you know what,
responsibility,
Allie,
liability.
it's not so much, yes, in terms of being an agent, we're looking for certain qualities in a client,
Yeah,
but in today's market, it's what the casting directors want,
exactly.
and that's really, really important. I no longer do open calls. I just allow people to submit to me
Right.
directly. But people, if we don't see it in you from the materials that you submit, um, that reflects on you. You've got to be prepared with the proper headshots,
Okay,
lifestyle
let's go
shots.
over that real quick because you're
Yeah,
in the hot seat.
yeah.
So
Okay.
proper headshots. Is there such a
Yeah.
thing as crappy, like shitty headshots?
Oh
Because
yeah,
I
I
know
see
I
them
see
every
them.
day.
Like and people get offended and I'm like, I feel like a doctor and I know you and I have had this conversation. Well, why aren't you booking more work? Let me see what you're working with. Oh,
Right.
this is why. And then they get offended. You're
Exactly.
welcome. I'm trying to help you become who it is that you want to become. So
Exactly.
what do you look for in a proper headshot? Like what are things that like do's and don'ts?
Um, Background is I don't want to see a headshot where you're standing in front of the tree in your front yard. I want
Yeah.
to see a solid background, your basics, grays, light pinks, blues, color, in terms of your clothing that you wear. You never take a headshot in all black or all white. Casting directors want to see you pop.
Vibrant. Yeah.
Type character type images is important. If you don't know your niche, then it's important for you to come to know what that is, the types of roles. We think, oh, I'm an actor and I can play every role. That's not necessarily so.
Right.
Okay.
That's
So
true.
a lot of my clients, I insist that they come in and headshots might be great, but I want to see character type images. If I'm looking at your medial reel and you're playing the cop, the detective, or you're playing the girl next door, or the young DA or the doctor, I want to see images that reflect that. With
Right.
casting directors, guys, we don't have a lot of time. They're seeing hundreds, sometimes thousands of
5,000 to 6,000 submissions for one role now.
one role. So you have to grasp their attention in like the first 2 seconds. And that starts with your headshot.
So your headshot essentially gets you in the door.
Your
I-
headshot is no doubt your business card.
yeah. And so it's who pays for the headshot? Because this always comes up and is this going to cost me money? Or if this costs me money, I'm not doing it. Does an agent cover photos?
Absolutely not.
So
Agents
it's the
pay for
talent's
your photos.
responsibility.
It's the
Okay.
talent's responsibilities. Now, as your agent, we will assist you by law. We're not able to direct you to any, particular photographer, but we,
Right.
like with the firm LA, we offer a list of preferred or quality photographers where we're going to get what we need. But it is up to you to be able to make
Because
that.
you're essentially putting your name on it and submitting. So somebody comes to the table and we get a lot of, talent. They go to like the Barbizons and the local photographers. Again, like you said, you don't even know your niche. So you're just going out getting photos that you want to see, not
Allie,
photos that a casting director would ever book.
I have people that have come in and spent 4,000,
I see
6,000,
them all day
$10,000 on
on
headshots.
photos and they're crappy.
And I just toss them in the trash. I'm like, you got to start all over, and you should have sought advice before you did that.
So how many of you guys are learning anything right now? Type in the comments proper photos, because if you don't even know your niche and you're just running out, oh, I need photos for what? What are you doing? You're going to go and spend money or time hiring a photographer. And a lot of times, Allie, people are running out hiring photographers based on like, oh, well, this is how I envision my career should be.
Exactly.
And the photographers are giving you like sometimes like super artsy type headshots. They don't even know what works. So as an agent, and I want to kind of go over this as far as like when you get a casting, what you actually submit.
Mhm.
But if your headshot is not nail on the head what you need, it's kind of like Tinder. And I hate to use this example, but like if a casting director saw 5,000 headshots and they're going to agents and agents are all submitting over the headshots, they don't care if you're a great actor. They do, but the very first thing that they're going to look for is, can you fit the character? So if you don't have a
That's the
proper
most
headshot,
important part.
then
That's
you're
the most
done.
important
They don't care
part.
if you're the perfect actor and wow. So it's kind of like Tinder, like, and I hate to use this because this is my little boy who you know,
Right.
but like, no, 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 no. And if they're interested just based on the headshot, okay, now let's see your ability.
Exactly.
And I really want you guys to understand that headshots are number one. But then
We
now,
get those breakdowns 24 hours a day. And
what
so
are breakdowns?
as those are the castings, okay? So that with those breakdowns, that's going to tell us what the project is, what the casting dates are, when the callback dates are, where the project is going to shoot, and then it's going to give us a detailed breakdown of
Breakdown,
what they're
literally.
looking for. It's literally a breakdown, and it's up to us to submit you for the ideal roles.
So it's kind of like looking for a restaurant. For those of you that look for restaurants, like on any website, I'm looking for a restaurant in New York. Can you be more specific? Okay, I'm looking for a restaurant in Hell's Kitchen or Times Square. Okay, still, did you want barbecue? What kind of food did you want? Oh, you want keto
The
friendly.
breakdown is simple. It could be someone that, they're very specific in terms of height, hair color, eye color, whether you're comedic or you're kind of straightforward. If you're someone that can play the stalker or the killer, or the girl
Could be
next
anybody.
door.
Right.
It could be anybody, you know what I mean? But your images have to portray that. That's what's really important. And that's
So
what
it's important that you don't just have like one, like you want to see some versatility, we should say.
I
like to
require
show a
all of my
range.
clients to have a minimum of 4.
Okay, minimum of 4.
A minimum of 4 headshots. Okay. And guys, back in the day, it was the leather jacket that gave you that kind of tough
Like
gangster
the
look.
fawns.
That's not doing it anymore. Okay. We really want to see it in the facial expression, the whole 9 yards. It's we know you can act because you're here. You
Right.
understand? But can you really take that character and make it your own?
And run with it.
That's exactly.
Now you're SAG-AFTRA franchise. So can you explain what that is? And are these castings that you're getting, the breakdowns, are these available to anybody like on a website?
No, they are not.
Okay, so let's break that down.
So I am SAG-AFTRA franchise. So what that means is that ideally SAG-AFTRA wants me to represent talent that's only SAG-AFTRA.
Right.
Good luck with that.
So that's the union, which we'll go over later.
But,
okay.
But that just means, that I am a union. I've been vetted.
You've been vetted. They've done their research before they stamp it. Yeah.
And they've approved.
You're legit. Yeah.
I'm legit. Exactly. That's what that means.
That's what it means. So when you get a casting, let's say for like an Apple TV or anything like that, and you represent some amazing people, what do you submit over to the casting director? What are the things they're looking for? What must the talent must come to the table with before you could submit them?
That talent has to have the proper headshots. If they don't, I give time to get that. And many cases, and just like you said, Allie, we get individuals that's like, well, I can't afford to do this right now. Guys, you could go here in LA, there's a place called the Actors Collective. You could get unlimited looks for $300. Unlimited for an hour and a half. That means you show up, and the way that they do things is that you put your outfits together. When you get there, Bradley, that owns the place, Bradley is an actor himself. He books nothing but guest star roles. So he's going to help you with your wardrobe. He's going to shoot you accordingly, give you those character images that you want. But also it's important that you have what's called a slate reel. Now, there's slate shots and there's a slate reel. Slate shots are like 2 seconds, and you are just saying your name or something like that underneath an image on breakdowns. A slate reel is Hi, my name is Ali DeRossi. I'm represented by the firm LA Model and Talent across the board. I have been a model for the past 12 years. I've done Dermalogica, I've done Dylan Lex, I've done CoverGirl. You talk about your experience, where I got my training, these kinds of things. It's like a personality type reel that can't be more than 35, 40 seconds, but it's telling the casting director who you really are. They're looking
Not
at your
just a
images.
face. Right.
Exactly. They can see your images and they might see your real, but who are you? Are you going to jail with the other actors that we are seeking to cast for this film or this television project or the print campaign?
Now, do you like, and I always ask this because you represent models
Excuse me,
and
guys, I
actors.
got down here and caught a cold.
Oh no, oh no. Do
It's
you
okay.
like actors to use their modeling photos, or do you want actors to have actors headshots and
I
models to
need
have a
actors to have
portfolio?
actors headshot. There are individuals that I represent both on the modeling side as well as acting, and we don't merge those. You have
Okay.
a separate, we have separate images for your
So
your
modeling
modeling.
portfolio goes with modeling castings, actors have, okay.
Exactly.
Okay. Now, how important is training for you? Like if you're representing an
Very
actor.
important. It is
Okay.
so important. I mean, you don't want to go in obviously today, everything is, the majority of things are done via self-tape. We are
Yep.
praying as agents every day that, more in-person
I was
auditions.
just going to ask you, do you miss the old way? I know I do.
I do. I miss that because as an actor, it's really important that you're able to be in that room up close and personal with that casting director so that they can give you feedback.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They can give you the direction that you may or may not need. And that's really important. I can't pick up the phone now and call someone and say, you know, what was the feel? What was the personality like? Did they come across? They're just
And not only
looking.
that, but now it's kind of like a first date. And I hate to keep using that
It
analogy, but if somebody didn't impress me on a picture, I'd be like, no, no, no. But if I was like, oh, well, this person could work, and they'd walk into the room, and I know we've had this conversation before, because living in New York, living in LA, you would have these people come into your office and you're like, just something about them. Like, I know that they have some training, but I don't care how much they've done. I just want them based on their personality.
personality. Yeah.
And I really want you guys
Personality
to,
is really,
yeah.
really,
And you
really
don't get
important,
that
guys.
now. So
No, we don't
if
get that.
somebody does like a crappy like self tape because they're, like here I am, I'm in Tampa today. I'm not even, but it may be a little bit like, oh God, it's a camera. Like this is very nerve wracking versus coming in and feeling the warmth of the casting director who just makes you feel at ease, or seeing your,
Well,
happy face.
I'm a tough cookie. So
Yeah.
if
You would
the
swear this is
if
why we're
the
friends.
deadline
Yeah.
for your self-tape is on Thursday, you better have it to me by Tuesday, because if you're blowing it, I'm making you redo it.
Yeah.
We're not gonna,
Of course.
this is your business, guys. As an agent, technically, I'm there to help enhance your career. Okay. And you've got to be about your business. You need all of your tools in your
So
toolbox.
headshots, a
Headshot.
reel, training. I want you all to type that headshot, reel, REEL,
Yes.
REEL, because
Your slate reel, your demo reel, a properly formatted resume. You've got to be packaged properly.
because that's not your job. And that whole assumption, well, if an agent wants me, no, no, no. Let me explain to you how this business works. An agent only makes commission when you book the job. It's not
That's
the
it.
agent's responsibility. They can't guarantee you work. They can only submit you to everything that you qualify for, but it's up to the casting director
And
to
thank you
choose
for
you.
reiterating that. Guys,
Yeah.
you will get dropped like hotcakes. If you sign with an agent, you're not continuing to
The work
perfect
is
your
just
craft.
starting when you get signed to an agent. Now you
Exactly.
better level up. Yeah.
That means you need to be in casting directors workshops. They're online now through Facebook,
We're
through,
doing some live stuff, which I know
yeah,
you love.
yes,
Do you know
there's
how hard it
so
is
many
to
ways.
get in the room with some of these top casting directors and agents?
It's
Like,
really,
I really want you guys to understand that. And they don't do this kind of stuff anymore. Like you
right.
said, you don't even do open calls.
No, we don't do any of that anymore. So if you don't take the time to invest in yourself and
No
present
one else is
yourself
going to do it for you.
properly, no one's going to do it for you, and you'll just be spinning your wheels.
And this is why I think so many people get scammed all the time, because each joint, they like pay all this money to join every website, and I'm not going to mention all the bad boyfriends of the industry, but they join all these websites, star in the new Black Panther.
Right.
Oh, that's not how it works. That's called clickbait, guys. Here's a fishing rod. Here's a worm. Let's see how many gullible, naive, guppies jump at this, because that's not how you get into a Marvel movie or a Disney or a Netflix. That's not how you do it. You need an agent, and an agent is looking for keyword qualified applicants.
Qualified and
Because you
qualified.
don't, your job, I use this analogy all the time. It's kind of like a microwave. The talent are the TV dinners. They picked the potatoes, they made the Salisbury steak, they did everything. It's your job to elevate, like you said, but you're not building the talent. So even if you found somebody, okay, great, where are your headshots? Okay, where are you doing training? Okay, great. What would you like me to use to submit you today? How many of you guys want to be ready for that? Because I hear all the time, I want an agent, but does an agent want you? Are you ready for an agent?
And be sure of it. Guys, this is work. A lot of people think being in this business is just fun and uber glamorous. It's not. It is hard.
Unglamorous, glamorous life.
Competition is stiff.
Now,
when
over the
you
years,
get into that audition room, you need to bring in your A game, whether it's via self-tape or in person, every time.
Now, over the years, you've managed some amazing people, including Black China, right?
Yes.
So do you ever find that sometimes like social media is really helping somebody, or are you checking what people are posting on websites?
Yeah, I will make people clean up their social media, mainly because, and a lot of times, like with Angela, as she's known now, instead of Black China, we will separate her social media from her personal. She's involved in a lot of things. She's got, contracts with Fashion Nova and other brands and things of that nature. And so we separate. And guys, when she came to me, she was introduced to me by my son. And I'll be honest with you, when she came, he was like, Mother, she just really needs your help. I go, I will not touch her with a 10-foot pole. And I had to apologize to her. She would not give up. She just kept saying, please, I won't prove you wrong. So I picked up the phone. I was like, okay, we're going to try this for 90 days. And the reason I was like that is that I judged her on her reputation. Right. And that was unfair. And as an agent, I can say that. Okay. I got on the phone and other people were like, she's not going to show up. She's not going to do this. But guess what? With me, she's been respectful. She shows up. She gets the job done. I called friends of mine, and a good agent will have that rapport where you can pick up the phone and call and say, hey, what roles do you have? What shows?
But you're going to be super cautious because you don't want to burn those bridges. You would never submit somebody. Like I had somebody today, I can't get onto the Zoom call, but can you send me castings? Well, I could, but I wouldn't.
Right.
Why would you ever go out on a limb for somebody that you don't even know can handle this? So that's, I want you guys to, are you guys picking up what we're placing down here?
Right. I said to her, I will do this if you are committed. The first time you don't show up for an audition.
That's it. Yeah.
And the first time you show up and you give anybody issues, that's it. I don't have time for this, guys. This is how I live. This is how I keep a roof over my head. Right. Okay. This is my day-to-day job. So I literally got a phone call from my friends, Trey Haley and Indy Brown. You guys are familiar with their shows that they do. They do the Black Hamptons. They do the Family Business. They've done the film The Man in 3B. They're now doing Family Business New Orleans, and they're really expanding.
Yeah.
And I said, do you guys happen to have a role for her? They said, well, we don't have anything now, but if we get something, Allie, we'll call you.
Planting that seed using your connections.
Exactly. Yeah. I put together a one sheet on her with her headshots and, her resume from some things that she had done, which was primarily reality TV. And guys, don't get sucked into that porthole, okay? Because that's, for casting directors, if you're just we call you reality TV junkies, you're not going to go far.
Even the kids from Top Model, like we've managed like 6 or 7 over the years. They couldn't book work. They had to eliminate that off of their social media and their resumes. We don't want to see that because when you're coming in, #drama, we don't need that. Casting
Exactly.
directors don't want that.
They don't want that. They don't
Yeah.
want. I walked Angela through her first self-tape via Zoom, just like this. I gave her the lines and then we walked through it. And she did not even have to get a call back. She aced it and booked right away the Black Hamptons. And then we booked her on the film Secret Society 2. And then we got her on Special Forces with Fox. And it just kept going.
Yeah.
So, and you see the things that she's doing now. So, really, really proud of her.
And she's rebranding, even though Black China, and I know with the whole Kardashian thing, but like
Yeah.
she's rebranding to be a serious, versus
Exactly.
just latching on. And I really want you guys to understand that. And one thing that you said, and I'm just going to piggyback, as an agent and also as a talent who literally is vetting the people that you're representing, and you have the ties with these top casting directors. Somebody type in the comments, what would be the value of having somebody of this type of level critique like your self-tape, like telling you what you need to do? Because remember, you know what the casting directors want to see.
I know what the casting director wants to see. I lunch with these people. I hang out with them,
And
guys.
they talk.
So they talk, and it's a
Yeah,
very
it's a
small
small,
circle.
yeah.
And you want to be able to, because basically what happened, that was considered kind of a direct booking. I called in,
And they did book it because of you. You planted the seed. They still looked at everybody fairly.
like
but
if
you,
if you see Angela right now on all of her interviews, she'll tell you, oh no, I didn't get the job based on my name. Miss Alex made me audition.
right.
And I do. You have to audition.
If anything, she's got to practice even harder now.
Harder. That's
Yep.
right. That's right. Malcolm Xavier. I don't know if you guys have seen, we booked him on Veronica Mars. We booked him on recently. He starred as Hayes on the Wu-Tang Saga, and that was difficult.
Oh, great. Yeah.
We booked him as the lead role on that. And then later, after contracts were signed, we found out that Hulu made the final decision and they didn't like him as the lead for that role. So they axed him. And having a good rapport with the casting director, Kim Coleman. If you guys follow her,
yes,
Kim Coleman's up for Emmy Awards and everything, right? She said, I really like him and I'm going to get him on the show. So another role came up and
I was gonna say, they keep it in their Rolodex.
And she fought for him to get that role. Just like she fought for him. If you see Tyler Perry's Perimeter, he stars as the role on Malcolm for that. She called him, she goes, where's Malcolm? I go, well, he's working for Lexus part-time to make ends meet, but
of course, because you never quit your day job, guys.
Right. So
there is no stability in this business. You may book a job huge today and then crickets.
Unless
and when you give up,
baby, and you can stay at home and just do this full time, believe me, all of my actors, they're working and mastering their craft. They're studying, but they're
taking classes. Yeah,
they're taking classes, and they're paying for all of that. And guys, it's really important that you learn a lot through VIP Ignite. Okay, a lot. But I have to tell you, they even want my 5- and 6-year-olds to have comedy experience and improv experience. So, you want to audit, Groundlings, Second City, UCB, get in there, get yourselves with a improv troupe so that you're constantly perfecting that.
We're doing improv training live on Zoom.
Awesome.
With one of the friars of the comedy club who did Upright Citizens Brigade and has worked with Saturday Night Live.
That's fantastic. That's fantastic.
You need that.
You need these.
Even as a model, believe it or not, anything you could do, including improv, helps. It helps everything. There's no black or white. It's all gray in this business. And you want to be an asset, not a liability.
And you guys listen, take your notes. They put a lot of work and effort into you to prepare you for this. And don't get lazy. Don't think you can sign with an agent. Oh, and my agent's got it. You won't book and they won't submit you because they'll see right through you.
And you also don't want bench warmers. And we've had this conversation again in the past where why would I sign somebody just to have them on my roster? I want to make sure that I don't want to every couple of months, well, why am I not booking work? Even when you get an agent, you're still continuing with training, correct? You're never stopping. And I
And
want
I'll
you
give
guys
you,
to like
I'll give you
training. Yeah,
all, I'm pretty tough, but if I
not in
ask
a good
you,
way.
if you have your images, you've prepared for to shoot your slate reel and you have your demo reel, wonderful. But once you put your profiles together and you put up one image and no media, guess what? I'm going to ignore you because that's saying to me that number one, you don't respect me. Number two, you're not serious about your business.
Yeah. And I really want to say this, like when people are trying to get into show business, especially acting or even modeling, again, like we talked about, oh, I need photos, and they're running out, getting photos that they want to see or getting photos that like the photographer wants to see. They might not translate to success, even if you paid for them, because that may not be what a casting director wants to see.
And even if you aren't ready, I'm up till 2, 3 o'clock in the morning responding to emails that I get because I once was in your shoes. And it was heartbreaking for me to not get any kind of
that's the
communication
pain,
back from
right?
an agency. But I respond whether I'm interested in representing you or not. I will tell you, these photos are not going to work. This is what you need. I will provide examples of slate reels, demo reels, headshots, everything, because sometimes people just don't know. Sometimes they just don't grasp that. And if you aren't ready to invest in yourself, wait.
Yeah.
Because you're gonna have, and trust me, with headshot, if you change your hair color, if you get braces, if you go from a long hair to a bob, you have to have new shots. We can't
New
submit
weights.
you
Yeah.
anything. Casting director,
Tattoos.
I've had a casting director call me, unbeknownst to me, I had a client who was a redhead show up with hot pink hair on an
Oh,
audition.
that's sweet. This isn't
And
what we ordered. Yeah.
Francine Zellwork called me. She said, honey, why did your girl come in here looking like that today? And I go, what do you mean? So, and communicating with your agent is so important.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm thinking about doing rainbow color hair. What do you think? No.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If the role calls for something like that, then you wear a wig.
Yeah. So one thing that we do here, which we do photos and we have some amazing opportunities. So I want you guys all to understand, we're going to give you an opportunity to be able to come out and work with high level people and get the photos done the right way based on, like you said, your niche. But I think one of the things that, again, we talk about training, is there such a thing as bad training? And then when people want to self-tape, then they're at home. And I can only imagine as an actor just doing like shitty self-tapes and wondering, where's all the work? Where's all the work? And they're not getting any feedback. How many of you guys have been in that situation?
I had a veteran of mine send me a self-tape last week.
They may be great.
Listen,
self-tapes? No.
He books regularly. I had to call him and be like, are you okay? He's like, yeah, I'm fine, Allie. What's wrong? I go, because you sent me a self-tape with a wrinkly brown sheet as your background.
I like when they do it in the bathroom and you see the toilet. Yeah.
Casting's not going to see you. Just like I did. I logged on and I couldn't take my eyes off of this sheet that's all wrinkled in the background. Guys, invest in proper backdrops. Okay. If you go on Amazon, there's a backdrop kit that you can get that has multiple colors. You know what I mean? Just pull it up and attach it to a hook and it's there. Get yourself a ring light, the proper tripod, one where you can do multiple levels. And your iPhone is fantastic for that. And if you don't, and you can't invest in that, there's people around the globe where you can pay $20 to go in and they'll shoot your self-tape where it's professional. And be prepared. And always remember, what is the first thing you're going to do on a self-tape? What's the first thing a casting director should hear when they click on that self-tape?
Your slate, your name.
Exactly.
It's almost like sending in a birthday gift without a card. Who is this from?
On a slate, you want to state your full name, who you're represented by, and how you're represented, whether you are represented for print, commercial, theatrically, or across the board. That's really important. Because guess what? They're seeing so many different people. They need to know who to call.
Yeah.
They're
not going to call the talent. They're going to call the agent.
That's right.
So we talked about missing the old way where you physically had to live in LA or New York and go into the offices. But now that we're on Zoom,
You can be anywhere around the
you could
globe.
be anywhere. And you
Right.
sign talent throughout the country. I know you signed some of ours. I was just on your website. I was like, oh, there's like all these people.
Yeah, I have a girl, Nia. Nia's in Croatia.
Oh,
Yeah.
so how does that work? So you submit via
I
internet.
submit her
Yeah.
for things here. Fortunately, she's in a position where, you know, I guess dad is a pilot, so she just can hop on a plane at any time. But yeah, she spends 6 months of the year in Croatia and 6 months in LA. And it works well. And I do submit for work internationally as well. So, you know,
Okay.
uh we're having issues right now with people that don't want to work in Mexico. I'm like, why not? You
Mexico
know,
has a great film
it's
community.
a great film
Yeah.
community and they're paying well. And so I just have a lot of people that are afraid to go down there. So, you know, we have a closed Facebook group, guys, where all of our talent has access to. So a lot of times if it's something that's a direct book, or let's say if it's a casting or breakdown that I receive that, you know, requires, you know, same sex kissing or opposite sex kissing or partial nudity, full nudity, you know, whatever it is, I post those and I give my clients an opportunity to look at the roles, look at the breakdown and kind of raise their hand or comment and say, hey, Allie, I'm open for this role. I'm available for this role, that kind of thing. I'm pretty tough, but I don't want to send my clients into the room and then have them audition for something that they from the start are uncomfortable with because they'll blow
Right.
it every time. Okay.
Now,
And that's why I say again, it's very
yeah.
important to understand your niche and don't go into an agency and say, oh no, I'll book anything. Don't tell that lie because when you get called in for a role that you read the breakdown and you know it's a simulated sex thing and you're like, oh my God, I can't do that. You just fib to your agent because your agent assumes that you are ready and willing to accept a job that requires that. So be honest with yourselves first.
And also don't ever, in retrospect, ever say, well, these are the only roles I want to do. I had somebody who said, I only want to play a villain. I promised my daughter in a Marvel movie. What? I'm sorry, what? Like,
Right.
what?
Well,
No, no, this is not Chick-fil-A. You know, I'll have a number one, French fries, sweet tea. It's not have it your way, which I think is Burger King. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about modeling. So former model, runway, how much has the business changed? And what do you look for in models now?
The business has changed a lot. There's, you know, unless you're doing, you know, runway and you're doing runway abroad, you know, where the rules are still very, very strict. You've got to be pencil thin. And that's because designers don't want the clothes to fit you. They want them to fall or drape on you.
They're
As they
almost like walking hangers. Would you
That's it.
agree?
That's
That's it.
absolutely it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But within the States, I mean, you know, there's no longer a height requirement for modeling. You know, there's a lot of print and commercial work out there, whether it's catalog, billboard, you know, whatever the campaigns are, the height just doesn't really matter. But I do want to see some really strong lifestyle type of images that's really strong. Outside, colorful, riding a bike, you know, showing a product, things of that nature. It's really you have
Not the America's Next Top Model sexy photo shoots to impress your boo, your friends, your fans that follow you on Instagram or Facebook. This is meant to impress one person, the casting director. That is it. So there are impersonators and there are doers. And the question is, which one do you want to be? Because even we talked about acting, know your niche, but even in modeling, you have to know your niche. There's 17 different varieties of modeling now. 17. So again, I see a lot of these girls, you know, they're joining like the Model Mayhems or doing these like boudoir type photo shoots. And I'm like,
but
I'm
they're
sorry,
not working.
what?
They're not booking
No,
because that's not
no.
what they want.
But in their mind, yeah, they're
signed with
sharpening
an
crayons
agent
all day.
to
Yeah.
get signed with an agent for modeling, she really just wants you, they really just want you to stand up against a plain wall, okay, and something that's form-fitting. For most women, it's important and men to see your body. So for guys, a tank, you know, or what do they call that t-shirt? The wife beater, do they still
Yeah.
call it that, okay? I'm older now, so I don't know. But
I don't know if we could even use wife beater
I
because of
don't
all
think
that,
you could do
but
that. Yeah.
yeah, but that's what it is. It's just that white
That's
plain
what it
tank,
is.
no
Or
crazy
just a
jewelry.
tank and
Yeah.
shorts. And with women, they want to see you in leggings or bikini or something, because body shape and type is really important when you go to do any kind of print, runway, any form of modeling. That's important. So, you put together what's called your digitals, and it's simple: a right profile, a left profile, full length shot, a 3/4 length shot, and you send that in. And they don't even have to be professional if you're trying to get signed for modeling. No makeup, hair pulled back away from the face. Very simple.
So for anybody who lives throughout the country, let's say they got a booking in LA and they live in Kansas. What happens? Like the talent has to obviously invest in their own flight, correct?
Exactly.
Maybe it's a go see or a callback or
There
a
is a
booking.
rare instance where casting will provide, your air travel to get to the audition. But
Rare.
it's rare. And
Yeah.
that's
Not a
usually
vacation. Yeah.
in the bigger realm of things. Okay. And they have to really, really want you. Just like with Taft-Hartley. Are they familiar with what Taft-Hartley is?
No, I didn't even go over SAG-AFTRA and I didn't go over any of that yet. Yeah.
Well, we'll save that for you guys
We'll
later.
save it. We'll save it for later. I
Yeah,
want everybody's
it's a rare
coffee intake
instance.
to,
If
yeah.
I have clients that I represent right now. I have clients that are in Arizona, Colorado, Atlanta, Miami, New York. And when they get an audition here in LA and it's required to be in person, they provide their transportation to get here.
So I want you all to type no excuses because I hear this quite a bit, even with the emails or when I'm meeting with people. Do you work? No. Do you go to school? No. Okay, so you want to be a top model. Awesome. Let's talk about financial ability. Are you able just to, do you have anything to invest? Like I understand emotionally you really want to be in this business and that's awesome. But logically, I don't think it's going to be a great idea because if I submit you and they book you and you
Right.
don't show up because financially you're ill prepared, it's going to look bad on me. And then I'm sad. And then not only that, but burning bridges. Do you have any idea what it takes to cultivate relationships with these casting directors, guys? So I really want you guys to understand this.
And
This is
trust
why
me, these casting directors do not hold back. They will
and they
call
don't forget and they all talk. Yeah.
Yes, I've had casting directors call me with someone that showed up unprepared, and they like, don't ever send that person.
Yeah, I'll wing it.
They'll never do a casting for me again.
That's
So
sad.
if you show up late, and please don't ever walk into an in-person audition and say, "Oh, I don't really know my lines because I just
Or
got."
I was
That's a
busy.
lie. Because when I get your audition, you have it days, sometimes weeks in advance. I had a client to do that, and unbeknownst to them, I was sitting in the casting.
Oh, I'm sure you just like ears went up. Yeah. Oh, no, no, no.
Yeah.
That's even like us. Like, we have the book Finding Fame, which you're a part of.
Exactly.
And we always tell people, like, read the first chapter. It's not about Mike and I, but it's about the journey and some of the people we work with. And, oh, I didn't have time. Oh, but you're looking to be an actor. Oh, but you would have time to read a script. No, you're already done. Goodbye. And I
And
really want you guys to
don't be
understand that.
late. Being late reflects poorly on you and your agent. My clients, I tell them to get to if their auditions at 11, you need to be there and check in at 10:30. Why is
Especially in
that?
LA.
Anybody
Yeah.
know why that's so important?
First impression.
It's not even that. That too is very important, but sometimes you get an audition and you might not receive sides. And the reason for that is because their intent is to partner you with individuals in that casting, give you sides, and have you do that. So that's really important to be on time so that you can be a part of that grouping.
Not what's going on here, as they're already like in the midst of it, kind of like people who show up late on our boot camp. So here's a question. When is it the right time to move to LA or New York or Miami or Atlanta? Is there ever a good time, or now is it just a free-for-all for everybody just to live wherever they live and go back and forth? Is there ever a good time?
In the climate, honestly, that we're in right now, you can be anywhere around the globe.
Okay.
Should we go back to in-person auditions? And I'll put it to you this way. So I have clients that are local to New York, local to Atlanta, local to LA. And that means that you don't necessarily have to have your own place there, but you have to have an address. So it could be, you know, a
Local. Yeah.
relative or friend. So you can say that I can rightfully state that you are local to those addresses. And, you know, I would venture to say, Ali, that right now there's just not that demand anymore for anyone to have to relocate, to pack up their bags and come to LA. And if you choose to do that, I would wait until I am booking and booking consistently.
Because it's expensive. I think about all these kids, like when Mike
Very,
and I
very
used to produce in Broadway, and I'm like, you're spending how much on rent? You spend how much on training? And they're all working 20 jobs just to try to pay the bills.
My office is in Pasadena, California. A 1 bedroom, 1 bath, 624 square foot apartment starts at $4,000 a month. That's a lot of money.
Yeah. And not only that, but I find that a lot of talent move to LA or New York because it sounds sexy. I live it, but it may not be your blue ocean. It may not be where your niche is, where you fit in best. And that's why I love doing what we do, not to promote VIP, but to promote VIP because you can live anywhere in the country. We have opportunities. Like we're doing something really cool in Atlanta, New York, and Miami. We've even done New Orleans. We've done, Scottsdale. We've done LA, many events in LA. But how cool is it that you can kind of really meet the top agents, meet the top casting directors, do everything that you need to do, and then go back home and maintain those relationships? That makes more sense. Totally.
Exactly.
So you're out in New Orleans now, which there's a lot of TV and film, even in New Orleans.
Well, I'm actually just visiting
Yeah.
New Orleans right now. I have a lot of family here and in the South overall. You know what I've been doing for the last year. So it was good for me to kind of get away.
But there are also local opportunities throughout the country, not just. And so sometimes, do you want to see some
like I
indie
just said,
films and student films?
Tridestant Film Studios is shooting a spinoff of the family business. It's the Family Business New Orleans, and they're shooting it right here.
So I want you guys to understand, even in your local market, it's a great way to learn about the industry. But if you're really trying to do this, New York and LA are always
you got it. You have to be flexible and you have to be prepared and ready to go when they call.
Yeah.
That's important.
Ali, what are some of your biggest aha moments so far? Owning an agency. What do you wish somebody told you? Like, is there anything that you wish, like for an upcoming talent, like you just wish, hey, this is something that like I really want to instill upon anybody who wants to get into this industry. Man, I wish somebody told me this, whether it's an actor or model.
I think it's just, again, being prepared, understanding that it's going to take 50, possibly to 100 auditions before you book that big one. That's really important because people come into our market, they hit the ground running, and then they're frustrated. And the first thing they do, of course, is blame us as an agent.
How quickly can I book work? That is the dumbest question in the world. I don't know. You tell me. How quickly can you book work?
I have a question for you. How fast, how consistent can you keep me working? Well,
you tell me how much money I'm going to earn?
Exactly.
No.
I think that's really important for you to understand. Not only are you making an investment monetarily, but it's time, and it's not going to happen overnight.
I feel that when people put that monetary, I have to make this in the next 30 days. Don't even get into show business. Don't do it. You're already coming in for the wrong reasons. That's not your why. Exactly. And you see that. I see that. They come in even on a Zoom call, and people like,
if you get into this business strictly for money, this is not the business for you. It's
you're going,
because you will. And if you're, and I have some clients that do this full time, but hey, the pandemic, the SAG-AFTRA strike, it affected them greatly. So those
writer strike, SAG-AFTRA, pandemic,
everything.
Perfect storm. Yeah.
Exactly. And even now, things in the Los Angeles market are very, very slow. It's slim pickings. I don't see us fully bouncing back until September.
Not only that, let's talk a little bit about AI. Would you mind talking a little bit about AI, or are we loving AI? Fearing AI? What are
we went through that whole thing with the strike, and everyone thought, yes, we're going to, go for this because we don't want to be replaced with AI. But guess what? In the end, we're not protected from it. So you know, you've got to be able to roll with those punches and accept, you know, accept it as it rolls out, you know?
And I really want to
that's a
say this,
very
as an
harsh
actor
reality.
or a model, you should take off the blinders and know what's happening in the business of show business.
Subscribe to Variety.
Yep.
Get out there, go to events, talk to individuals, you know?
Headline, Variety. Yeah.
They'll
Hollywood Reporter. Yeah.
Hollywood Reporter.
These are all
stay in the
free.
know.
Yeah.
Yes. Stay
Just
in
learn
the
about
know.
the industry.
Really important that you stay in the know.
Because I think even as an extra, and I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but even as an extra, when AI was really coming in, they're like, hey, I know the pay rate today is like 175. I'm going to boost your pay rate up to, 300. How does that sound? Oh, great. Just sign this little waiver. And what they were doing was padding your paycheck. How effed up is this, guys? They were that $125, you literally just sold your image and your likeness, and they could like computer like impose you in like any
Anywhere.
project. So
Yeah.
like here you are like, oh, I'm gonna watch Spider-Man, and your friend's like, holy
Right.
shit,
And
is that
guys,
you?
you know,
No, it wasn't.
I've
And
had
you
two
don't even get
clients.
a paycheck.
I had two
Gone.
clients where that happened. My client sent me something where his image was on some campaign for a furniture store. And I'm like, so can you send me the paperwork you signed? This is what happens when you self-submit.
Freelance. Yeah.
Okay. When
They're
you
like, oh, we got a
self-submit
sucker. Here we
and
go.
you don't know what
Yeah.
you're doing. You look at the job and it's like, oh, it's paying $500. I want this. Cool. They
You
want,
see the cash quick. Yeah.
but you're not reading the fine print.
And that's
You
why
know,
you need an
like,
agent.
or is there
that-
anything that we could do? No, because look at what you signed. You signed in essence, this is a release. So they have the right
They
to
own
use
you.
everything
Yeah.
wherever they want.
Your little signature. I know you're excited. There you go.
So
And
I, you know, Allie, with my clients, you know, some of them will say, am I okay to self-submit? I go, yeah, but if you book it, I'm closing it.
yeah.
I need
Because
to
you
see
have to
all the
protect them.
paperwork.
Yeah. Even with truth
Many of
management, I
you
get all
don't know
these
what you're
emails.
doing. Yeah.
Like, is this real? And then somebody will send me something and I'm like, red flag, like the very first sentence. Look at the email. It's coming from a Gmail or a Hotmail. This is not Warner Brothers. What this is not how it works. They're not contacting you.
And
on
there's a
social
lot
media
of that out there. Yeah.
all day. And a lot of times they're just bots. They're looking, they're spraying the scams because they know there's a lot of gullible people. Like you said, they haven't invested. If I were a casting director, I would never trust somebody to show up on time, be respectable. If they didn't invest in headshots and proper training and why would I book you? It's like hiring somebody off of Craigslist. I don't even know if you're going to show up, if you're competent, if you really look like the way you portray yourself. And again, like 90%, 99% of people that are on those freelance websites don't even show up. This is why, like, you're tough, but tough with a purpose, tough with a heart. And
Exactly.
it's because you are who you surround yourself with. Like, you're only going to surround yourself with winners, and you don't even respond to the losers. And again, these calls are free, guys, but you're going to get a chance to interview with us if you want to work with top agents. It's not meant to be easy. There are winners and there are losers, and you have to pick a side because we can't want this more than you do. And well,
I tell my clients that all the time. You know, if I have to call you,
there's no chasing
twice.
That's
to
it.
Get you to get your media up and get your headshots up. And I want the 4 images that you use on Casting Network and Casting Frontier and Actors Access, they all need to be the same. These platforms are no longer. It used to be that breakdown was just for theatrical, no more. There's commercial work on there now. There's print jobs on there now, as with the other platforms. So I want the same images that you use on one.
Don't try to get fancy. Yeah.
They need to mirror. And, don't just put your commercial.
Well, my friends like these pictures. I'm sorry. And your friend is who? Yeah,
exactly.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. But my team and I, when our clients get new headshots, they have to send them to us. I insist that they select their top 20, send those to us, and then we make selections from there.
Are they using Pixie Set when they're sending? Do you like Pixie Set?
Yeah, we use that.
Yeah. That's one of our preferred. Yeah.
Yeah. And that way we can make notes. We can tell them,
Casting directors aren't opening up JPEG images. They're not doing that, guys. And we'll go over Pixie Set later because I'm sure people are like, phew. Did you guys learn anything? I hope you did. Scale 1 to 10. How much did you learn just from that conversation? And how many of you would love to see Ali DeRossi live and in person? And I know you, when you come to our events, you come in like kind of stealth and you're quiet and you sit in the back. And a lot of times like you're on your phone or but you're watching everybody and you'd be like,
yeah.
Ali, tell me about this person, and you're watching because I know when people come and they like show face, like I'm on stage and they're talking to you. And I'm like, that's not you. What is that? That's not the real you. And you watch them because I've noticed with you and even Tanya Kleckner, who's coming on in a little bit, you want to know how this person is in the real world.
Real world. Yeah.
And you
That's
watch,
really
even
important.
the way they gossip or, even in the hallways, in the bathrooms, outside, like you could tell the troublemakers before they even open their mouths. And I want you guys to say that even on Zoom, I'm watching all of you. I do. I watch everybody, even on Zoom. And I'm like, why? Why are you even here?
I'm always watching, always listening. That's important.
Always watching, always listening.
Yeah.
So you're going back to LA and I'm
Going
really
back to
excited.
LA. Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
excited to see you again. It's been a little bit.
It has.
It's been a little bit, and I'm so excited that you were able to come on today. And I thank you so much. I think when you texted me, we were traveling so much. If you
Oh,
follow
that's
me on
okay.
Facebook or Instagram, things are, and I have the baby. He's 3, almost 4, which I can't even believe. But guys, this business is possible. You have the right people here at VIP Ignite. It's all about your network. You are who you surround yourself with. So the question is, are you going to try to invent the wheel on your own? Or do you want a formula? Because formulas work. And Ali DeRossi, I love you so much. And thank you so much for
I
being
love you
on.
too. And
And
guys,
I
I'm
hope
gonna
you have some
close.
great food in New
Yeah.
Orleans.
Oh my God,
My
we've
favorite
been
place.
hanging
I
out.
love it.
Yeah, we're gonna have to go on a diet when we get home. But the greatest piece of advice that I can give all of you that are chimed in is to listen, take your notes, and take heed. Don't try to go outside of the box.
Friends and family,
Because
the industry
everything-
experts. Don't
Yeah,
really go.
everything that they're teaching you is dead on. And if you want to win, just follow the outline. Follow the
Thank you so
blueprint.
much.
They've laid it out for you.
Well, we absolutely love you. And
I
we'll
love
talk
you
off
guys.
camera.
And
Michael
where's my
Momkin
big
says
guy?
hi. We will.
Give Mike a big hug for me.
I will.
will.
He's
All
in the
right.
other room getting ready.
I'll can send you a picture.
We miss you.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Love you
Bye,
guys.
Ally.
All
Thank
right.
you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
She's so fun.
Oh.
Did you guys love that? I hope I did everybody think that my questions were okay?
Your questions were very good. I was
Okay,
listening
good.
in the background.
Good. Because I really want to, like, as an aspiring actor or model, and kind of like something that we were just on a training the other day with one of our mentors, Russell Brunson. Go back 5 years, like from owning a business, or 10 years or 20 years. What were some of the things back when we started VIP Ignite? What did we wish somebody told us? And I know that, when you hear these agents, you're like, oh man, my life would be so much better if we're going to have an agent coming on a little bit who has showrunners on The Office and Stranger Things and All American and Outer Banks and Grey's Anatomy and all these like big shows. And yeah, everybody wants an agent. But I want you guys to understand this. When you get an agent, shit just got real. Now you're going to have to work even harder.
Yeah, that's when the real work
and that's
begins.
when the real work begins.
I think
Yeah.
people forget that.
Yeah.
Like, the real work begins when you get what you want. So this is what I always say. I remember that
Nice shirt.
I know, we're twinning again. We got the memo. I remember there were days where I used to pray for the life I have right now. And then there are days where like, why did I pray for this? I just wish that I could go back to the dental world, right? But
who wants a 9 to 5?
nobody wants a
When
9 to 5.
anybody asks about my job, I'm like, this isn't a job. This is
Yeah.
a lifestyle. How many of you guys understand this? This is a lifestyle. And
Yeah.
you get rewarded in public. I
For
want
what
an
you do
agent
in private.
for what you do in private.
And if you're doing amazing things, you're going to get rewarded. If you're just coasting along, watching Netflix, chilling out, you're not going to get rewarded. So whatever you see in public is an indication of what you're doing behind the scenes.
And Talia, I'm going to call you out right now because you just said an agent needs me. And I'm sorry, you are who? Why would an agent need you? And I'm just going to put that out there. Like as a Broadway producer, we've won 6 Tony Awards. I've had to literally see people in the casting office that went to Yale School of Drama, $80,000 a year. And they are bartending, waiting to get an agent. So nobody needs you. And I think that's why you're going to fail. And I hate to call you out like that. You need to change. Like, what is your why? Don't come in with your high horse. That may work with friends and family, but it doesn't work here. Not with winners. So I want you to, because no one needs you. You need the agent. And that I really want you guys to understand that. Like, yeah, as a freelance without an agent, you don't have to invest money in headshots or whenever somebody like, I want to book work or is this going to cost money? I'm always like, well, what is it that you want to do? I want to be an actor. Great. Hold up your phone like my 3-year-old and just do videos or, put them on YouTube or Facebook. Oh, you want to get paid. Oh, doing what? I want to star in a movie. Oh, well, then you need an agent and this is what you need to do. It's a recipe. I want you all to type recipe because if you don't have the proper ingredients, you're not baking a cake. No one is celebrating you. You're going to continue impersonating on your social media, joining every free website. And that's awesome. If that's what you love, enjoy it. But for us, logically, right, we're not going to let fear step in because if you know for a fact you're doing everything on purpose, with purpose, taught by people that have true success, that's what we're here for. And it's a recipe. So emotional, logical, and I'm not using the puppets. I'm not using the animals, but I could. But I really want you guys to understand that emotionally, like, what is your why? I want you to think of, like, why are you here? Logically, if you got an agent today, are you ready for it? You may think you are, but are you really ready to do this? And it's okay if fear sets in. It's different. It's new. But the greatest battles, think about it. What is it? A docked ship doesn't have any stories to tell. You need to go on that adventure. Everything you want is uphill and it's going to take work. It's going to take work. So
are you guys ready to do the work? That's the question. If you are, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Are you ready to put in the work to achieve that goal that you have set for yourself? That's the question we have for you. And I want to give you guys one more. I'm going to give you guys one more piece of advice, one takeaway. Then I'm going to introduce our next guest to you. Okay. This is what I want you to think about. After you get off this call, again, you're not going to have us here, rah, 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 let's do this, right? You're going to be surrounded by your friends and family. Okay. I am going to pull out my visual aid because I feel like people learn better with visual aids. You're going to have people that are not going to believe in you. And this is what I want you to think about. What part of their brain are they using? Put it in the comments. What part of their brain are they using? Are they using their emotional brain? Are they using their logical brain? Or are they using their fear brain? Which one are they using? Yeah, they're using the reptilian, right? And I want you to understand something. There are people that are going to be jealous of you because you are doing something that takes guts. You are doing something that takes grit. And they don't have that same drive. They don't have that same why. They don't have that same focus. So when you have people that are, oh, you can't do this. What they're working with is they're working with their fear brain. Okay. Because the root of all of jealousy is fear. They're jealous of you. Now, I don't want you, oh my God, all my haters are working with their reptile brain. Don't start doing that crap. But what you can do is you can understand when they're speaking to you, they're not speaking out of logic, they're speaking out of fear. And now because you're a prime mover, you rise above that, right? You rise above that. And you may attract people to you that are jealous because you're a prime mover. You're like that saucer of milk and all the cats are going to come to it. But understand that and don't be mad. Oh, you're just speaking at me out of fear. Have grace with them. Because you know what? A couple hours ago, a couple days ago, a couple years ago, you were in the same place. So don't be angry with them. Don't be aggressive. If they come at you, just understand this is what they're speaking with. Okay. It's my job to give you guys the tools that you need to deal with what's coming at you next, because been there, done that, got many t-shirts. How many of you have the t-shirts from your people coming at you, right? Just understand they're jealous, but they're speaking out of fear. Okay. Does that help you guys? If that helped you guys, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Okay, good. Good. All right. Are you guys ready for our next guest? How are you guys doing in school? Are you guys kicking butt in school? Have you guys been making comments? I see the comments going. Make sure you keep going because I'm still gonna be giving out surprises. And these notebooks are really nice too, just so you know. I'm a huge notebook fan, so definitely keep the comments coming. All right. So now we have talked about modeling and we've talked with agents. Now what we're going to do is we're going to talk about modeling from a model's perspective as well as acting. Are you guys ready for that? Are you ready? Hold on. Are you ready? Let me see. Kyle's like, I'm not moving, Deneen. You are not convincing me to move today. All right, so let me introduce our next guest to you. So our next guest is Jan Murphy. She has been one of the world's leading agencies, Wilhelmina Models, for over 12 years and has appeared in global campaigns for the Gap, Macy's, and Champion, just to name a few. She also plays the leading role in the VIP Ignite feature film Target, as well as several others coming out soon. And let me tell you something. I never really know where she is or what's going on because she is always on the move. Are you guys ready to give it up for the one and only Jen Murphy?
Oh my gosh. Hi, it's so good to see you and so good to see everyone.
It's so good to see you too.
Thank
How
you.
are you today?
I'm so good, and it's funny you say that. Everything you guys are saying is so right on. I came in right at the right time, and talking about, not moving out of fear. I have a big announcement actually. I've been moving around so much because my spirit was kind of relocating to Los Angeles before I knew it. And
Hold
today,
on, I got goosebumps.
What's happening?
I was literally gonna take this call from like the car, and then because I'm driving my car to Ohio from New York with all my stuff in it, and then I'm gonna ship my car. And so, but I woke up this morning and it was pouring rain, so I was like, the universe is speaking to me. I'm going to give it one more day. I'll do it tomorrow. Like, so that way I don't have to take the call and like off the freeway somewhere. But yeah, my car is packed to the rim. My hair is wet because my hair dryer is in the car already. Like,
You still look
I'm
The
stunning.
glamorous life of Jan Murphy. Wait, you're
oh my
leaving New York
God,
City?
I'm doing it. I subletted so this is the thing. So like kind of like you make a decision, the universe decides to help you, right?
Yeah.
I've been there a lot. My best friends are there. There is a guy, but I'm only giving that a small percentage of
We'll talk about that
of
later.
the
That'll be
decision.
offline. We'll chat.
We'll get there. I'm giving it 13% of the decision, so it's not even.
Okay.
It's not
87%. Got it. Okay.
you know so I was out there and I was like, I really noticed my being. I'm just happier here. I've been in New York for 12 years and I've stayed because it's safe. I have my, it's safe.
No one
and
ever says
I
the
just
word New
feel
York
my-
and safe in the same sentence.
It's so confusing.
For me though,
Yeah.
for me, I got my
Wilhelmina,
little
yeah.
space and, I have everything set up and I got all the things I need and, and so I've been there and I was just like, and so all of a sudden, one of my friends was like, you can stay in this room for the month. And that's when I met the guy. And then her sister was like, I need to sublet a room in New York. And I was like, you can just take mine then.
It's
I
like
guess.
the holiday. Let's swap.
Yes. So we're making it happen. And I've been thinking about it for a long time because I felt, my heart pulling me there. And I was like, I would only go if like, somebody hired me on a sitcom and like, it's like something big brought me there. I'm like, I can't just do it to see what happens. And then I couldn't resist. What you resist persists. And finally I was just like, all the signs are there. So I'm just going to take the leap of faith and do it,
And what does Wilhelmina think? I mean, you're signed to one of the most prestigious agencies in the world. I mean, you're always on set. Are they
They're
okay?
there too. They're
Yeah.
there too. They're, and for the first couple weeks, because I want to talk a lot about this because you started about agents and stuff. And I want to talk about how to manage them and yourself and your time when you are in different locations, because that's what it takes nowadays with all the taping and stuff. Like, and I've said this before when I spoke to you guys, like, you kind of have to say that you're a local, like wherever you can be a local. And then like a lot of people, like a lot of the job is just like getting to the place and then like, 90% of it isn't being in front of the camera. We do like 90% of the grunt work to get into the room to do the thing, but like most of it is like, you know, getting around. So I didn't want to tell my agent I was there for the first 2 weeks. I kind of went to a wedding and was just like, I guess I'm staying. Like, and so finally I was like, hey, I'm here. I've been in California for 2 weeks, but I didn't really want to tell you guys in case something came up in New York. And Wilhelmina, my agent at Wilhelmina, was like, why don't you tell Jam? We've been together for 13 years. Like, I could have been submitting you on stuff out there. Like, just tell me. And I was like, okay, I just like was trying to be like two places at once. So even after 13 years, I'm still like, am I good? Am I like, what do I say? You know, but I'm realizing that it's a partnership, it's a symbiotic working relationship. We have to like, you know, play this dance kind of, but
And you could always go back to New York for a job and then go back to LA.
100%. You know, for me, like I have an agent in Ohio that gives me a lot of stuff too. And basically like you just kind of have to set a number, like whatever the rate is of the job. Like if it's for me, it's like I want to at least clear 1,500 for the job with travel and everything. So it needs to be over that for me to take, you know, make the move, or else, you know, it's not the flights and because I'm just booked as a local and I have to figure out my own travel, which you just kind of leave the agents
You don't
out.
want to lose money. It's not a hobby.
Sometimes, right. So sometimes, and you know, crazy things can happen. You have to account for, you know, I mean, I got stuck in Chicago during the IT global outage. It was insane. When all the flights, it was so crazy. And I was like, at this point, I don't know if I would have taken this job. But yeah, you have to work on a lot of its logistics and leaps of
even
faith.
getting to that point, like you've invested, you're still in class, you're constantly training, you're constantly updating photos, and you know, and I think that's so important. You're like self-tape queen, and I know you're set up in your home and everything that you've done to invest in having proper lighting and backdrops and your makeshift studio. Like I love seeing, like it's like everything is stacked on like boxes, and it works for you because it procures work. And I really want to, I thank you so much for being here in such a crazy world that you live in. But I'm excited for everybody.
Oh my God, I'm so happy to see you guys. It's a nice distraction from my like craziness that I've going on, and like it's so good to see you, and I'm so grateful to share anything I can, because this is a wild way to like live your life, you know, but it's very rewarding at times too if you can find balance and be resourceful and have grit, like you were saying. It's all about
the hustle is real. You have to want
the hustle is so real.
This. And I can't even imagine like when somebody's trying to get into show business, especially like with your lifestyle and upping and going and traveling and doing all this stuff. And there's no consistency in like modeling or acting. It's not like a 9 to 5. I want full time. But would you ever take advice from like friends and family on what you should do in your showbiz career? Or do you just go to like people that understand this business? Because I think it's hard sometimes when you're just getting started, you don't have anybody to talk to. You're talking to the next of kin, like your friend, your boyfriend, your girlfriend, your dog, your priest, your pimp, I don't know. And it's hard to get real advice. And that's why I love having you here, because I've never been a model, you know, and I know that there's a lot of stress that goes involved with that, between, you know, maintaining weight and, you know, social media and things like that. So I want you to, they want to hear the truth about the industry. This is what they need. So I'm going to go back in the other room. Love you. And we're New York and LA. I'm not even in either place anymore. So yeah.
What? You guys look great. I would love to see you in person soon. But yeah, I'm here to serve the hard truth. Like you guys know me. I'm always trying to let you guys know, because I want to let people know that it's not like, okay, like let's decide we're gonna do this and let's get an agent and then the rest is, you know, butterflies. You are your own manager. In fact, I just turned down an offer from a manager that seemed like 6 months ago I really wanted her. You know, I really wanted it. I have lots of agents, but I don't have my Wilhelmina agent acts as my manager. But I don't have an actual manager in the film and TV business. And I had a couple reach out once they saw that I had just recently signed with CESDLA, which is a huge deal for me. And of course, as soon as that happened, I got a couple phone calls from people that before were kind of like, let's circle back. you know, and I took the meeting, always take all the meetings, even if just to hear stuff out and just to kind of like, you gain something from every meeting. And it took me this long, but I finally realized like the difference actually between managers and agents, and like it's very difficult to understand. So
Can you
basically, like
explain
this,
it to them? Because they're probably
yeah,
like manager, agent, like what, like
yeah.
what's the difference?
Yeah, so a lot of managers these days are acting as the agents, which just means that they have access to the breakdowns, the agent side. Like, you know, actors can have access to some things, but only agents, registered, certified agents have access to the breakdowns, which means what shows are filming, what movies are filming. So they are able to submit you and get the audition. Um, that's an agent. A lot of managers are doing that these days too, just because they don't really have the clients that have enough going on to do the real manager work, which is, for example, somebody like me, she wanted to do all of the flight stuff, like figure out where to go when and like what's better and like, you know, but nobody can understand. I was like, I'm already doing that. Like I have a dog, that's a variable. I have my mom in Columbus. Like, so somebody new wanted to come in and take 10% of everything across the board that I've already been working for 13 years. And I just was like, seems a little like it doesn't seem like it's in my best interest for you to just manage what I'm already managing and then take 10% of stuff I've already cultivated. You know, if this person was like best friends with, you know, a big director and she had promises like that, like it's like you can consider it, but basically managers have the relationships. Like a real manager like has relationships to like really get you into things that aren't even on the breakdown list, that agents aren't even seeing, because like kind of like a gem of an apartment in New York, you know, you only hear about it through word of mouth. And that kind of leads to what I wanted to say when you said like, do you take advice from people that aren't in the industry? As an actor, I think we become good at, or it's we become actors because we're good at this, but we become good at kind of drawing lessons from things that have nothing to do with what the person's talking about.
Yeah.
So like if that makes any sense, like I found that I want to hear people's advice, but I'm totally probably like not going to totally take it, but it's going to teach you something that'll kind of give you one little bullet point that'll then add into, you know, your own recipe of what's going to work. You know, you kind of just collect advice from people. So yeah, like, you know, my best friends, I have one of my best friends is a celebrity stylist. She's the furthest away from a model and an actor. She is on the other side. But she knows me well, you know, and so when I'm going through like things like I have this or I have this, she gives me really sound advice. And you're gonna have like three of those people. I think you should have like three people that actually aren't in the business but know you really well, that you can run things by them. And this person, you'll know that this person is someone to keep in that group, because you will never feel like they are doing that thing that you said, like looking down on you, like you can't do this. Like you need people that are like that are supportive and encouraging, even if they are play devil's advocates. You can still have someone in your corner, yes, and rooting for you, but play devil's advocate. So you have to just kind of like, and those are good. That's actually great. That's the best kind of person, but you have to keep a close eye on like who's for what in your life, because this is a very, like you said, unstable situation a lot of the times. That's why it's so important to find stability with your daily routine, with your health. I've always talked about that a lot, and just with other things that you have going on, like I said about the traveling, like we have to pay for all this up front and we don't get paid for 3 to 6 months. So it's like I'm charging flights and Ubers and stuff, and then I'm getting paid back months later. If I have a high interest on my credit card, like I'm not making money on the job then, you know? So like keep good credit, like really figure that out. It took me longer than I'd like to admit to figure that out. But it's so important, like
Yeah.
you kind of just flying by the seat of your pants and jumping on leaps of faith. But you have to keep your credit, you have to keep other side hustles going on, and you have to keep good people in your corner that are gonna lift you up,
Yeah, definitely. So talk a little bit about balance, because we have a lot of people on here who've never met you before. So can you talk a little bit about like how do you keep all these things balanced? Because everything you're saying, I see like a lot of juggling going on, but how do you keep your cool?
Yeah.
And like how do you keep that balance when maybe you're not booking as many jobs as you want, or maybe you're booking so many, like how do you keep your zen, if you will?
I do a lot of yoga. That's my religion. I do a lot of yoga. And I really, really credit that to my calm nervous system, because it is crazy and you kind of just get used to it. And but I would be lying if I said I always kept it together. I just booked
You're
a job.
human.
Like I just booked a job yesterday for September, an Apple Bank commercial.
Nice.
And I had been 3 week, like the industry is so checked out in August. Like we're all just like, hire me, ask me for a tape, like, so I would be lying if I said I didn't get into a rut when 3 weeks goes by and I haven't, like, nobody's like answering or calling. When the phone's not ringing, it's like, because you're like, okay, well, am I ever going to get a job again? Like, nobody's promising anything, so I guess as far as balance, like I do other things. I'm a video editor for a makeup artist. I make her reels for social media. I do that. I do 3 videos for her a week. It's very minimal, but I'm customer service for a CBD company. I barely have to do anything. It was kind of like a friend needed some help and the phone rings but I get a little bit, like I have side hustles. So I keep my, I keep my, I keep myself well-rounded, because I know that this could go ghost on me, go crickets for weeks, if not months sometimes, and it's has everything to do with the timing, the economy, the trend, what's trending. Like, it's just, there's so many variables that you really have to develop like kind of a thick skin. Thank you for everybody for the congratulations. I'm always happy to book a job. I just keep cranking them out, and you get like 8 to 10% of what you go out for. So you gotta
talk about that too. I mean, you have to, how many auditions do you generally have to submit before you get a job?
I mean, I heard a statistic that said that for every like job, there's 4,000 people going out for it. If you get or there's 4,000 people that they look at, because all the profiles are up. If you get an audition, now you're up against 200 to 500 people. So you're up against, like, before you even get the audition, there's 4,000 people just like me going out for the same job. So what I've learned is, and all of us as artists, we want to be and do everything. I want to be the seductress, but I also want to be the wife, and I want to be the president, and like I want to play all these things, but commercially, which is what is for me taking over right now, because the film and TV is just still in the rubble of the strike and getting back, and it's really slow. So I'm just grateful that the commercial stuff and the modeling stuff is still around, because what I've noticed commercially is that we have to kind of like find our thing, which people said to me forever too, and I was just like, I don't know, I'm a sports girl,
I don't
like,
want to be pigeonholed.
Yeah, exactly. But what I'm realizing is, like, for the commercial stuff, what I found is like the kind of quirky, almost absurdist comedy, over the top, like kind of goofy comedy stuff is what's landing on people and like what feels good. So when I got the Apple Bank commercial, I was just like, she's reading kind of quirky. I'm gonna put my glasses on, my quirky glasses, and and you always want to like look a little off somehow with comedy. Like they say that people don't necessarily want to laugh at like anybody super like clean cut and good looking, which so I'm just like, all right, we're gonna be nerdy, you know, we're gonna nerd it out. And so with booking stuff, like, don't try to be what you think they want. Like, kind of follow the first instinct of how you see the character. If you read the script and you're like, she's a mess, be a mess. Like, if you read it and you're like she's like off her rocker, like play into that. That's the fun of it, you know. So yeah, with booking, it is shooting for the stars every day. Like, I mean, you kind of just forget about it too, and then they come back and be like, oh yeah, they want to book you for. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. Like, I forgot, because I've trained myself to forget what I do and just throw it off into the ether.
Yeah.
But yeah, you get the audition, you're doing good.
Yeah.
You even get the audition, you have beat out thousands and thousands of people.
That's awesome. And I love what you said too, is that you kind of throw it out into the ether, because something I've learned, and obviously I'm not auditioning every day like you are, but two things I've learned is that you have to love the process first. Like, you have to love reading the script, reading the sides, and getting into the character and doing the audition, because you're going to do a lot more auditions than you are going to get jobs. But then the other thing is I love that you said, is that you kind of like, you do it and you forget it, because you can't be
Yep.
emotionally attached to the outcome, because again, you're up against 500 people that look just like you.
Yeah.
And you know what, they what's meant for you will come to you, as long but you have to put in 100% every time that you do an audition.
Yeah, and it's hard. Like, there are days where and that's why it's like it's been a while that I've been doing it. So now I will, like, I'm being very particular about what I'm giving the energy to audition for. If the money's there, I'm gonna do it. But like, if it seems like it's totally not, like, because sometimes some agents are, and I'll give them each credit here. Some agents will only put you out for things that you fit the perfect description for. Some agents, like my Ohio agents, they're giving the breakdown, they're giving the auditions to anyone that fits the age range. So like, even though the company asked for somebody that is a different color than me, hair color and height and the whole thing, they're still sending out the auditions kind of to everyone. So if it seems like there's no way, I'm like, all right, I'm not going to shot in the dark this. But like, if I'm like, okay, maybe we could pull this one off, I'm gonna do it. But it's but because it is taxing to like set the thing up every day, put hair, it's different for women, put hair and makeup every day, heat on your hair, and it's a whole thing. I love when an agent's like, it's just an easy one. I'm like, no, don't, it's just an easy one, me. None of it's easy. Like, I have to put a whole production on every time.
Yeah.
I get an audition. It's great, but yeah, don't.
I don't think they can discount how long it takes to put on your makeup. I mean, no matter, even if you're just putting on natural makeup, there's a nuance to it, which is something I'm learning every day too. So, okay. So let's talk about you've done a lot of really cool things. You've modeled for some of the biggest brands. You've been an actor. You were an actor in our movie Target. You've done so many different things. So what is the best part about being a part of the entertainment industry for you? Like, what is that thing that you're like, I can't believe I do this every day, or I can't believe I got to do that?
I honestly think I hate to say this, and this might be from like childhood trauma or something, but like, I love the excitement of the unknown. Like, I love the thrill. I love the thrill of it. The constant, like, I mean, call me crazy, but it's just like dopamine hits. It's like, just, like, and then sometimes it comes down, but like, it's really exciting, and to see other people get excited about it. And I think my favorite thing though is what it does for you is it keeps me young. It keeps me like in a playful, lighthearted, you know, I won't say mood all the time, but like spirit rather. And I feel like I feel like by doing this, I learned so much about people, and I'm able to like live a lifestyle where I can like 90% work from home, and kind of just do the other things to take care of myself the way. So I feel like the flexibility of the lifestyle is is attractive to me, and also just the thrill of it,
Yeah.
just the thrill of it.
What's one thing you've done that you're like, I can't believe I got to do that? Like, I can't believe
I
this is my
just
life.
did this. I mean, well, it was last year. I did this movie called Through the Modern Looking Glass, and it was an absolute dream role for an actor because I got to play the put together, Stepford wife, and also the dwindle once she lost a baby and then started drinking heavily, and like, so I got to play like every emotion, and I was so invested in it, and I was so present with the story and the character, and just making it was rewarding enough. But now I'm getting a lot of best actress awards for it, and I don't do this for that, but to, like you said, kind of 90% of the time do things and not hear anything at all, even back from the auditions, to get some kind of recognition. It feels really good. So that movie was definitely one, like, I can't even believe I got the opportunity to do that.
That's awesome. Where can we see it yet? Is it out or is it still in post-production?
No, it's in the festival circuit, so they're very yeah, so they don't release stuff while it's still making its way through the festival circuit. That's how they do that, so that basically if anybody wants to buy it, they can have the exclusive rights. They can't put it out until it's done with that, but I will keep you guys posted, and for sure share a link or tell you where it can be seen when it's out.
That's awesome. All right, so I want to talk to you. So you started out your career as a model, but now you are moving into acting. Can you talk a little bit about that transition? Because a lot of times when we start working with people, they have an idea, okay, I only want to be a model, but then they start transitioning into actor, or vice versa. Sometimes like, I do not want to be a model, I just want to act. So can you talk a little bit about that transition for you? Like there was a moment where you're like, okay, you know what? Being a model is really cool, but I know that I want to use my voice. So can you talk a little bit about that? Oh. Like, was my question
sorry,
that
I muted
pressing
myself.
that
Okay,
you
thank
couldn't
you.
even answer?
No. I coughed and I didn't want to make it on there. And then I couldn't unmute myself. Yeah, no, it's okay. So to preface it, I kind of always had acting in my brain, like that I could do it. And this isn't the first time I'm moving to California. I moved to California right when I graduated high school from Ohio. And I went out there, and there was one of these things where it was like, read a script. And I went in this room and like did this audition as an actor, but I'd never done any work. And the words came out like totally different than I was thinking, like totally flat and not impressive and like terrible. So like my brain knew that I had it in me before like I did the work. So that was like a long time ago, right? It's always kind of been there. And then quite by accident, I became a personal trainer, and then I got scouted to be a fitness model, and then Wilhelmina. And then so the modeling took over. And then what happened was in 2018, I hurt my back. And most of my photo shoots are fitness and yoga and using my body for things. And even if it's not fitness modeling, just modeling, like oops, like nobody understands. Models get bad hips from like standing, like constantly we do this, like that throws your hips out, like when you're standing like that for 8 hours a day. So anyways, I developed a back problem, and it was debilitating, and I was like, I need to use my brain for this talent thing more than my body. so maybe, you know, if this is what I do, I'm accustomed to this lifestyle, the talent thing, and like going for jobs and like being a talent. So I guess I need to like learn how to do this because I'm not going to be able to like jump, you know, be so hard on my body. That's basically what it was. That's basically what it was. And I will also say though, that a lot of people when I was modeling would tell me like you should be an actor because I would do get into the scene of the with the clothes, even if it's a white wall, right? And for me, like I would need to know what the story was. Why is this girl in this outfit? Like, what am I looking at? Is my Jeep right here? Like it's a camper, like whatever it is. Like I couldn't just stand there and smile. Like I set the scene in my head. And so that set me apart as a model because there was something real going on in the photos. And that very fluidly turned into acting. You kind of just start to use your voice, which ultimately became the final straw was that I felt like I literally am not using my voice. So let's use the whole thing, you know.
Mhm. That's awesome. So let's talk a little bit about your acting career. You've done, I mean, I know you told us about the film that's in the circuit. That's really cool. But one of the first opportunity that we had to meet you was when you were on set for Target the movie, because that was written and produced and directed by our good friend Thomas G. Waits, who is absolutely amazing. We all love him. Alicia can tell you guys everything about him. Anyway, he's awesome. He was in The Warriors, which is one of my favorite movies of all times. So what was it like being a part of that production? Because I know that was like a lot of that was going on like just at the tail end of COVID. A lot of the filming actually happened during COVID. So can you talk a little bit about being a part of Target? Because you were the lead in that.
I had the time of my life shooting Target. Somewhat because it came straight out of COVID and I was just like away from everybody for a year. And then all of a sudden, like, and I'm typically somebody that like, I'm very like disciplined with like, if I have a job, I go to work, I go to bed early, I don't eat too much salt. Maybe I'll have a glass of wine, but like, you know, after every day of shooting of Target, we all went to a sushi restaurant, drank tequila, like sorry, like I'm like, what? Like this is not like for
Is
some
this
reason,
work?
like we were having the time, I had the time of my life. Like, so, and then, you know, it was chaotic because the weather, I learned so much about like, basically when you sign up to do a feature film, specifically on location like we weren't in the city. I know drinking is bad for you. I wasn't drinking tequila every night, maybe like a glass of wine.
Okay,
Like
hold on.
I'm
Stop judging her, okay? Listen to
No,
her
it's true,
story.
though.
Don't listen to the tequila. Listen to the rest of the
I
story.
I talk so much about health. I'm just saying I enjoyed myself. But you know, the chaos of the day would be like we're shooting this and then the light will change or there's rain and now we have to shoot completely something else and I didn't even like learn those lines yet. So like basically what I'm saying is when you go on to do a movie, you are signing up to be on your toes for the next 4 weeks. You be ready, like whatever you think is going to happen, be ready for the complete opposite. And kind of like I put an armor on that I was just like, game. I am game. I am on the team. I am going to be ready. I'm going to do the best I can with the changes. And yeah, I had the time of my life, and Target is one of the most special experiences I've ever had because I also learned so much about working in the moment with an actor. You know, and really using the day because you can't like do what you saw the scene being if the energy is completely different with the other actor. So you kind of have to like play one where you use that and you really work off him. And then you play one where you say, you know what, you might be off. So I'm going to stay in my thing. And like, I'm going to do one where I'm the way I was seeing it, even though you're vacant or not here, like, you know?
Yeah.
So I learned a lot about doing a take for the director, doing a take for me, and doing a bucket take.
I love
Because
that.
you basically get 3. Like everybody said, you think you're gonna have like all this time when making a movie. Like by the time the lights set up and people are in the places and everything's decided, you're probably only gonna get 3 takes.
Yeah. And we were on set for the martini shot for the last couple scenes that you guys did, and it was hilarious to see because first of all, like for those of you that don't know Thomas, like he's an amazing man, but he's like first and foremost a creative. He's like all over the place. And when he messed up a couple of your takes because he was laughing at the jokes that he wrote. And I was like, is this what being on set is really like?
He ruined so many takes laughing out loud behind the camera. I was like,
He was like, ha, ha, ha. And you were like, we have to do it again? Like, come on now.
he is a hoot and became one of my best friends. I mean,
Yeah.
he's family, sure.
Yeah, he's part of our family
Yeah,
too.
it's great.
Like I'll just never forget because like we were like the light was going down and it was like, okay, we have like 5 minutes, and he just kept laughing and laughing. And for me, like I love that was my first experience being on set because now I'm like, yeah, let's go do this because it must be all fun and games. But I know that there's a lot of tension also a lot of times because time is money, right? Like, and not because like you're renting the equipment, you're doing all of these things, but it was really cool to have that experience.
Yeah, I think it takes a certain temperament to do this too, because there is going to be a lot of changes, and
Yeah.
you have to, like you said earlier, like have grace with tension. You have to
Yeah.
have grace with tension and not take things personally, and just kind of like have boundaries but stay flexible. It's a dance.
Yeah.
Definitely a dance.
So we have a lot of aspiring people on this call. What is a piece of advice that you would give them that you wish you got on day one of starting this journey in the entertainment industry?
I think that people put so much weight in the agent when, like, I started the call by saying we are our own managers.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that it's really important to manage yourself in a way that you are being methodical with what you're putting out there, because I mean, I get more, I try to keep a good balance with it. I don't want to be annoying, but I definitely, and I haven't done anything for like 3 weeks because I've been so focused on moving. But like the more that I put out there in good quality, even if it's just an audition or like show that I'm working or like trying to work, the more attention that I get to book. In fact, I have a really funny story. Okay.
I like it when you preface your story with laughing.
Oh my God. Okay. So this will circle back to the beginning of the call also when I said that there's a guy that gets 13% of this decision.
Yeah.
Okay, so I was doing my auditions one day months ago. And when you do your auditions, you do the phone horizontally, right? I had my setup. I was liking the way my hair and the lighting looked and everything. And maybe you guys even saw this post of mine. This is a confession. Oh my God, is this live streaming? I'm dead. Okay, he won't see it. I was like, I'm gonna flip it vertically and I'm gonna do a little Instagram story and just like do a hair audition and like do my thing and like do a model video for hair, right? You look here, hair behind the ears, eyes back to camera, flip the hair, eyes back to camera, bring the hair up, show, da, 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 da. So I did the whole thing. I posted it. I said, hair commercial audition, check. Did not have a hair commercial audition. I tagged my Ohio agency because they repost anything that anybody tags them in. Tell me how 4 days later I have national auditions for Pantene Pro V, Head and Shoulders, Herbal Essence, and Aussie.
That's amazing.
I booked Herbal Essence. It's coming out in a month.
That's amazing.
We have sold out the hair to Herbal Essence, and it was from a thirst trap. It was just call it manifesting, call it insanity, whatever you want to call it.
No, you know what,
But-
Jen? I love that story. We'll come back to the guy in just a moment, but I love that story because literally we tell the people that we work with, we tell them, always be putting yourself out there. If you are doing self-tapes, put it on Instagram because you know what? People are going to see it. And here's the other thing too. We tell them, tag VIP Ignite, tag Truth Management because we were going to share it.
Yeah.
So thank you, Jam.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes. You never know who's watching. I
Yes.
was like, this is one of my favorite stories ever. And like the same thing with, I just signed with CESD in LA. And even though I've been with Wilhelmina and they're my mother agent, I can sign with other print agencies in different cities if they're still my mother agent. That's why he's technically my manager because he'll still get a cut. So I signed with CESD and I was like, can we do print too? Because like my niche is like, you know, fashion and fitness, but like I could totally be the Apple Bank lady. And like, so when I would explain to people, when I would see my friends and they'd be like, oh, you signed with CESD, are you doing print with them too? I'd be like, yeah, like, because I said the same thing, like with fitness and fashion, I'll do Wilhelmina, and with CESD, I could do more commercial print stuff, like the Apple Bank lady. The call I got yesterday from my Ohio agent is for the Apple Bank lady. And so I'm like, that literally came out of nowhere. I just said it. So there's something there. Like not everything obviously happens like that, but just believe. And I guess, you know, throw stuff at the wall and see what sticks, basically.
Yeah. But you know what the thing is, you're doing the work behind the scenes. And that shows, like the fact that you could do all of the different hair poses, like you just boop, 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 bang them out 2 seconds flat. You're putting in the reps. So over the course of the weekend, we've been talking about your subconscious and how there are certain things that you think about and certain things that you don't. And you've put in enough reps for modeling, for hair modeling, for all these things that it comes naturally to you. And
Well, practice too, though. Practice,
yeah,
like,
you're putting in the reps. Yeah,
you know,
practice.
just practice. Like you guys, a model video, which they're asking for now, is like they want. Obviously, it'll be horizontal, but like you look straight to camera, and then you turn not all the way to the side. You want to get this profile here, so it's like you're just slightly off camera, and then you want to put your hair behind your ear, and then bring your eyes right back to camera, and then switch sides. And this time you want to do a big smile and look back and then let your hair down. And then most people want to like see your hands. I always try to distract them a little with my eyes, and then they'll do a full body shot. So just so you know, it's straight, side hair back, other side, different face, maybe a smile, hair back, hair up, and then bring it down, and then hands, and then full body.
And for the gentleman, you don't have to obviously do the same thing, except for Kyle. He has long hair, so Kyle, that's how you would do it as
It might
well.
be funny. It might be a little funny to kind of do one of the fake, like.
John Norman, I want to see you. That's awesome. And you know what? These are things that if you hadn't been doing the practice, if you hadn't been putting in the reps, you wouldn't know that. You'd have to like think, okay, this. But now your subconscious takes over. Like, okay, I have to do this audition. I know exactly what I need to do. Even with the way that you're like, obviously when you move to your new place, you're gonna have to like relearn like how to set everything up. But you had a great system in your apartment in New York because like you're like, okay, this is exactly what I need to do. This is the space. But all of that comes with practice. And something that we say all the time is that you get rewarded in public for what you do in private. You're putting in the work.
Yeah.
And you've been putting in the work
Totally.
for 13 years, which is why now you can move from New York to LA and still have, I can guarantee you're going to have even more opportunities in Los Angeles than you did in New York because you're doing that, because you're going where the market is dictating that you should be now. We have something we call we're calling the talent prime movers, and that's what you are. Like you're someone who now is, because of who you are, you're attracting those things that you want.
I love that. I
belong
love
to
that
you.
word.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, and
Yes.
that's who you
I will
are.
say, thank you. I will say, because one of the other calls I had, I mentioned how important it was, and we talked about this after, which I want to circle back about, because we talked about how important it is to have the backdrop and everything, and it is. But what I also realized while I've been traveling so much is the casting director actually likes to see your hustle. I was in California, I was in a music studio. That's the only place I could find light and quiet because the rest of the people were like sleeping in the house when I was already up, starting my day. And I didn't have a backdrop, but I found the good light. You find good light, the backdrop's not as important.
Yeah.
Like, so they're like, they see the same thing all the time. And I want to actually show you my backdrop because it's the best one I've ever found and it's on Amazon. And everybody uses the same gray and blue one, but this one is okay, so it's on my wall like that. It does not look good to use as your backdrop. It looks good when you're not using the backdrop because it's like a white wall. And this is what I normally have to do. I'll never do this again though, because I'm moving. So this is the last thing I have to pack up. This is the last thing I have to pack up. But then on this side, it's this color blue.
Yeah.
So if you can find that one, like this is I've been through so many and like just so many people have the gray and blue one and white doesn't look good. And the pink one wrinkles easy. So if you can find that one, like that's my suggestion.
That's awesome. And I love that you got to use it for the last time in New York with us.
Well, it's actually not up. I
No, I
how
know.
do it. I put them. It's the last thing I have to pack up though for my car though. I have to. It's quite a workout rolling these things.
Yeah, trying to get those things back in is kind of like
It's a
getting
weird-
into a coat.
Yeah,
No, it's not easy.
last thing to do.
Awesome. All right. Okay, Jam. Let's see here. Does anyone have any questions for Jam? If you do, type questions in the comments. I would love to have her answer a couple of your questions. Let me put my water.
I'm on my phone because I was having technical difficulties with my laptop, so I haven't seen I've seen them come in on the bottom, but let me see if I missed any questions. Yes, John, it is on Amazon. I think it's Kate, it's like a Kate backdrop, Kate.
How did you get signed with Wilhelmina?
With Wilhelmina, I was scouted by a reality show casting director for The Biggest Loser to like be a trainer.
I was like, I was trying to compute that.
Yeah, no. Yeah. To be a trainer, that didn't work out. But she's like, if you want to be a fitness model, contact Topher Dupree. He's the best in the business. So I went in my car and I Googled him and I was like, I was in LA at the time and I was like, New York, so I emailed him. He didn't respond. I emailed him again. He didn't respond. And then I found him on Facebook and I wrote him some sassy message like, hey, like if you've been meaning to call me back, like here's my number, and he did. He did the third time and he signed me 13 years ago. So it was a kind of a alley-oop from a casting director that scouted me on a reality show that I didn't do.
That's awesome. I love that. Let's talk about fear, okay? Because everything you do for the first time is a little bit scary. So was it scary for you to take the leap into the entertainment industry? And in those moments where you're still like, whoa, like how do you manage that emotion?
I don't know if this is the healthiest thing, but what I've noticed with this move anyways too is like I kind of go into such a game face mode that I try to actually leave I don't even try to. My emotions are a little bit like neglected even. Like I'm not super emotional about leaving New York. My friends are like, I just keep looking at you and I'm like, you guys, like, no, like I'm very like I'm very just game face.
Yeah.
Like I am the prize. What was the question? No.
How do you manage fear when fear crops itself up?
I see. Yeah, I think it's best described as like somebody said to me once who was training with Steve Jobs, meditation coach. So this is money here. He said when fear comes in, like over here, which is kind of where it is, it's like lives right here, right? You kind of say like, okay, I see you and I realize you're coming with me on this journey, but like I'm in the driver's seat. You can come. I realize you're coming, but like I'm in charge here and we're doing this. And like you can get kind of like the how you take advice from people. I'll listen. I have to. I can't like exactly mute you, but I'm doing this, you know?
Yeah. I love that because you know what the thing is courage isn't the absence of fear, it's moving in spite of fear. Because fear is always going to come with you because that reptilian part of your brain, like our brain doesn't know that a saber-toothed tiger isn't coming to eat us. Right? It's always there. So I love that. Just looking in the face. Okay, yeah, come along on the journey, but I'm in the driver's seat. That's amazing. That's a life lesson that
But
anyone can.
also,
Go ahead.
but also it's like I've done enough like I guess it's called self-help, but like awareness, like awareness of self to realize that like when you are scared of something, it means you kind of have to do it.
Yeah.
Like girl, like you know, when you are scared, there's a difference between hesitation and fear. If you're hesitating, there might be a reason why, and that's something I've kind of taught myself, like to try to notice the difference between a hesitation and a fear. Because hesitation is kind of your intuition saying like, let's think about this again. But fear is like, you can't do this.
Yeah.
You're not gonna be able to do this. And it's hard to decipher sometimes, but like there is a difference.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like I'm not saying like jump off a bridge because it's scary. Like obviously, you know.
Yeah. No, I
Just
know,
to
you
be
know, I
just
love
to be
that. 'Cause
clear.
no, you know what the thing is too, is a lot of times, like whenever I've made my biggest decisions, there's always been an element of fear because it's the unknown.
Yeah.
And anytime you step into the unknown, your senses are all heightened. But like you said, like hesitation is let's think about it. Fear, like, no, don't, you can't do this. Whenever you hear that, that's when
Yeah.
you definitely need to press in because you know, like, and I think any actor worth their salt, they have that scent, that those butterflies before they step on the stage or before they step in front of the camera. Like it's not a butterfly of, oh my God, it's like that, ooh, because you feel the responsibility. Do you feel when you book a modeling job or you're the Apple Bank girl or you do the different jobs, do you feel like that sense of responsibility almost? Like, okay, you know what, like there's a lot of responsibility on me to do my best here.
Oh yeah. I mean, I'm always going to be my biggest critic. I think we all are. And the first time that I ever did an acting class, my paper was shaking. Like my paper, I was shaking. And it just told me right after I went, I was like, some people would stop. They would be like, that was terrifying. Never again. It was that big of a scare. But I was like,
Yeah.
I have to be more comfortable with anything that scares me that much. And you know, on the reverse, when I moved here from LA, because I signed with Wilhelmina, there's no guarantees when you sign with somebody that you have no idea if you're gonna book anything at all. So what I did was I protected my plan by lying to everyone that I was leaving, saying that I booked 3 months of work already. Yeah, I'm going there. I booked 3 months of work though. I just did that so that like people wouldn't talk me out of it because I knew it was a crazy leap of faith. And now I've done it long enough to where I don't feel like I need to like lie to people because they're like, you'll be all right. And I'm still like, I don't know, will I like, but at first when I came here, I was like, I'm just gonna lie. I'm just gonna tell people I booked 3 months of work. And back to the manifestation thing. Would you know I got here and I auditioned for Beachbody, the fitness videos,
Oh,
and
wow.
it was about 2.5 months of straight work. Just
Yeah.
like I lied about.
That's awesome.
So yeah,
Well,
protect your plan in your own way because people and naysayers can get in and you don't need that.
yeah, the thing is that they don't know. Like we talked about this a little bit before, but a lot of the naysayers, it's because they're so comfortable in their own world and they're living out of their fear brain is talking, but it's also a little bit of jealousy because they see you doing something they wish they had the guts to do.
Yeah, exactly. And if they smell any fear in you, it's gonna come out. Like,
Yeah.
don't let them see you sweat. Work on your own, like work on your own confidence in it, and you'll be like more untouchable. Like
Yeah.
people are gonna, you won't even hear them.
Yeah.
Like, but yeah, most people wish that they could live life outside of the box. This
Yeah.
isn't exactly a societal norm. So
We're the crazy ones, Jen Murphy. We're the
I
crazy ones.
know you got to be a little bit. One of my acting coaches told me that, and I was like, oh, okay, that checks out. Like, we all got to be a little bit crazy to want to and love to do this. So
Yeah.
just embrace that, because
Yeah.
we are.
We are the crazy ones, and that's amazing because you know what the thing is, like we're in a community of people that are crazy together, and like, but you know what? There's nothing better in the world than knowing that you're living out your dream, you're living out something, and that in the long run you're going to be able to impact people, whether it's with your acting, with your modeling, with music. It doesn't matter. Like we have a huge responsibility on our shoulders to bring something amazing to the world. And I love that you're a part of our community. So Jam, thank you so much for being here.
Thank
Good
you.
luck
Me
on your
too.
move
I love
to
you guys.
LA. Definitely, please keep
Thank
us
you.
updated.
I will. I absolutely will.
Awesome.
Thank you, everyone. I
Thank you.
I will see you around.
Yes.
Keep doing the work. Just keep doing you, okay?
Yes. Thank you so much, Jam.
Thanks, everybody. Have a great rest of your day.
You too. Safe travels.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you so much. Here we
You're
go.
welcome.
All right, back to reality.
Bye.
Bye.
She's like, can I just stay here? I don't want to continue packing. Okay, on a scale of 1 to 10, how awesome was it to hear from Jan Murphy? How awesome was it to hear from Ali DeRossi? Like, are you guys learning? Are you feeling the transformation? Are you feeling that shift? Are you feeling the shift? And the thing I love about Jam is literally like, she's been doing this for 13 years and she's still on the grind. Do you see that? So many times we hear people, oh my God, like, when can I have success? Well, she's been working at it for 13 years. And for some people it can happen more rapidly, but let me ask you a question. Like, are you willing to put in that work? Are you willing to put in 13 years to live that life that you want to live? And for some of us, like I'm like 13 years, dude, I don't know if I could put in 13 years, but you know what? Here's the good news. You've been putting in work behind the scenes, whether or not you know it. Okay. But how many of you want this? Like, how many of you are here? I mean, you guys are still here. Thank you very much for everyone give yourselves a round of applause. We haven't applauded ourselves enough lately. Oh my gosh. Okay. But I want you guys to see the enormity of what you're doing. Okay. You're doing what most people aren't willing to do. You're you're like, okay, you know what? This is the normal world, right? Going to work, doing this, doing that. But you know what? Now we're stepping forward into something new. And for some of you, this is like the first time you've ever done this. You're like, oh, I don't know. But you know what? I'm going to bring out my friends again. I don't know. I think I need to, like, my profile picture is going to be me and all of my my animals here. Okay. But let's focus on this. Like, how many of you are like, oh my God, I'm so excited. What's next? What's next? How many of you are excited? Let me know. It's good to be excited. I want you all to be excited because your future is waiting for you. Everything you want is on the other side of you continuing to be here, to continue in momentum, being super excited. And we're going to give you everything that you need logically to get to where you want to go. Okay. And what we're going to do is we're going to lay out a framework for you that's very logical. It'll be a lot of fun. It'll also be very logical so that you put in the reps. So you're like, Jem, did anyone see how she just showed you exactly what profiles to do? She didn't have to think about it. She just did it. It's kind of like this morning, right? When you took your shower this morning, you were like, okay, hold on. I have to wash my arms, wash under my arms, did any of you have to think about it? You just did it, right? That's the number of reps that Jan put in so that what she's doing is now she's working in her subconscious, right? That's what we want for you. All right. Because you guys, you're no longer the person that you were when you logged on yesterday or this morning. you're a new person. You are a prime mover. And I want you to understand that. I want you to understand that. So yesterday, I told you guys a little bit about what we're doing here with truth management, and I want to show you something. So we have something that's called an elite board, and would you guys be willing to help me celebrate some of the prime movers that have gone on before you? Would that be okay with you? Are you willing to do that? Okay, good. Thank you. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take you guys to truth management, and I want to show you something. And I alluded to this yesterday, but today we have officially got everything launched for something. Here we go. All right, can you guys see my screen? Awesome. Okay, great. So I told you guys yesterday about truth management. We have a lifestyle board, fashion commercial. We have kids, we have actors, music speakers. But something that we're launching, you guys are going to hear more about this later today, is our elite board. Okay, these are the people that when we start launching the audition, what is it? The casting generator. Thank you. I'm like, I know what the word is. When we start launching the casting generator in 2025, like I told you, these are the people that we're going to be submitting first, the people on our elite board. Okay. And just so you know, we're looking to expand this, but I would like to, let's celebrate some people here. Okay. So these are the people that are currently on our elite board. So we have Aminata here. We have Brandy. We have Diamond. We have Lalini, Marianne. We have Teresa, we have Stacy, we have Solange, and we have Piomi. Okay. And I just want you guys to know, like these guys, these ladies here, there has to be, okay, so we need some men on this elite board. Okay, so men, we need you to step up to the plate a little bit. But I'm really excited for the ladies on this board because these are the people that we're going to be, when we have the opportunities to submit people out for castings, these are the ones that we're going to look for. These are the ones that are putting in the reps. They're the ones that we know are going to show up. They're the ones that we know are going to be that if we have a casting, we're not going to be like, oh, I hope they show up. Oh my gosh, I hope that we know who they are. And we're looking to add, so we're going to talk a little bit more about this in a little while, but I just wanted to take some time to celebrate them. So I can give them a round of applause. Really excited. So if you're on here, we're so excited to have you as a part of our elite board. We're very excited about that. Something else that I want to talk about too is let's go to school and see how the comments are going, because you know what? I think it's about time to give out a notebook. How many of you guys are ready? Okay. How many of you guys have been going to school? And I know she said it. I know it's coming. How many of you guys, are you guys excited? Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Well, let's go into school and take a look, to see what's going on in there. Okay, here we go. Hold on, let me hit refresh. All right. All right, let's just go through and take a look. Let me share my screen so you can see what I'm looking at. So when you see me looking this way, you're not like, where's she looking? Why is she looking off into the distance? All right, let's take a look here. So let's look at some of our biggest. Oh, I see some people are writing comments. Hold on, I forgot to write comments. I want to win a notebook. Don't worry, there's still time. I have two notebooks and I have 2 coins. So we have more chances, but let's take a look at the comments for Jam and let's see what we got going here. Otta Cruz, take all meetings. John Norman, you only get 3 takes. Be a listener, use your voice. Be a local wherever you can be a local. Trudy, that's going to be a little tougher for you, but we're going to make that happen. Be a doer, not a sideliner. Keep good credit, good health, good relationships. Many successful individuals begin their careers in entry-level positions. Embrace internships or assistant roles. That's great. I love that. Prepare for the best and expect the worst when doing takes. Yeah. Whew. You should see me doing takes sometimes. Whew, it's crazy. Never forget you still have a voice even when you are being a model. You know what, Reginald, I love that because I think that so many times models discount that fact. Okay, when you're a model, like if I were being a model right now, my job isn't to be like, hi, look at me. My job is to be like, tell a story with this notebook. And you know what? I can't wait to see the story that this notebook tells from the person that wins it. It's going to be amazing. Nobody wants to laugh at somebody clean cut and good looking. We're all lucky there. Keep yourself grounded. Never let them see you sweat. Managers have relationships. Be consistent. Be intentional. Be prepared. Listen and follow directions. You only get 3 shots. Thirst traps can get you hair job commercials. That's true. Be a hustler. Put yourself out there. Love this, so much info. You are your manager. Put good quality out there. You will get more attention to book work. I love that. No audition is easy. That's true. So when I tell you it's an easy one, you know I'm fibbing. It's no audition is easy. It's a production. Like, oh yeah, that's a lot of great takeaways, right? Good lighting is always important. Always be aware where you are and what you need to do, right? That's so important. Like, what is your goal? Like, what is your end goal? What reps are you putting in now? What practice are you doing to get there? I love that. Balance is key. Love the hair. That was really cool. I enjoyed that too. Stand out in the thousands for an audition, right? What an eye opener. And I know Ali DeRossi talked about this too. 4,000 people competing for one role. How are you standing out? I love that. Fear can be the impetus behind the courage and boldness. I love that. Hesitation, let me think about this again. Fear, you can't do this, right? Be comfortable in your skin. You guys are amazing. Yeah, the backdrops are really nice too. I love that. Be methodical. Prepare for both the best and the worst, regardless. You get 3 takes, 1 for you, 1 for the director. That's, I don't remember what the third one was. One was like the bucket one, the one that you're supposed to do, I think. Awesome. All right, let's go look at some other takeaways here from Hot Seat with Ali. Oh, 178 comments. This one was hot. Headshot quality is very important, right? And that's with anything you submit. Headshots reflect your character niche. Let's talk about that for a second. How many of you are willing to lean into your character? Because you know what? I would love to play like the vixen or something like that. But the reality is that you have to lean into who you are. You have to lean into your character, right? Headshot is your business card. Yes, that's very true. Biggest takeaway is understanding it's about what the casting director wants. Exactly. The casting director is speaking for the client. So yeah, that's a great one. Establish reliability and integrity. Listen to what agents are looking for. Maintain clear and open communication. All very good. Not all black and white. That's true. Colors and backgrounds. Yeah, they want you to pop. I love that. Oh, Darren Walton is typing in a comment as we go. Minimum of 4 headshots. Portray the characters. You can play with your face. Your face has to do the acting for you. I love that. It's so good. Make your character your own. You have 2 separate portfolios. It's hard to choose with you guys. You guys are getting such amazing takeaways. I work harder studying doing self-tapes now than I ever did when I was in the business world. I know. This is not for the faint of heart. This is some work, right? But it's so much cooler, right? Like I never had fun when I was getting ready to go to the dental office. Putting on my scrubs was never a joy. Clean slate on social media. Yeah, you have to be very careful with social media. I like that. Yeah, you guys are okay. Let's see here. What other aha moments? Prime move. Oh, that everything? Oh, wow. All right. Well, let's see here. I don't know. I think I might need some help with picking out the winner here. I don't know. So many. All right. Let me think about it for a minute. You know what I'm going to do? We're going to talk for a couple minutes. Then I'll announce the winner. Is that okay? Or is that mean? Is that okay or is that mean? Let me process this. So this morning we talked about transitioning from being who you are to being a prime mover. How many of you are starting to see that you're gaining the knowledge to become a prime mover? How many of you are gaining that confidence? How many of you, if we had the opportunity to talk, that you would be able to be attractive? And what I'm not talking about physical, I'm talking about because of your knowledge, because of your confidence, because you're not allowing your fear brain to talk anymore, but you know like how to control yourself. How many of you are feeling that transition? If you are, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Type a 1 or 1 in the comments, because you know what? I want you guys to see that transformation. Because again, I can see it in you, but you really need to make that transition from here to here. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take you through a little exercise right now. And this is something we haven't done before. Okay. But I want to take you through an exercise because I want you to really own who you are. Okay. I want you to truly own, and I want this anchored in you. When I keep saying I want this anchored in you, I want this to become a part of your DNA. I want you to know the change that's been made over the last day and a half. I mean, we still have a lot more to go. We still have Tanya Fleckner coming on. We still are going to talk about how you can come work with us in person. We still have the man from the Blue Man Group that's going to elevate your energy in ways that you can't even fathom at the moment. And we still have Ryan Colby coming back later on. He's going to talk to you about how to prepare for your photo shoot. But before we go through all of that, I want you to really have an identity shift. Okay? I want you to know who you are, because you've been here for a day and a half. You guys are participating. You're doing so many amazing things. You're getting the knowledge, and it's processing. How many of you can look yourself in the eye and say, I am successful now? Raise your hands. How many of you know that? Because you know what? Like, I need you to know that. So what we're going to do is we're going to go through a little bit of an exercise. And I think you guys are going to enjoy this. Okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen again with you. And I'm going to go through this with you. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through it once. And then I'm going to unmute all of you. And I want you to say this with me. And I want to hear your voices. Okay? So let's see. Can you guys see my screen? Yeah? Okay, awesome. All right. And I'm going to say these words, and I want you to read them as I'm saying them, and I want you to start processing them. I want you to start chewing on them, and I want you to start like placing them here. Okay? Actually, you know what? Put your hands on your hearts when we do this. Hands on your hearts. I want you to like physically have a touch point for this. Ready? Now I choose me. Now I choose me. I make a difference. I fight for light. I ignite extraordinary. Now watch me defy the odds. I am a victor. I was born to stand out. Stand out. Stand out. I'm going to say that one more time, and then we're going to unmute, and we're going to keep our hands on our hearts, and we're implanting this right here. Okay? Now I choose me. Now I choose me. I make a difference. I fight for light. I ignite the extraordinary. Now watch me defy the odds. I am a victor. I was born to stand out. Stand out. Stand out. Okay. So now I'm going to unmute all of you, beautiful people. Are you guys ready to say this with me? Okay. All right. Unmute yourselves. Let me hear your voices.
Hello.
And hi, Denise.
Hello. Hi.
Okay.
We're free.
Hello.
Great.
Free.
Hello.
Okay.
Hello.
It's on your
Hello.
hearts. Now I choose me. Now
I choose. I choose
me.
me.
I make a difference.
Now
I
I make a difference.
for life. Ignite
Now watch
extraordinary.
me.
Extraordinary.
Watch me
I
defy.
am Victor and
Yeah.
Watch me.
I am a
I'm a
victor.
victor.
I was
I am a
born to
victor.
stand out. Stand out.
I'm a
Stand out.
stand out.
Let's do this one more
Stand
time.
Choose me. Stand out.
Right.
I choose me.
I
I
choose me.
I
choose
choose me.
I make a difference.
I make a
light.
difference.
I
I
ignite
make a difference.
I make a difference.
I ignite
by the odds.
Watch me
Now
defy the
watch
odds.
me.
I was born to
I was
stand
born to
Born to
stand
out.
now
Stand out.
and down.
out. Now choose me.
All going right.
Choose me. Choose me.
Right.
Okay. Now this is what I need you guys to do. When we say stand out, I want you to make a move that feels powerful. So hold on, I'm going to stop sharing. We're going to go on gallery view. And I want to see, oh, hold on, where's gallery? There we go, view, gallery. Okay. So now I want you to, before we go back and do this again, I want you to show, what is a move that makes you feel powerful? Is it standing like this? Is it, make your move. Faith Ann, I want you participating. Okay, everyone, I want you to show me a move that makes you feel powerful. Make your move. Make your move. Make your move. Roger's like, Deneen, I am not moving. Okay. Don't even try to push me. All right. Let's keep going. Make your move. I want you. What move makes you feel powerful? Come on now. Lilini, you're not allowed to participate because you're driving. Oh, look at you, Thomas. Okay. Alvaro. All right. Kane is like in his like Superman pose. He's like, I am powerful, Deneen. I don't need you to tell me to feel powerful. I love it. Okay, awesome. All right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to go back to sharing the screen. And when we get to stand out, I want you to make your move. Okay, whatever that move is. I was born to stand out. Stand out. Got it? Whatever your move is. Okay. And if it's more being introspective, I was born to stand out. That's totally cool too. All right. There's no right or wrong way to do this, but I want you to I want you to make a move that whenever you're feeling not seen, whenever you're feeling not enough, I want you to have a move where you make your move and then you're like, nope, this is who I am. Got it? Do you understand what we're doing here? Okay, good. Let's go back to sharing our screen and we're going to do, and I'll unmute everyone here. We'll unmute first because it's easier from this screen. Okay. Are you guys ready? Yes?
Yes.
Are you able to unmute yourselves? Okay, I want to hear voices. Ready?
Yes.
Here we go. Now I choose me.
I choose me.
I
choose
I
me.
choose me.
I make
I make a difference.
I
Light,
ignite
ignite extraordinary. Watch me
Watch me.
out.
I am a victor.
Stand out.
Stand out.
I am a
Stand out.
And now,
Stand out.
and now,
born to
Stand
stand
out.
out.
I choose me.
Me.
I
I choose me.
Born to
I
stand
make a
Make a
difference.
difference.
I fight for life.
ignite
I ignite
extraordinary.
extraordinary. Watch me
Now
be
watch
I
me
am
I am a victor.
I'm
I was born to stand
I was
out.
I
born
make
to
a
stand
difference.
I was
out.
born to stand out.
Stand out. Stand out.
I stand
I'm
out.
extraordinary.
Next time when you do it, I want you to celebrate yourself. Ready?
Now watch
Now
me.
I
By
choose
the
me.
eye. I am a
I
victor.
choose
Me.
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 I was
I make a
born to
difference.
stand out.
I fight
I
for
was
life.
born to stand
I ignite extraordinary. Watch me
Beyond.
out.
I am a victor.
born to
I was
stand
born to
out.
stand out. Stand out.
And out.
Stand out. Celebrate yourself. Celebrate yourself. That's awesome. All right. I want you guys to understand the transformation that you just made. Okay. I can tell you what you've changed, but do you feel it? Do you feel the blood coursing through your veins? You've just imprinted a new identity on yourself. And I want you to know that in the moments where this little guy is like, you know what you're going to say? Listen, you've done good. Thank you so much. I know you're coming along, but you know what? Get your hands off the driving wheel, fear. Get your hands off the driving wheel, because you know what? That's not who I am anymore. I am a victor. I was born to stand out. I'm not sitting in the backseat of my life anymore. How many of you feel like before today, before yesterday, you were kind of sitting in the backseat of your life, kind of going through the motions? You can be honest. Don't raise your hands, just know in your head. But how many of you now know that you have the steering wheel to your life? How many of you know that? You have the steering wheel to your life. You control what goes on in your life. Okay. You may not be able to control whether a casting director chooses you, but you have control over when you submit your audition, that you give them 100% of who you are. It's none of your business whether or not you get the job until you get the job. You control that. You control the fact that at one point in the near future, you're going to be able to do certain things without even thinking about them because they're controlled, because the elephant's in control, right? Your subconscious is in control because you've practiced enough, you've done enough reps that you don't have to think about, how do I set up my lighting? How do I do this? How do I do that? You're just going to done. Okay, record, let's go. you're going to be able to have a routine in your life where you don't have to worry about like, oh my God, I have to get ready, because you're going to stay ready. The best way in the entertainment industry to be successful is to be ready so you don't have to get ready. Type that in the comments. Be ready so you don't have to get ready. That's what successful people do. You stay ready so you don't have to get ready, because getting ready takes a lot of work, right? But what you need to do is you need to stay in momentum. You need to be in motion. You need to be moving. Okay. The more that you're moving forward, the more that you're in momentum. You know what the hardest step to take is? The first step. Right? The first step is the hardest to take. For some of you, it was hard for you to click join Zoom. How many of you are glad you clicked on that join Zoom this morning? Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. If you're happy you're here, type 1 or 1 in the comments. Let me know how happy you guys are to be here. Right? You have to keep all your parts moving. You want to stay ready so you don't have to get ready. It's so important. Oh, okay. Make sure that you do that. Being here, you're in momentum. And don't let that stop. Okay. Being a prime mover, let's go over that again real quick. Let's go over what being a prime mover means. Okay. Let's go over being a prime mover. And then I'm going to come back to the winner of the notebook. Okay. We're going to go over this one more time. And then we're going to talk about, we're going to announce the winner. Are you guys excited? Anyone? Bueller, is anyone excited? Okay, let's talk about being a prime mover. And then we're going to talk about, I'll announce the winner. So in philosophy, a prime mover is a concept that describes the first cause or mover of all motion in the universe. Okay, it's also known as the unmoved mover, the first mover, or the prime mobile. Primo-mobile, sorry. The prime mover is defined as something that moves other things without being moved. And the example that we used earlier is the saucer of milk attracting a cat, right? So if you want to attract people, you have to be that thing that attracts people. Allie is going to talk a lot more about this in our next segment, but she talked about this morning with Allie DeRossi, right? If you want to attract an agent, you have to be the person that an agent or manager wants to work with. How many of you think that Jan Murphy is someone that an agent or manager wants to work with? Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Yeah, she is. But how many of you know that you have that potential in you? Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. You have that potential in you because you are a prime mover. You are someone who is building up the resources within yourself so that when that opportunity knocks, they're going to come to you. Not because they need you, but because you're ready. And that's what I want you to understand. Prime movers, they come with humility because they know where they came from and they know where they are. And humility doesn't mean being a doormat, doesn't mean, oh, please, please. Humility is strength. There's strength in humility because you know, okay, you know what? I've done all this work to get here. That's what a prime mover is. And I want you to understand that. You get rewarded in public for what you do in private. Prime movers are putting in the reps. They're practicing behind the scenes. They're practicing their monologues. They're walking. They're drinking a lot of water. Speaking of which, let's all take a sip of water. Everyone drink up. I'm almost through my first. I have to drink like 2 more of these today, so we're all drinking together, people. Cheers. Prime movers are people that are making good diet decisions. Not that you have to like go on eat lean cuisine or anything like that, but you're making better decisions for your body. Prime movers are people that are studying outside of what we're doing here, right? We talked about that yesterday on Millionaire Mindset. Readers are leaders. Okay. I want you guys to understand that. That's what it takes to be successful. That's what it takes to be a prime mover. That's who you are now. You're here. It's Sunday afternoon. You're here. You're absorbing. You're commenting in school. You're making progress. So, who wants to know who won the prize? You guys want to know? All right. So, because I couldn't make the decision, I had other people, Mike and Alicia, help me make this decision. And here's who we've chosen. Darren Walton, you have won this notebook. All right. So Darren, this is what I need you to do. I need you to send me a DM on school so that I can send this out to you. And yeah. So I'm so excited. Congratulations, Darren. I feel like we've been going back and forth. I'm so excited for you. Awesome. Everyone give it up for Darren. And Darren, I see also that you serve the US in the military. So thank you so much for your service. But I can't wait to send this out to you. So send me a DM. Oh, okay. Darren, Mike has also told me that he wants me to send you one of these coins. So definitely send me your address so I can send you out your prize. And thank you so much for all of you. Even if you haven't won a prize yet, I just want to thank you guys, because seeing your comments in school, it really helps, because sometimes I'm talking and I see all the comments and I'm like, are we making an impact? Are they getting it? Are they getting it? And you guys are showing me that you are. So give yourselves a round of applause for helping to make this one of the best events that we've had. Oh, I just got delivered a couple more coins. I don't know. Or the prizes are just going to keep on flowing. And you know what I love about this too? Literally, every time I touch this coin, I'm going to get emotional. Actually, Tanya, who's coming on next, has one of these coins too. But every time I touch one of these coins, it reminds me of who I am. It reminds me of whose I am. And it reminds me of my mission in life. So I'm really excited for the people that are going to get these, because, and I want you to have that. And there are some of our talent already have these, right? I see, hold on. I see Ryan Clapple. She's like, I'm not going to be left out, Deneen. Here's my coin. Okay. But when you touch this coin, let it be a touchstone to remind you that you are a prime mover, that you are someone who is putting in the reps, because you have a responsibility to take what's inside of you, to put it out into the world, to attract people, to help people. Okay, because when we work with people, that's what we're looking for. We're looking for people that want to make an impact. And our next guest here, I'm going to double check that and make sure that she's on. Our next guest is one of those people in our lives. Okay, like literally every time we have the opportunity to spend time with Tanya, we do. Oh, Alicia's like, ooh, hold on, Deneen, I'm coming. All right, I have to get her a whole hoop. Here we go. I have all, and I'm going to tell you too that she's going to tell me that I need to update her bio, and I do, okay? But I'm going to do the best that I can with what I have. Is that okay?
And I just want to give a shout out to Tanya, who is now on. Wait until you hear the morning she had.
Oy vey. I can only imagine.
No excuses.
Yep. Hashtag no excuses.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Don't worry, it's just coconut water.
Sláinte. All right. So let's introduce Tanya, and then we're going to have Alicia put her on the hot. Are you guys ready for this? If you're ready, type ready in the comments, because I need to know.
We need to know if you can feel the fire.
It's
gonna be hot.
I'm sweating like the first time I hosted a podcast right now. My goodness.
She loves it.
I know she does. Okay, awesome. All right, so they're all ready. Okay, so let's do this. Tanya Kleckner. Having a well-known and prominent musician as a father, she grew up around many famed and celebrated artists such as Jimi Hendrix, the Beatles, Shirley Bassey, Nina Simone, and Billie Holiday, which inspired Tanya to pursue music. The power-packed combination of her ability to play many different instruments, hands-on music industry knowledge, and college degree in music earned her a position as a sound engineer. Tanya worked in many British studios with amazing artists and legends, including Led Zeppelin, Tina Turner, and The Who. Later, Tanya decided she wanted to explore other branches of entertainment and leapt at the opportunity to work at the BBC. She successfully worked as a producer of children's TV shows, but still felt there was something more for her. How many of you feel like there's something more for you? Tanya realized that if she really wanted to know more about the entertainment industry, she would have to move to Los Angeles. For 20 years, Tanya worked her way through the talent agency and management system and has been wildly successful. Along the way, she earned a reputation as a straight shooter and has accumulated a fiercely loyal clientele following. That's why she's best friends with that one. They can't see you. She's standing right there, Alicia. She has worked with such greats such as Kelsey Grammer, Edward James Olmos, Faye Dunaway, James Coburn, and the Coppola family. Her talent has booked works on numerous series regulars, including recurring roles and pilots for HBO, ABC, NBC, and Fox for shows such as Constantine, Sin City Saints, Cedar Cove, and NCIS New Orleans. Tanya currently has a series regular on the new Tim Burton series for Netflix, Wednesday, a series regular on All American, Power Book Ghost, The Walking Dead, NCIS New Orleans, along with numerous guest stars on shows from Apple, Amazon, Netflix, CW, Fox. She also works on video games, including placing the actor who plays Kratos in God of War. Everyone, give it up for the one and only Tanya Kleckner. Look at her.
Sorry, I'm a
Good
mess.
morning, Tanya. How are you?
I'm okay, I made
She's
it.
on time.
Look at that.
Let me
Where
move
were
this.
you?
You can
Where
see
did you
me.
go?
Well, I haven't slept. I've been
Yeah,
up for
literally, she
20
hasn't slept. You were in Seattle.
20 I was actually in Medford, Oregon, and our flight had to go from Medford, Oregon to Seattle real quick. We were on a tiny plane. I was actually sitting in first class, actually with a pilot, not of our plane, but they were flying him to Seattle to go and fly his plane to Montana. So we were chatting, but the plane was all over the sky. The turbulence was insane. Apparently, we got stuck in the middle of a storm, and there were 3 storms coming in as we were about to land. So we had to quickly swoop back up, and then kind of go around. So we were stuck up in the air for a while, and then they finally landed the plane in Pay, which is another airport north of Seattle. So then we were stuck on the runway for a while. Then they took us to the gate and they said, if you want to get off and get an Uber up to Seattle airport, you'll probably be able to get a connecting flight, another flight to LA. So we all looked at each other and there was 4 of us who were like, let's just jump in an Uber. Luckily for me, I found out that flight, because actually I was texting with the other pilot, and he said, you made the right call, because he's good for commercials. So we're signing him for commercials, by the way. So made the right call because that flight got cancelled at 1 a.m. So those people stayed on that plane till 1 a.m. So we were Ubering, we missed our flight. And then we were at the airport by like midnight, 1 o'clock. And then the next flight to get was at 6:50 this morning. So I've just literally walked in the door and I'm home.
She's like, it's going to take me 30 minutes.
So I've
landed.
been awake all night. It's a nightmare, but yeah.
And I got your text at like 3:30 in the morning. I'm like, who?
I'm so sorry.
No, it's fine. It's you. So like,
my
I'm
coworker,
fine.
and I was like, should I text? And I go,
yes.
I'm sure she, because I wouldn't be able to text you from the plane.
Yeah.
By the time I leave, and then I was like, she's got to have had her phone off.
I was then worried. I was like, is she home? Not because I wanted you.
Well, I wanted to make
much
sure
as I do, but is
I was
she
like,
okay?
hopefully she'll have her phone off, and then she'll know what the situation is. And the flight was going to land at 9:30, quarter to 10. I thought by the time I get home, I could probably make 10:30. But then you were gracious enough to give me that little extra time, and now I've got a really big coffee.
I was like, I wish I could make you an espresso, because when we're together, you guys don't even know, like we travel a lot together, and I'll bring my espresso machine with us because I'm like, I'll bring it to you, because she gets up at the crack of dawn, guys, to work on castings all day. Like castings, time kills all deals, and I want you guys to understand that this is not a job, it's a lifestyle, which is why. Like, I think our friend circle is really tight because nobody else in our world understands. That's why, like, it's hard. And I want you guys to understand this is a safe space and we love you. But, like, we also have to be real with you. And I'm glad you're here. Keep sipping your coffee. I can't even imagine.
Just trying to make sure I can see you here. What do I press? I'm so sorry. I'm so dumb at this. Speaker view? Yeah, oh, there we go. There you go. So I can see you guys. But I was trying to look at everybody because, I like to look at everyone on here.
Sometimes
very nosy.
She starts going through all the like pictures and she's like, ooh, okay.
I like to see all your faces.
Yeah. Your hair looks nice.
Does it?
Yeah. Look, my hair is straight now.
You always look good. I think I've just this is me in the morning after I've not done anything. But
you're back. You're
I put some lipstick on especially.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's so lovely to see you, and I'm really happy to be here.
Nice to see. I keep looking in the camera and I'm like, this looks
Is
like
that
Zinfandel.
really coconut water?
Yeah, it's the harmless coconut. It's that pink color. It's really,
Okay.
I feel so
Mhm.
dehydrated. You know what I mean?
Okay.
It's hot here in Florida.
Yeah, that's
I
true.
always forget what coast I'm on. It's so confusing. All right. So you've had a very extensive background. How many of you guys, this is your very first time meeting Tanya Kleckner, and I'm just going to give you just a little like disclaimer. You think I'm blunt? Meet your maker. I'm going to tell you right now because she curses like a sailor, but we love her anyways. How many first time? Oh my gosh, there's a lot of first timers. Okay, so let's go over your background because I know we kind of went over like your dad. Oh my gosh, open for like Frank Sinatra. I mean, your dad has done tremendous things. So let's talk a little bit about your music background and your family. And then what
Okay.
inspired you to become an agent? We'll go over that real quick and then we'll
Yes.
move on.
Sorry,
Go.
I'm just trying to do this thing again. I'm so
Oh,
sorry.
you're
My
good.
thing's, do I just press? It's not coming up. I can't see everyone. Hold on, I can't see.
I don't even know
I'm
how to
sorry.
help you. I love and hate technology.
I pressed center
simultaneously.
stage and nothing's working on here. I just have to. Okay,
Look
it doesn't
for, like,
matter.
the-
I can
the
I can
three
see. I
dots.
can see everyone.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so my background is I've been an agent for 30 years, so a long time, so I'm pretty old. So I've been an agent. I kind of grew up in the big agency background. I actually landed a job at a very big agency on the reception desk, and I noticed that sorry, my brain. I'll be there. There was the assistant to the two partners of the company. Like they started that company with Jack Nicholson and all these, you know, big stars. Wasn't very good at her job, so I was like eyeing up her job, and I'm like, I could do that. So luckily for me, she got fired after about 6 weeks, and luckily the two partners of the company asked me if I would be their assistant, and it was a very busy desk, very high maintenance desk. I mean, these were two very big agents with high profile
It's what
clients.
you envision Hollywood to be.
Yeah, it
for
was
like the big dogs. Yeah,
it was tough, but I'm very good with those big personalities, and you know, I actually enjoy that, and I seem to do well with those personalities.
Yeah.
And we got on really well. There's a lot of mutual respect, and I'm still actually, well, most of them have passed away, but there is one left. He's very old. So I did that actually for about 3 years, and then one of the partners there, because it was about 10 partners at the time. One of the partners had a stroke, unfortunately, because I loved him. And they actually gave me his corner office. And then they started giving me all the indie films to do.
And that was unheard of for a female to have like that type of job. It was very Mad Men style. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
dominated
it was tough.
by men.
Yeah, I was in my suit. I had to be in my suit every day. You had to wear a certain type of heel. You couldn't show your shoulders. It's very, you know.
Yeah.
But it was fun. If anybody's seen the limited series, The Offer, has anybody seen that about how The Godfather was made? There was Juno Temple played a character called Betty McCart, and Betty McCart was actually the other female agent there. And she actually mentored me and helped, and actually was one of the people that taught me to be an agent. And it was actually her and Al Ruddy that got The Godfather made. So if you haven't seen that series, then you need to watch it because it's incredible.
And you had a very like unique childhood. Can you talk a little bit about that? Because I love these stories.
Yeah, my dad was in a band. They were like a musicians band. Like musicians loved my dad's band's music, and like the Rolling Stones and the Beatles back then would go and watch my dad's band play because they were very, you know, they'd go up and jam with him. And then one time Frank Sinatra went to go and see them play, and he loved them so much he flew them out to Vegas, and they were the first ever British band to be the first residency in Vegas. I think that was in like 1968, and then they went on tour with him. And they pulled out like 8 albums, and then my dad worked with other big celebrity clients. I mean, my house was filled with that, but I mean, I didn't know any different. My parents just used to have a lot of big parties. That's all I knew. And there was lots of good food. There's lots of smoke flying everywhere as well, but I had no idea what that was.
Could be Bob Dylan in your living room. Who knows?
Oh yeah, of course, John Lennon, like all these people. But to me, they were just fun. They were always very nice to me. They'd have huge parties, which they were just glamorous to me. Because I used to like looking at all the women's dresses. That were just beautiful.
And yet you still did all of this on your own. And I don't want anybody to go like, Nepo baby, like nobody helped you become an agent.
No,
that was in music.
No.
Yeah. And
he was in music, and he actually didn't even help me do the music when I was doing it in London. I was very much my own identity. I was very independent. Yeah, I did that myself, and I managed to get myself into college, and then get myself a place called Nomis Studios, which is it's actually one of the biggest recording studios at the time in Europe. And then they also had like 10 rehearsal studios. Actually, you know, Live Aid, if anyone has heard of Live Aid from 1985, every band from Live Aid rehearsed there. And when then we'd have bands come in, like I worked, like we'd have Metallica there, it was super loud, you know, and then obviously, you know, all these other bands just the biggest bands would come and rehearse there because within the 10 studios, and then we'd have a recording studio upstairs, and they'd stay there for months recording their albums and stuff like that. So it was definitely a fun experience. I was there for a long time, and I'm still friends with a lot of people that work there now. We're all very close.
But I think your childhood kind of helped you get into where you are now, like position, because you're not a fangirl. You know what I mean? You're a fan of the people and a fan of their work, but you're not like celebrity doesn't really.
No, not at all. Not at all.
They're just normal people. And I want you guys to understand that like it's a business. And once you learn how the business is done, even the people skills. How many of you guys are already like, holy shit, that's a crazy childhood, right? Like, wow. But yeah, success definitely leaves clues. And when you decided to become an agent, like you left London to come to the States, and you didn't really have those like connections. Like no one like opened the doors and said, here you go, you're in our office. Like you had to bust your ass to get where you are.
I started working with a guy once. I started working with a guy when I first came out here, and he was like working with Pink Floyd and the Scorpions back then. So I was working with him for a while. And then I was like, you know, this is not, I don't like it. And luckily I fell into this agency work, and I was like, and I realized I was actually quite good at it. There's a lot of multitasking.
And you also knew the person was shitty, the one that like you replaced.
Yeah, and I was watching her for those 6 weeks, and I was like, I actually really like what she's doing. I think I can do that. And I love the agents as well. And they would make me laugh, and we had really good fun together and banter. And it just, you know, I just really enjoyed working with them. Those two have unfortunately passed away. Actually, they weren't that old. They were old, but not too old. But that was a good time. And again, like even with all the assistants that were there back at the time when I was an assistant, we're all very close still, because we all remember what good times we had there. And I became an agent. One of the others became an agent, and they were a literary agent. You know, they do the writing scripts and all that kind of stuff. And then one of the assistants that I met there, she's actually my best friend and the godmother to my son.
That's so fun. So
that was a big part of my life.
Yeah. What inspired you to want to become an agent? Like what are some of your like highlights, some of your like most memorable heartfelt moments?
Well, first of all, I mean money, basically, at first. Because back in the day, you know, 30 years ago, there would be a quote system. So I was doing independent films, you know, and if this independent film was $1 million, we had names to be able to sell these indie films. So they would come to us, or they'd come to me, because I was the one kind of holding the indie market. So I would be representing, you know, my column would be basically casting directors that do all the independent films. That was how I was starting. And so they would want, you know, one of our star talent to be attached to that indie film. So I would be the one that would negotiate that contract. I'd be like, okay, well, you can have him for 2 weeks at $100,000 a week, or you can have him, you know, for that film for $400,000. So, you know, and then back then you're also on a commission structure. So, you know, if I'm getting someone, you know, $100,000 a week, it's normally that back then it's different now. Everything's kind of changed a little bit now, but some jobs you get, the agency would get 6% and I'd get 4% because we take 10%. So I've been somebody get $4,000 commission out of 100 for one job, for one booking,
right?
But I'd be having few, you know, so because there would be more work and they'd want all these, and I'd have really good clients to work with. So basically I was servicing these clients that
you technically were a salesman. Like you,
well, yeah, that's what I am. Yeah. And then they were the ones that would train me, because I'm SAG franchise, so I do everything through the union, through SAG, Screen Actors Guild. And I'm state licensed and bonded with the state of California and New York, so I can do everything legally, and I'm the one that I'm legally allowed to negotiate your contracts and close your contracts.
Managers can't do that, correct?
Yes, no, managers can't do that. It
Only
has
a
to be
licensed agent. Okay.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, so that was fun. That was great. And I'm still, here today. And then I was in the big agency background for a long, long time. And then about 13 years, I wanted to kind of be more hands-on with my talent. So, because it was kind of more like a conveyor belt at the
You
bigger
have a lot
agency
of
world.
big
Like 1,500.
Right.
Yeah, like 1,500 talent.
1,500 clients.
I mean,
Okay.
Norman Reedus was one of the first clients I've ever
Walking
represented
Dead,
back in the
yeah.
day. And we put him on Mimic, a film called Mimic,
Oh,
and
okay.
yeah, that was like one of the first deals I think I did for him. And I actually I saw him last year, and I went up to him. He's like, "Oh my fucking God," and we hugged, and he's like,
He's a
"Fuck
nice
me."
guy.
So
Yeah.
we chatted for ages, and we just reminisced about the old days. And because I have a series, because the show's finished, but I had a series regular in The Walking Dead for years.
Right.
And so I was at the kind of the premiere, not the premiere, what is it, the end, the last episode. They had a big party for it, and it was amazing. It was huge. And so we were chatting for ages, and that was nice to see, someone that you've seen and they're still humble and lovely, and just want to squeeze them. But yeah, no, so it's fun. Sometimes
give
those
me some
events
of
can
the
be good.
highlights of your job, like some of the things that like make you wake up and you're like, F yeah, this is the best day of my life. I love being an agent.
It's been lovely. Like, I mean, I have
Lovely.
working actors, so every day, literally, I am booking somebody on a TV show. So, daily, I literally, like on Friday, I booked a guest star on The Rookie, and I booked a guest star on Criminal Minds.
Oh,
so those
cool.
jobs are easy. Like, well, they're not easy for the actors, and not easy for
They're
all
easy
of us.
for
But
you. Yeah.
but that's my job. I have to keep these bookings coming and flowing, so we can pay our bills. But one of the best parts is, and I have working actors. Like, I've got another client who's a known actor who I'm actually in the middle of I've actually negotiated his contract, but then they send me a 28-page contract to go through the whole fine tune of everything.
She's a beast, by the way. If anybody ever she is the contract beast,
and
red line marker, little, very good.
So it's a big role, it's a big film, and he'll be flying up to Canada by next weekend. So I have to get that done next week. So I'm like, oh God, that's a lot. So anyway, but it's all worth it. Client's amazing. So yeah, but I do kind of that on a day-to-day basis. But the best part, I think one of the, for instance, I found an actor, brand new, beautiful guy. He was a model, like a high-end fashion model, and a sweetheart, had the biggest heart. And he came to me one day from the commercial side. He goes, "I want to act." I'm like, "Really? Oh, okay. Have you had any classes?" "No." I said, "Well, this is what you need to do before I start having you go and audition." I said, "You need to start training. I need the headshots on you. I don't need model shots. I need proper headshots on you. I need you to go, here's like some classes that you can take," because he was here in LA.
Yeah.
And then come back to me in 3 months, and I want to see where you're at. He did all of that. I got new headshots. He trained. He was actually with a friend of mine training. And he went to class twice a week. He was so dedicated. He was in it. And then he would send me the odd self-tape. I would check in with his coach. His coach would tell me how he was doing. And then after 3 months, I actually went to go and see him at an event that the studio was doing for him, to see how he was doing. And he was like night and day. It was insane. I'm like, he's ready for me to send out auditioning. So I did start sending him out auditioning, and it was it was hard at first, because obviously people don't know who he is. So I'd pitch him to casting directors, and pitch him on even smaller jobs. So we'd get the odd co-star on a TV show, like a smaller line, few lines here and there on some
just
stuff.
to kind of get his feet wet.
Yeah. So, and then I booked him on a film called Straight Outta Compton that came around, and it was a really great role on Straight Outta Compton. And all of a sudden his career just went whoosh. And then I booked him on a big TV series, and then another TV series regular. And he did not have a day off for about 2 years. Like, it was consistent, nonstop. And then I went to the premiere. Actually, he was on a series by now. And then I went to the premiere with him, and of Straight Outta Compton. I actually had two leads, I had one lead and then a supporting in that film. And so we went, and I saw the client I developed, and I was standing with him on the red carpet, and we turned around, and there he is. and there's just a slew of fans and crowds
Aw.
just all in front. And I've
And you're
got a
like, I
picture
did
of,
this.
and I took
Yeah.
a picture of him, and it's the back of him waving to everyone, and all these girls screaming to get his autograph and do all of this. And I'm goosebumps now. That to me was
I'm
just
totally like about to cry.
the
hearing that
most
story.
beautiful thing. And then also I put him and another client, they starred in the New Edition mini series, and these were both new people, like, you know, knew him because he was still starting out. And then also to see that, and then we went to the BET Awards, and they, you know, won awards and things like that. And then my other client went off to go and do Bobby Brown and the Bobby Brown story. And so you kind of see these clients kind of take off, and then you're a part of that journey. Even with the girl that I put in Wednesday, you know, she'd been fighting. And then when you make that call to the person that you've been developing, and suddenly they book that job, it's honestly, it makes my heart full. And they're crying, so I start crying. Another one, I've just got one of my, and I only work with nice people I actually love. It's important that I like you as a person.
I know,
otherwise
just so you
I'm not
guys
gonna
know,
bother with you.
disclaimer, Hollywood has a no asshole policy.
Yeah, I actually
No
just
drama,
booked, and I don't know
no
whether
assholes.
I don't know whether you know this, Ali. I booked a lead in a big Amazon show.
Oh, I spoke to you when you were
Oh
submitting
yeah.
it. Okay.
So he just started filming on Monday.
So you got it.
Yes, I got it.
I knew you got it.
And he's the lead.
That
This
is cute.
show is so incredible. I'm so excited about it. And this actor is one of my favorite people, other than you, of course. But he's just so lovely. And every day he keeps going, just finished today. I love it. I'm so happy. I'm so grateful. And he makes, and like clients like that have worked so hard, and this is going to be a game changer for his career. That makes me happy, you know. And it's also going to help me, because when the show comes out, everyone's going to want him. So it's going to be great.
And it also helps you cha-ching, cha-ching, because you're making commission off of their work. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they can't do it on their own. All right. So let's talk about, and we had an agent on earlier today, Ali DeRossi. You know Ali, you met her at our events.
Yes.
As a SAG-AFTRA licensed agent, are you looking for SAG actors? Do they have to be in the union?
No, I mean, a lot of SAG agents will want people that are SAG. But I'm going to I'll take a chance on somebody if I feel they're talented and if they're ready to audition. I just met an actor yesterday, funnily enough, and he said, how can I submit my self-tape to you? And I'm like, why are you submitting it? You're an actor? He's like, yeah. I go, are you ready for me to sell? Like, are you ready for me to send out for auditions? And I kind of knew, like, he has no idea what he's talking about.
No, I just want 10,000 wannabes.
And he goes, yeah, I've taken loads of classes. And I'm like, oh, okay, when?
I could already tell by your tones, not
he
having
goes,
it.
oh, he goes, well, I took a class in 2021. Huh? What? No, then why would I send you out? So you took a class 3 years ago, means you haven't taken class in 3 years.
What are you doing today? August 17, 2024.
I go, don't ever send your self-tape to an agent if you haven't or are not currently in class. That's it, period. They will not sign you. So we, you know, when I'm looking for somebody, obviously we want to make sure that you've got that spark, you've got that talent. And we want to make sure, we want to see if you're ready to audition, if you're ready, because I'm a saleswoman, like Ali said. I'm a saleswoman. That's it. That's the bottom line. And I want to sell actors to make money. Okay, that's it. So when I meet somebody,
you don't train people. I mean,
no.
For me, if I'm like, hey, I'm going to fly you, will you do like a private coaching? Because again, I want you to redirect everybody, because if they're sitting at their house, they don't know if they're doing a shitty job. They don't know. They're just submitting it based on what they feel. And there's so many things, even with a tape. And one thing that I love is like, I'm like, oh God, she's going to dissect this thing. And it's like, okay, like within the first 5 seconds when they're saying their name, okay, breathe, beat. It's almost like they're doing a tango, like point toes here, pause, voice inflections, tone, beats, rhythms, slow down. And I love that. How many of you guys would love that? I would love that, because I want you guys to understand, like when we're doing stuff here at VIP Ignite, this isn't by chance. There's nothing about this like, hey, let's just wing it. Okay, you know who wings it? Losers. We are winners. And so when we're doing it, we only work with the best, because our talent are going to get a chance to have these types of interactions. And like you said, what do you think I have time to watch your tape? You're not even training. You're not even ready for me to submit.
Yeah.
So let's say somebody is non-union. Let's go over what union is.
Oh,
because-
that was your question, wasn't it? Do I take on people that are non-union?
No, but I
so
love this
sorry.
because we're adding color, we're painting, but then we're
Oh,
filling up
yeah.
that
See,
box.
my
So
brain a bit tired.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the bottom line would be, if you've got talent, then I'm gonna, I will have you as non-union.
hold on, I'm
And then
gonna put everybody on mute. I don't know how they got off of mute. Hold on. Please hold. I don't even know how that happened. Oh, here comes Deneen White. I have a specialist.
Here she is. Hi, Deneen.
How are you? Okay, I'm gonna mute you for 1 second, Tanya. I'll mute you. in 2
Nobody
seconds.
mutes Tanya. No one mutes her.
Unmute.
There we go. Because I was
We're
so
good?
excited when we were doing our chant.
Okay, I know. Oh, that's right. We did a chant. I'll teach it to you later. Okay. So let's go over. So let's say you find somebody. Let's say you find somebody at like one of my live events, and
Yes.
you're like, "Oh my gosh, I love them!" And we're doing. How good are our photos?
Amazing.
Helen?
I do love your photos.
Okay, good. So like when
Yes.
we're doing photos,
And I did say that not knowing they were photos. Let's backtrack on that because I've done.
oh wait, hold on. I just muted you by accident. Come back.
So I was just talking to myself then.
You're good.
Am I back?
Yep, you're back. Are you there?
Yeah.
Okay.
So luckily for me, I actually said, "Oh wow, these photos are amazing. Who takes them?" And Ali said, "Oh, we do," because I've actually been in that situation where I've said, "Oh, these photos are
Wait,
shit."
hold on,
And
hold
then-
on. Everybody's off of mute again. Deneen. Hold on.
Where's the chat?
Allow participants to unmute.
Sorry.
Hold on, Tanya. We're gonna find you. Oh. Okay. This is why we can't have everybody off of mute. Could you imagine? Pure insanity. Okay, so by chance, she came to one of our, well, not by chance, but she came out to one of our events and she's like, "Oh, these photos are lovely. Who did them?" I was like, "We did." Not me. I'm not a photographer, but we hire the best. We hire celebrity photographers that don't work with like Joe Smith off of the internet. These are like top high level photographers that work with the biggest brands and agents. And so you loved our photos, but let's say somebody's brand new. They've never been on set before. Does that deter you from wanting to work with them? If they've never been on set before?
No, that doesn't deter me. What I want to see when I meet, if I've seen a self-tape and I like that self-tape, the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to meet you. And I'm going to know within the first 30 seconds to a minute if you're in this or not. I'm going to tell, I need to see that you're completely invested in this, that you're really passionate about this. And I can tell, because when I have somebody say to me, "Yeah, my mom said, or my friend said, I have such a bubbly personality. I'd be really good as an actor." Really? Well, I can say I have a big personality, but I'm a shit actor, So that doesn't count for anything, So I need to make sure that you're invested in this, because you know what? I work for free until you guys book jobs.
Right.
And it could take a year or 2 years until you book your first job. Because what I need from you is that you're going to be in this, you're going to be invested in this, that you're going to be taking class every week, that every time I get you an audition, you're going to be coached on that audition. Because what I'm doing with you, even you're non-union, you're brand new, is I'm going to be sending you self-tapes. And those self-tapes have to be amazing. Sometimes I know when you're new, I'm going to give you a couple of adjustments maybe. You'll go back, you'll do those adjustments, and then I'll send that self-tape to the casting director. The casting director will watch that self-tape along with others. Then hopefully, if you're lucky enough, they love your tape, they'll put it onto the producer's link. And then, if you get a call back, what's going to happen is it's generally going to be via live Zoom. So, and that live Zoom, if it's a TV series, it could be the showrunner, the producers, and the casting director. A film is generally the director and a producer and the casting director. So, when you're on a live Zoom with these people, that's when you're acting really kind of
you're on stage for the second your camera goes on.
Yeah. So you're going to be doing that scene. They'll generally have a reader for you. You're going to do that scene again. And then if they see that you did, they're like, "Oh, wow, they did that scene really well." then they're going to kind of play with you, and then they're going to give you redirects and notes. Okay, let's play it more darker. Let's play it more funny. Let's do it this way. Let's do it that way. And they're going to start messing around with you and having you do it different ways, because they want to see how well you take notes, how well you take adjustments.
And if they don't do that, and somebody just says, "Oh, they said I did great," you're like,
they're like, "Yeah, I did
interested.
great. They only
Yeah.
had me do the scene once, and then they left
No
it." I'm like,
notes.
"Oh,
yeah.
But if they think that, if they see that you did well with the adjustments, you know, that's a good thing that they can see that. And so, you know, and then if you don't get the role, that's okay. You've more than likely made a fan with that casting director, and they'll remember you for the next role or the next project that you're doing. And we're building that over time. And kind of that's what I'm doing. And I try to get feedback as much as I can, because it's also my reputation on the line. You know, I want to make sure, because they come to me looking for actors, and I need to deliver good actors to them to make their job easier, right? We all have to help each other. So that's what's important. So I really need to make sure I'm delivering really good actors. If an actor sends to me a really bad tape, I'm not going to submit it to the casting director. And 9 times out of 10, I'm going to say, go back in class, come back to me in 3 months. I want to see a tape again. And if it's still bad, I can't work with you. I'm not the right fit for you, because
So
I'm
even
very.
if they spend money on headshots, there's no guarantee. So again, proper training. Yeah, I mean, that's why training comes into play. But if somebody has never been on set before and they do well, like on a Zoom, or they're meeting you live, and you submit them and they're not part of the union, can you go over like we can talk about Taft-Hartley, what that means and what it takes to get into the union, and why an actor wants to get into that?
I've just had an actor that's new to me, and he's actually a good actor. He's been training for a while, been training for a long time, and then he came to me when he felt it was ready. So he sent me a really good tape, loved his headshot, loved all his training on his resume, and I met with him. He is in this, like, he's 150% invested. He's phenomenal. Every time I send him a self-tape, every tape is good. He's building a fan base so quickly. This guy's going to be a star. He already booked, and he was non-union, and he just booked Sex Lives of College Girls.
Oh, okay.
That TV series. So he booked, and he was non-union. So I had to tell casting, I'm really sorry, but so-and-so's, you know, non-union. So what they did is they did what we call a Taft-Hartley. So a Taft-Hartley is they'll sponsor you into the union, which means then you'll become SAG eligible. Okay. The second job that you get when you get in front of a union camera, you're free and clear. You can go ahead and do it. You're fine. Okay. Because you're still SAG eligible. The third job that you do, though, you have to join the union. You have to become a fully fledged SAG member. Otherwise, you cannot get in front of that union camera. And that fee is $3,000. So you have to be able to. Yes. And then I'm gonna help give the floor to you, Ali.
Because I'm like Rain Man on this one. But I pulled it up. If you guys ever get a chance, if you go to the SAG after, I know you can't see it, but the SAG after website, and you just go to fees, you can't join. It's not like Netflix. You actually have to earn waivers or vouchers from going on set. Like, and again, there's a whole thing. Like it could take actors years before they're SAG eligible to even join SAG. Or again, you could come to companies like ours and meet top agents. And if she likes you, and she's submitting you out and you're booking 3 roles, then you're in a must join status. So it's a one-time fee of $3,000 plus your first annual due, which is $236.20. And an agent will never cover those fees for you. It's your responsibility as an actor. Those are your union costs. Okay. And again, you don't just spend money on it. Like, and there's a right time to join SAG, a wrong time. And I can go over that on like another call. But when you do pay that, you're now paying $236.20 from here till eternity, as long as you want to keep your membership, your union, and you're getting higher dollar amounts. There's a lot that goes involved with union. You want to be in the union, obviously, but you're also paying a percentage of your earnings, and it's 1.575 of the first $1 million. So when you're watching like major TV shows and you have series regulars, and I'm going to give the floor back to you, but you have series regulars, you have co-starring, you have guest starring, you have so many like different intervals, they're members of the union. So every single person you see on TV that's talking, they all have an agent. Some of them have an agent and a manager, but they all are members of the union. They've all spent a shit ton of money on headshots and classes and training, and they're all doing self-tapes. These are all things you must have. So like, I love it. Again, you know what I deal with. Like, oh, I'm brand new, I don't want to spend money. I'm like, cool, me neither. If I had a casting right now, what are we going to use? It's almost like oh, I want to be a chef. Okay, great. Here's Bobby Flay. Oh my God, that's my dream. And he says, get a skillet. What's that? These are things that you need to know as an actor. Union fees, headshots, knowing how to do self-tapes, having a reel. These are all your responsibilities. An agent does none of this. Their only job, like you said, you're a marketing genius. You're literally like selling the talent to the casting directors, but ultimately it's the casting directors that choose you. The agent does not book you. The casting director books you through the agent. So I think a lot of times people think that if they get an agent, they're guaranteed work.
No, no one's guaranteed work.
You're now submitting out everybody who qualifies, but it's up to them to book the job and impress the casting director.
Yeah.
But is this making sense, guys? Yeah, and it's definitely a catch-22 for SAG. You're right, Matt. Because when you join SAG, if you're not really ready to join the union, now you're competing against the big dogs. So you spend all this money and now you're a bench warmer. And so again, I could go through a whole thing, but we don't have time for that today. But I love the fact that, let's say you met somebody like Sid on here. Hi, Sid. Let's say you met Sid at one of our events who you know, and she was right for a part. You could submit her whether or not she was a member of SAG after. And I love that. And when she gets to that third job and now she has, you know, a little bit more stability, she has a little bit more meat on her resume, SAG, you're now going to have to pay those fees. And I want you guys to understand that's why you never quit your full-time or your daytime job, because you got to have an influx of money between going on castings, if you got to call out sick to work, use vacation days, pay for childcare, whatever it is. There are no excuses. And Tanya, you said this a lot. If somebody even says like, I don't have money or my friends and family don't want me to do this, that's it. Like, why would we ever submit you?
I wouldn't. You know,
I
want to try it out.
That damage.
Yeah. Or they'll say to me, I want to try it out. I want to dabble in this and see what happens.
Dabble.
Really? I don't want someone that's going to dabble in it to see what happens. I'm going to invest my time and energy into you for 6 months. And then you're going to see what happens after all that hard work I've done. Then you're just going to suddenly walk away because you're feeling, oh, it's not for me.
And
I need to have somebody I need somebody that's in this to win it. There's no such thing as an overnight success. All those people that you see on those TV shows have worked their butt off to get there. They've had 100 no's or more before they've had that yes, before they booked that job. I get no's every day from casting and producers and directors and networks and studios. You know, I get that every day. And then I get those yeses, which is great. That's a win. And we continue, we keep moving. The actors do as well. We give them auditions. They do a great self-tape. We send it. They get close on a job. Then they book somebody else. We just, yep, it's terrible. It's shit. Okay, we've lost that job. We move on to the next. And then finally, you know, hopefully the most successful actors are the ones that communicate with me also. If I get you an audition, I need you to come back to me within that same day, within the few hours, and say, got it done, gonna get coached. I'll send you the self-tape in way before the deadline. So I can see that tape, make sure it's good, upload it to the casting director's link, it's done. I know you're reliable. I know you're going to give me a great self-tape, because you know what's going to happen? You're the actor that I'm going to pitch to the casting director because I can rely on you. So I'm going to pitch you to the casting director. Casting's going to say, yep, let's have them tape for this role, because I know I can come back to you. You're going to send me a great self-tape. I can then send that self-tape to the casting director. I know it's going to look amazing. You're going to be amazing. It's going to make me look good. Casting director's going to love it. Done. Boom.
It's
We're going to move on.
But there's no chasing, guys.
Yeah,
and I want you guys to understand that.
None.
Even today, Tanya, we're going to give them a link to schedule a meeting to talk to either Danine or I about going and meeting people like you and doing everything the right way. But we only give you like until the end of this call to schedule. So this is, oh, I was busy. Okay. This is why you're not going to go and ever sit down face to face, because you're already making excuses. And there's a lot of money at stake. Tanya, and I know this is your expertise. Can you go over like guest starring versus co-starring versus series regular, like pay
well, the money's gone up 4%. I haven't got it in my head. I'm not with my 4%.
You can go over the old money, like before the raise.
It just went up another 4% after the strike. They raised it 11%. So they did it 7 at first, and they raised it another 4. So yeah, a co-star is a smaller role on a TV show. So say we've got NCIS, we'll get a breakdown. A breakdown is basically from the casting director, Jason Kennedy, who casts NCIS, will send us a breakdown. It's a breakdown basically of the show and that storyline for that particular episode. A guest star is going to be kind of like, the show kind of has a different scenario most episodes. It's a 1 hour procedural show, a bit like Law and Order or something like that, right? Or SWAT or Criminal Minds or something. So they'll have different characters. They've got their main ensemble series regulars, but then they've got different characters coming on each episode. So that, one of the good storyline characters would be a guest star. And for a 1 hour show, they'll tend to buy you if you're a guest star for 8 days. It takes about 8 days, 8 to 10 days to shoot a 1 hour show. So they'll buy you for 8 days, and they would buy you for we call it a guest star top of show booking. And that top of show fee is like $10,595. That's the new rate. I remember that rate. And that's the 8 day rate. Okay. And then the rates are in my head now. I'm remembering them all. So, and now if you kind of do a smaller role, a co-star role, it's still speaking. I always do 5 lines and above. This kind of like a smaller role under the guest star, they'd buy you as a co-star. And that co-star rate is they could buy you for 1 day. So it would be a 1 day co-star, which is $1,204 plus 10%, $1,204 for the day. Or they'll buy you, if they want to buy you for 5 days, they have to do what we call a weekly scale rate. Now, the old weekly scale rate was $4,200. It's gone up 4%, whatever that is. So that's kind of the weekly scale rate. So that's kind of what we're dealing with. Even a film, if you're going to do like a small supporting role in a film, even if it's a studio film, and it's just a couple of lines, they'll tend to buy you at scale. So that would be $1,204 as well for a film. If you've got credits, I will push for more money and maybe get you 5, 10, 15,000 a week, depending on what your resume looks like. Sometimes a lot more. Then we move on to series regulars. So series regulars, I've done multiple deals with multiple networks and streaming services. A network deal is when I'm doing the deal for, say, Netflix. So Netflix would be generally between 8 to 10 episodes per season. And then they'll do a 6-year deal. Doesn't mean to say the show's going to go for 6 years, because they could cancel it after year 1, year 2, year 3. It's up to their discretion. But they're still going to hold you exclusive. Okay. And what they can pay is they can pay anywhere from 20,000, 30, 40, 50, 60, 75 to 100,000 generally, depending again on your credits. But we push for the most money that we can. And so
wait,
that
let me just interrupt really quickly. So like somebody like a Penn Badgley and you, right, hit Netflix show. So they sign him for like a 6-year deal, but they may cancel after season 1 depending on viewership.
Yes.
But you're committed to 6 years.
You're committed to 6 years, but also with someone like Penn Badgley, which I love that show. I actually I put somebody in this last season of
You did? Oh my God.
Yes.
I love
they just
so
finished
good.
it in shooting in New York. So, but what with someone like Penn Badgley, so he would have done the show, and then what we can do, it gets a little more detailed, is because, and I don't know his contract, I don't know anything that's happened, so this is hearsay, I have no idea. But sometimes when we have a show, we negotiate a 6-year deal, and what tends to happen is every year it either goes up 4 or 5% each year. You get a little raise each year. But so like the people on Riverdale, or I don't know, again,
or you manage somebody from Stranger Things, right? So
what we can do, that we'll have a 6-year deal, but then all of a sudden in year 3 we realize that's a hit show. This network's making a ton of money, because so we go back to the network and we're like, you need to give our client a bigger raise. We need to renegotiate this contract and we need more money. So, the Riverdale kids, they were on, I think, maybe they were on 30, 35,000 in year 3, or I don't know what it was. And then they renegotiated and got up to 100,000. And then it carried on 6 more years, or a couple more years. So you can go in and renegotiate sometimes. Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. Sometimes it's a nightmare.
Now, let me just ask you a question
myself.
really quick about like Stranger Things, since you manage one of the showrunners on that show. Does he get compensated on like all the memorabilia, the shirts?
I don't have a showrunner on Stranger Things. I had an actor on Stranger Things.
Okay.
Yes.
So they don't make any type of extra income from any of that? would you say?
from merchandise.
Yeah, from merchandise.
It depends on the contract. Generally, with merchandise, I don't know about their Stranger Things contract, but generally, like merchandise, it's normally if you get 5%.
Okay.
If it's you on your own, or 2.5% if it's you with the other cast members.
Okay.
But I
Now-
don't know what their deal is.
Now, in
But
today's world,
sometimes
Yeah.
Disney doesn't do any merchandise compensation. So but that's sometimes on some of their shows or other shows. It depends on the contract, depends on the actor. But generally we do try and get what we call 5 and 2.5%. So 5% if you're on the lunchbox by itself, or 2.5% if you and the rest of your cast members are on the lunchbox.
Now, as a talent, are they striving to be on CBS or do they want to be on Netflix? Who pays more money now?
It depends. It doesn't. I mean, Apple TV, I think, is paying pretty well. Netflix is a fight. CW is a fight. A lot of these networks are fights right now because everyone's going through tough times.
I just read the thing about Apple on Hollywood Reporter. They're cutting back on a lot of production.
Yeah, I know everyone's cutting back. So, but in theory, I mean, it's great to book a series regular anyway, because if it's a great show on Netflix, once it airs, people want you for films and things like that. So there's a flip side. So if you do a Netflix series and do 8 to 10 episodes, you can normally do that within 3 to 4 months, right? So then you've got a huge hiatus. And then
like
that
Emily
show
in Paris, 3 months done.
Yeah. So and then you've got a huge hiatus. You've got a big break, and you can go off and do films, and you can go off and do movies of the week. You can do guest stars
But
on
they
other
can't go to
shows.
different streamings, right? They can only stick.
You
with
can
Netflix.
now. They've changed all of that.
Oh, they did.
They loosened a lot of the exclusivity. Again, it depends on the contract. But they have you can't do another series regular. You can't do any of that. No. But you can do guest star, like a one-off. As long as it does nothing like your character, it's completely off. But we still have to go and get. Again, it depends on the contract.
Like one episode of Grey's Anatomy.
We have to go and get permission.
Okay.
No, we have to go and get permission. Sometimes if we get like a 3-episode recur on Grey's Anatomy, and my client's doing, I can't remember what Grey's is doing a series regular on a different network. We just go to the network and say, hey, it's a 3-episode recur. Can we get? And generally they'll say, yeah, that's fine. It's fine. So we just get permission, and 9 times out of 10 we don't have a problem. And so they had to loosen it up because, so now we do go to these folks. So we have to go because I work with business affairs at all the studios and the streaming services that I literally email, and they have to come back to me in a timely fashion. I'm like, I've just got the offer for this. I need clearance. And then they're good to go. So so I deal with that. And sometimes I've done like a 4-picture deal with a studio where they're doing 4 pictures back to back, and then all of a sudden I put them on a series regular. I'm like, oh shit, I've now got to go and get clearance to make sure they're not doing picture number 3 next year. And now he's doing a series. So I've done that where I've had to go to the studio and say, right, my client's about to book this series. I need clearance from you because I'd rather have him do this series than your film, because this series is going to pay a lot more of your film.
Bang. It's like 22 episodes.
So
Virgin River is like 8 episodes, and you're like, but wait, I'm only making like 40,000 an episode.
But also, sometimes, if you book a brand new show on CBS, it's great because they sometimes order 22 episodes. That being said, when you do the contract, we try and get you what we call all episodes produced in that contract, which means they have to pay you 22 episodes if they order 22 episodes. Right now, they're ordering fewer episodes because, again, the money is tighter. That being said, is that show going to be successful? We don't know. So many shows get pulled after episode 3 and they disappear and we never hear from them again. So within that contract, we have that contract that they're saying, we're going to try and do 22 episodes. It's going to be all shows produced. So you're going to do, 20, hopefully you'll do 22 episodes. But in that contract, it'll say, but a minimum guarantee of 8. So God forbid, anything happens and they only shoot 3 episodes or anything like that. They have that padding. But if they go beyond that, they obviously have to pay. If they shoot all 22, they are guaranteed all 22, if that makes sense. But if the show is cancelled, they can't do any more. They have to give them that minimum guarantee. So who knows? And so with streaming services, we always get that minimum guarantee of 8 or minimum guarantee of 10. So we always know we've got that, we've got the whole show. So, and it's also, it's really tough to kind of get those 1 hour procedure shows. The good thing is we've got the spin-off of Bosch happening. We've got a new one of Grey's Anatomy coming. And I think these kind of franchises are really good because they're kind of bringing the shows that were successful, and they're building these new franchises. We've got the new NCIS Origins coming out, you know, things like that. So I think they're using these these shows that have been successful and kind of making spin-offs from these other shows. So those are good shows that we all want.
Customers. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So those are the shows that we do want, because I had, you know, NCIS New Orleans for many years, and that was great because that was 22 episodes a season, and because it was part of the NCIS franchise, so it had a huge audience. And then unfortunately that finished 3 years back. So, but I still have the client, and you know he's doing really well now. But you know, so it's always nice to book those kinds of roles. Like, you know, Chicago Fire was just looking for a series regular, so everyone wanted one of the series regulars on that because they pay really well. And it's a good show to be on because you know that the longevity of that, of having a role on that show, is great. And then FBI is currently looking for a series regular. So we're all looking like, did you get it? Have you got callback? What's going on? So those kinds of shows we're all like clamoring for, and because they'll pay well and they'll last a long time.
And you work very closely with other agents and managers, like, and it's not like so cutthroat for the agents and managers, like, you know, everything going on.
Yeah. Yeah. We look out for one another. I mean, there's the odd agent and manager that are just kind of weird, but for the most part, there's a really good circle of us, that we do look out for each other. And, you know, we share information. Oh, they're going for this type for this role. They're going for this age for this role. Or they just started reading for this role. So we all help each other. You know, we have to look out for each other.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, for anybody here that thinks you're just going to bounce from one agent to the next, stay all tough.
Oh yeah, that's yeah. We get to know. I had a client that someone sent their stuff to me, and they had their agent on their resume, and I knew him very well, and so I just forwarded the email to him. I'm like, did you know he wanted to leave you? He's like, what? He goes, I just booked him on a show. I'm like, yeah, so you need to call your client. So yeah, and the same's happened to me. So I'll call the talent. I'm like, or I'll screenshot the email and then I'll text it to my talent saying, just got this. Yeah. So be careful. Yeah, be careful. I mean, if you want to leave your agent and you're unhappy, first of all, talk to them, have a conversation with them, see where they're at. And then if you want to leave, and then go find a new agent or a manager.
But don't do them dirty. And that's a really important thing for you guys to understand.
Yeah.
Right, let's talk about video games, because you do a lot of voiceover.
I do.
Video games, and I know there's a strike right now. Can you talk a little bit about the strike, and then we'll
Yeah, I mean, they're obviously trying to get more money. You know, there's a little bit of AI in there, and rightly so. So we knew the strike was happening. We knew it long before it actually hit the deadline that this was going to happen. I am working on, there are some video games that are kind of non-struck work with some of the big studios because they were already starting to work on, so they are working with SAG to kind of you know, follow their guidelines as to what they're looking for, obviously for higher pay for actors and things like that. So I've been working in video games for a while. I've got a very big video game coming out in the spring of next year, and he's the lead, which I cannot tell you what it is, but it's a big one. It's a nice one. And he's been doing that for the past 2.5 years, I believe, something like that. And then obviously
I've 2.5 years of work on the video game. Is that correct?
Yes, he's been doing all the mocap, motion capture, and all the voiceover for the game.
That's where they wear the little dots.
Yeah, they wear all the dots and jumping around and so they'll do motion capture. Well, we call it mocap. For like, they'll buy you for 8 hours for the day for mocap. They'll have you on the stages to do that, and then they'll book you on a separate day to do the VO. And the good thing is about when you do video games, they're non-exclusive, which means if you're doing a series or you're doing a film, they'll work around your schedule. So it's always great. So sometimes, like, I just had a client doing the game, and they flew him somewhere. He's been flying somewhere to do the game, which is where the main studio is. And he'll go and do 3 days of mocap, and then they'll do 2 days of VO, and then they'll fly him back to LA. And he's
Is
been
there a
doing
lot
that,
of
yeah,
money
for about
in
2.
that?
Yeah, yeah, a lot of money.
And you
So
have to be SAG to do the voiceover, or
they are, the games that I work on are SAG. So if you're
Okay.
not SAG, they can also Taft-Hartley you.
okay.
And I mean, the scale rate's not a lot of money, but when I have somebody as a lead in the game, I negotiate a lot more money. And then you know, sometimes if the character looks similar to you, they don't offer residuals. These games are a buyout for talent. So what I do is I do what we call a likeness buyout. So I get a big fat lump sum of money as a likeness buyout for you on top of your fee. So, and I have another girl that's doing a lead, I can say the company, in a big Sony game. And that she's, yeah, so that's, you know, I can't say much more, but that's a good one, a big one, and it's going to take about 3 years to get that done. So yeah, and I've put people in the Call of Duty games, and you know, the usual suspects. So and then I put, obviously, and then I put my client as Kratos and in God of War, and I also did a contract for God of War Ragnarok as well.
So fun.
Yeah, it's fun. I kind of fell into it. The casting director was initially for the first God of War, sent me I thought it was a film, and then I submitted my client, and Chris Judge, who plays Kratos, and we thought it was a film. And we're like, okay, we'll audition. And he auditioned, and the casting director called me. She goes, we love him, but he needs to come in and do a chemistry read or like meet the director. And she goes, I have to tell you, it's a video game. I was like, oof, I don't know whether my client will do a video game. So I'm like, but this is amazing. And then she secretly said kind of what it was. And I was like, oh shit. But then I had to sign an NDA, a non-disclosure agreement. And then I told him, I was like, I'm not doing that. There's actually an interview with him on Washington Post where he mentions my name and tells the whole how it all went down. Yeah, so finally I'm like, yes, you are. You're gonna go do this. And he's like, okay, because he's super nice.
And what do you
he
submit?
did.
Like when you're an agent and you get a voiceover, what do you submit? And
well, no, video games that is different. They want real actors for these games. If anybody plays these games, they're like films. They're like limited series. They're insane. So they want real actors. They want the visual. So I give so like literally a couple days ago, I don't know what day, it's Sunday because my brain. So last week, a very big game company emailed me. They emailed me directly, and they go, okay, we're casting a new game. These are the characters we're looking for. There were 3 different characters, and they said, please send to your talent, because I can just literally, they allow me to send this to whoever I want because they trust me, because I'm always booking with them. But it's a process. And they said, send these to your best talent who could play these roles. You normally have to be a specific height for these roles, a specific look, but you have to be a very strong actor. So I'll send those to my assistant, and I will figure out who we should send these to. Like we normally send them to our like favorite 20 people that these would be right for. And then we'll have the actor self-tape, because we know their self-tape is going to be really strong, and they're really strong actors. And then the next process would normally be a chemistry read in person. They always do it in person on video games. They need you there in LA, on the soundstage. And they'll have you read with the other actors. They want to see the chemistry. It's literally like casting a film or a series. And they want to be able to feel the emotions from these characters. So they want very good actors for these games. Very important.
And what type of training do they want to see? Is it just like on camera?
They obviously want to make sure that you're a good actor. Sometimes they say mocap experience, but I kind of haven't paid much attention to that. I always pay attention to your acting ability and your talent, because I know that if you blow them away on your self-tape, they'll be fine with that, and they'll just kind of teach you. The guy that I have on a lead in that game that's coming out next year, he had no mocap experience. They loved him so much, and he was so perfect for the role. They're like, we'll figure it out.
He's fine. He got it very quickly.
He got it very quickly, and he's a sweetheart. So it all worked out. And now he's got mocap experience. He's got a big game, and it's gonna be great.
That's huge. And then once you do a game, and they license your voice, or how does that work?
Well, they own it. They own that voice.
Own it.
Yeah, it's a buyout. And that's it. But the good news is, like, you know, these games go on forever. People, you know, you get huge fans. You can go to Comic-Con. You can you can go make personal appearances, and you can make good money doing that. Sign photos, autographs, things
Do you
like
make
that.
money from
You'll
that
live
as
on
an
in this
agent?
game.
Do you
Huh?
get commission from any of the like the Comic-Con stuff? Or no?
Sometimes depends. It
Okay.
depends on the client. Sometimes the manager will just take it away from me, or depends on who the client is. But sometimes they'll have a personal appearance agent. If they've got a personal appearance agent, that's fine. Go and do your thing. Go have fun. Sometimes if they don't, I will handle the personal appearance stuff for them because I can do those deals and all of that stuff. So it depends.
Okay, so let's just say for an example, I'm just going to throw math. Let's say Kingston, who you know, or John Norman. Hi, John. Let's say one of them you decide to sign and they book it. Do they need an agent and a manager and then a talent? What was the other thing? A talent?
Personal appearance
Are they
agent.
paying for all that? Is there like what?
Yes,
what
they
are
would
the
pay a
percentages?
fee. Yeah, an agent I take 10% from your
10.
gross on all
Okay.
union jobs.
Okay.
A manager can take anywhere normally from 10, 15 or 20%.
Okay.
Most managers take between 10 and 15%. Personal appearance agents, I'm not quite sure. I think it might be 10 or 15%. But you don't need a personal appearance agent all the time. Your agent can always handle that too. But yeah, so there's a
I'm
lot of
doing the
percentages
math,
coming out.
going, oh my God, like if I were an actor and I needed all three, for an example, I'm paying out 40%.
Yeah.
Now, right?
Yeah. But if you need a personal appearance event, hopefully you're busy enough that you're making a lot of money.
Right. Yeah. It's all about
So you'll
the
be
money.
fine.
I mean, essentially that's the goal, but it's
Yeah.
kind of like driving for Uber. I want to make sick cash as an Uber driver. You have a license? No. You have a car? No. Do you
Yeah,
do you have insurance? Do you
exactly.
have money for gas, money for tolls? Okay, we need all this shit before you become an Uber
Exactly.
driver. So it's
Yeah.
kind of like getting an agent. Was this helpful, guys? I hope this was helpful. Tanya, we love you. Are you going to go to sleep now?
Yes, I'm gonna go to sleep. I'm gonna have a little snooze for a couple
Sweet
hours.
dreams, Tanya Kleckner.
Like, I just needed coffee to stay awake for this hour. Michael
I
Tompkins
have
here.
not slept.
He says hello. He loves you.
Hi. How's
Hi.
it all good?
And then call me later when you wake, or call me tomorrow. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
will.
We got some
All
big
right, love
stuff
you,
working.
love you guys.
Mwah.
Love you. Bye.
Bye
Thank you.
everyone.
Love you.
Bye. Bye. Love you. Bye.
And she still showed up.
I know, it's amazing. Success leaves clues. And can we all agree Tanya's successful type of
Did you
one?
guys love that? How many of you guys would love to work with Tanya? You obviously know the people that she works with. And if you had a chance to work with Tanya, scale 1 to 10, or what would that be worth to you to have somebody of that type of level working with you? Like literally, and we talked about like self-tapes and slates. Imagine having somebody again, okay, say your name again, and then going through the lines and okay, we're going to pause, we're going to beat, we're going to, voice inflections, tones, rhythm, speeds, all these things matter.
Yeah.
Because you don't know until you know. And again, even with the agents that we had on today, this is why like we're so blessed. We are backed by the biggest agencies in the world that love VIP, love what we do. And don't try to get into show business by yourself. There is a formula. And as Janine says, it just works. I took that one from you.
It works.
It works.
Consistently.
It works. It works
Yeah.
as long as you work.
Yep. So how amazing was that? That was an amazing segment, right? So let's talk about where we've been, and then we're going to bring Mr. Michael Pumpkin on to the stage. How does that sound? So today we've had an amazing experience. So we started off by changing our identity. Who are my prime movers here? Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Let me see you. Represent. Awesome. We heard from Ali DeRossi. Like, the thing I love about the agents is everyone's, I want an agent. I want an agent. Okay, so over the last 2 days, you've had the opportunity to hear from 3 different agents now, right? Ryan Colby, like, he's like fabulous, and he's a straight shooter, right? Then this morning we heard from Ali DeRossi, like, she's more heart, right? She's like, oh, my talent. And then Tanya's like, listen, this is what I expect of you. This is what you do. The thing I love about the people that we've brought on over the last 2 days is like, yeah, you want an agent, but what agent would you want to work with? Which one resonates best with you? Because at the end of the day, working with an agent is like being in a relationship, right? You don't necessarily want to like marry the first guy you meet or the first girl you meet. You have to know what you're looking for and what they're looking for, and that your interests intersect. I love that. We also heard from Jan Murphy, like, how cool is it that I didn't even know she was like moving from New York to LA. But how many of you got some tips from Jan Murphy? Like, okay, you know what? these are some of the things I need to be working on so I can become that person that an agent manager wants to work with, right? We had a transformation. No longer are we only fearless rebels. Now we're prime movers. We are people who have a moral responsibility to help other people get somewhere. That's what you are as an actor or model. Then you just heard from Tanya and from Alicia and truth bomb after truth bomb after truth bomb. And you guys are doing amazing. Okay, so let's give yourselves a round of applause for being here. It's awesome. All right, and guess what time it is? It's prize o'clock. Is it okay if we give away another prize? Is it okay? No? You guys are like, I don't care. Okay, well, I'm excited to give away another prize. So I get all the comments on my phone, and today there's one name that's gonna go like my phone has been buzzing. Are you guys ready to hear who the next prize winner is? Drum roll, please. Everyone give it up for Jessica Harley. Congratulations, Jessica. So what I need you to do is I just need you to send me a DM on school so that I can send you your notebook and your coin. Because Michael's like, Janine, we're giving everyone a notebook and a coin today. I was like, oh, okay, awesome. So please DM me your address so I can send this out to you tomorrow. Also, congratulations. And again, guys, I want you to know I appreciate all of your comments. I appreciate your energy because this is a 2-day event. This is like a boot camp. Like, we're giving you a lot of information that's shifting the dial for you. And you guys are all in, and I am so excited for you. So, how many of you know that being on Zoom is cool, but being in person is cooler? If you agree to that, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. And now I want you guys to think about everything you've learned over the last 2 days. Okay? Mike's going to come on in just a moment, and he's going to talk to you. How much more do you think the dial would move for you? How much more do you think your results would accelerate if you were doing this live in person in an immersive situation, in an immersive experience? On a scale of 1 to 10, how much quicker do you think you would accelerate your results? On a scale of 1 to 10. Right? Yeah, 10, 1,000, so much more than 10, right? So what I want you to do now is I want you to be ready to hear from Mike. And I want you to start thinking about where do you want to be in 5 years, 10 years? We're going to do that in a little while. Where do you want to be and how do you want to get there? Do you want to get there slow or do you want to get there fast? Do you want to get there slow or do you want to get there fast? So now what I want you to do is I want you to give it up for the one and only Mr. Michael Fonkin.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, awesome. All right. So obviously we're coming down to the end of our 2-day boot camp here. You guys have just been blowing up school, so everybody's doing a really great job. We still have a lot. You guys, after I speak today, we have Marcus Weiss coming up, the final secret to creating your true self. You do not want to miss that. He's going to take everything that you guys have learned over the past 2 days and really cement it in and really push that new identity and just open you up to such unlimited possibilities. So you definitely want to be there for that. Janine's also going to do transformation today, which you've never been through transformation. That's definitely something you do not want to miss. And then, of course, we're going to be doing some Q&A. And then to wrap things up for the day, we have the Vogue method for preparing for your photo shoot for Ryan Colby, which he's just awesome on that topic. He's been doing this now for 40 years, former art director of Vogue magazine and so forth. Obviously, because we're limited to how much time we have to present so much information. You know, I saw a lot of the comments, mind blown. This is like literally like a fire hose of information. I don't want the process to end for you guys. I want you guys to be able to continue the process. I want you guys to be able to learn. I want you to be able to really experience everything we do at the highest possible level. And I have something that, literally, I'm going to be honest with you, this is probably like 18 years of our lives put together. And this is something that's a new opportunity for everyone that's on this call. So if I have your permission, I would love to be able to show this to you and kind of go over what I put together for everybody. All right, hold on, let me share my screen. All right, everybody should be able to see my screen. Yes, okay, awesome. All right, should be coming up. Yep, there we go. All right, so we talked a lot about being a prime mover. And our next opportunity for everyone on this call is to be able to come out to Miami. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that. This is called the Prime Mover Miami Experience. And, you know, I work with a lot of very successful people in the entertainment industry. And, you know, being a prime mover is, you know, to me, it's really about being that person who makes a difference, right? Makes an impact. You know, somebody told me once a long time ago that it's your moral obligation to live up to the talent that you have and do everything that you can to help others. And for a lot of people, when they're entering into the entertainment industry, I think there's that little bit of fear or lack of confidence about the possibility of the amount of money they can actually make, right? We have talent that make, you know, $1,000 a day, $5,000 a day, $30,000 a day, $100,000 a day. And for some people, there's this fear of actually reaching that level of success, right? They sometimes can't even maybe even believe in themselves. And what I want you to realize is that money is good, right? Making money gives you financial abundance to do the things that you want to do in your life, to be able to help your family, to be able to go on those vacations, to donate to a charity. You know, I've been to, you know, events where I've seen people write $1 million check out for a charity. And I'm like, I want to be that person one day. I want to be able to be that person that could literally write that check out for $1 million to help make an impact in somebody's life, or, you know, dozens and dozens or hundreds of thousands and so forth. So the prime mover, our goal is to create a movement, right? To create this opportunity for talent to be able to change their life. But even more importantly than that, it's taking the prime movers and having a group of individuals, whether it's 100, 5,000, one day maybe even 10,000, where it puts out a ripple effect into the world, where you guys are able to rise up, you're able to use your platform, your voice, you're able to use the entertainment industry for good, to make a difference, to make an impact, and so forth. So this is called the Prime Mover Miami Experience, and I'm kind of walk you through the whole process for this. This is something I'm really excited about. So hopefully you guys are going to enjoy this as much as I enjoyed putting this together. So the first thing that you're going to get is what's called the Prime Mover course. So these are going to be a series of calls with Ryan Colby, and we're going to go over everything. We're going to go over posing, styling, being agency ready, audition prep, you know, everything that you've ever needed to do to be prepared for the industry, how to create reels. We're going to be going through this. These are going to be live calls that we're doing. We're going to cover all different types of topics. Within side of school, you'll be able to access the calendar. You'll be able to pull up the live calls. There'll be a separate module in there. The calls will be recorded, but this is going to give you that opportunity to be able to ask the questions that you want to ask. You'll be able to say goodbye to all this nonsense, right? Never, you know, all the nonsense that you can say goodbye to bad casting, say goodbye to bad advice, say goodbye to not knowing what you're doing in the industry, saying goodbye to all that garbage that you see online, and being able to have this opportunity to learn how this industry works from the ground up the right way. Being able to have accountability calls, being able to have your questions asked, and even more importantly, being able to be a part of that community. And for so many of you guys, you know, people spend so much money, disposable income, you know, going to the movies, buying like knickknacks. People invest a lot of money in the wrong things. And I want you guys to start seeing yourself as a prime mover, where instead of taking that disposable income and wasting it on things that don't pay you back, right? You know, we talked about this yesterday. The difference between a millionaire mindset and a poor mindset is a millionaire invests in things that pays them long after the money that was spent, right? Investing in real estate, investing in courses, investing in books and trainings and seminars and so forth, where you always are getting that return on investment. So a lot of the things that we're going to cover in this is not only about the industry, how to be successful in the industry, but how to have that right mindset, right? Being able to always consistently be able to surround yourself, to be able to always live in that moment of being successful. So the first thing you're gonna get is what's called the Prime Mover course. So excited about this. The next thing we're going to have is we're going to do private monthly masterminds. So we're going to have a variety of different speakers. The first call is actually going to be this Thursday. So it's going to be this Thursday. It's going to be live on Zoom, 7 p.m. Eastern. So we're kicking this off right out the gate this Thursday. And this, again, is this opportunity to not only learn all about the industry, but again, to be able to be in this way of breaking your old habits, right? So many times people want to make changes in their life, but the reason they don't make the change, the reason they don't find success is because they fall back to their old habits. So by having these monthly masterminds, bringing people on like Tanya, bringing people like Jan Murphy, bringing some of our, some amazing people in business, people who reach the highest level of success, it allows you to now break those old habits by creating new ones. Because if you do not break the old habits by creating new ones, you may say, I'm going to break the old habit. You may say, I'm going to do this. And we're going to talk about health. We're going to talk about fitness. So we're going to have a whole different series of things that elevate your life, not only in the entertainment industry, but in a 360-degree view of who you are, right? To create that prime mover, to create that impact that goes out into the world and creates that ripple effect consistently over and over again. The next thing, and this is something super excited about, it's called the VIP Casting Generator. You'll have first access to this, or a beta launch of the VIP Casting Generator, where our proprietary software will match you with castings. Not only castings international, national, but also in your own local market. So this is something that's being built out. We're launching this early in 2025. Everyone who's a part of this, you will have first access to this. So this is something that's really, it's exciting because, at the end of the day, we spent 2 days together and we gave you a lot of information, right? You have a lot of information, but what I really want to ask yourself is information alone enough, right? Is it really enough? You have all the information, but now how do you take that information and put it into a framework, having the connections, having the opportunity to come to Miami, having access to Ryan, to Deneen, to the community and so forth, having access to having legitimate castings that are a part of your life now, knowing that you're in this safe environment where you can continuously grow and grow and grow, okay? Then in addition to that, we're going to be doing a special 3-look photo shoot for models and actors. This is going to be all customized by Ryan Colby. This will be in Miami. This is going to be in March. So this will be the last weekend of March. And this is going to be an amazing opportunity for you to come on set, to work with celebrity photographers, celebrity makeup artists, to be able to work with Ryan, getting you prepped, having the tools, the resources done the right way for you. And at the end of the day, so many times people are always afraid of investing money and getting the right photos, right? Then they're afraid of investing money in training. At the end of the day, there's only 2 choices you really have. You can either have money or you can have excuses, right? The people who make excuses, they're living in fear. I can't do this because I can't afford this, because I can't do this, whatever. You can't have both. You either can have your excuses or you can have the opportunity to leverage making an investment in yourself and being able to continuously make money, having access to the speakers, having access to the events, having access to the right marketing materials, having access to the right training, and you invest in yourself, and then that now pays you back 1x, 5x, 10x. What's great about when you invest in yourself in the right programs, in reality, they're really free, right? Plus profit. That's how I make my investments. When I'm going out and I'm investing $100,000 plus in a mastermind, I'm saying, okay, great. How do I make this free, right? What are the people that I'm going to be meeting with? What is the value I'm going to be receiving? Because I know that one nugget of information can change my life and be worth $1 million, which means that that investment I made was really free. Every dollar I make after that is a profit. So that's how millionaires think. You have to start thinking. You have to be that prime mover. How do I keep moving myself up? And being able to have the opportunity to work with somebody like Ryan Colby on a consistent basis, and being there in Miami, it's not only about the fun, but it's about the the opportunity to change your life, right? To be the opportunity to be surrounded by your peers, the opportunity to have all the resources, tools that you need to be successful. So in addition to that, of course, for all our photo shoots, we have celebrity hairstylists, makeup artists, photographers, right? You're going to do prep calls with Ryan on posing, styling, being agency ready. So on top of the masterminds, on top of the prime mover course, you're also going to be doing multiple live calls with Ryan. He's going to literally be going through your closet, helping you pick out the clothes. But working with people at this level builds your resume. It builds the proximity for you to be able to have the proof and the power. So when sitting down with somebody like a Tanya, she's now saying, I want to work with this person. They have all the resources. They have everything that I need. And Ali DeRossi, right? She spoke about that, right? It's not about finding the agent. It's about becoming the person that an agency wants, right? And at the end of the day, you know, for a lot of people on this call, there are two types of people we have on these calls. We have people who are serious, people who are going to be prime movers. And then we have people who they're not. This is just not for them. It's just not the right opportunity. And to be honest with you, if you feel that's you don't have to stay on for the rest of the call. You don't have to be here for Marcus or for Ryan. You probably already know, like, I can't live up to this. I just can't do this. That fear is just taking over your mind. And I've seen this. We've done this now for 18 years. I've spoken to thousands upon tens of thousands of people. And I know there's always two types of people on the call. The person who's going to rise to the top, who's going to be a part of the company, who's going to go out and create success. And now not only have we created success, we have over 10,000 success stories, but now we want to take the prime movers and we want to create an impact. We want to make a difference in the world, right? We see the news, we see everything that's going on, right? We want to be able to create a legacy, right? To create this legacy, we want to be the company that people turn to, right? We work with some of the most amazing companies in the world. How do we take that to the next level? And again, having you guys being able to work with celebrity hairstylists, makeup artists, photographers, working with Ryan, getting everything prepped, you know, being able to say goodbye, right? To all the things that were holding you back, to never have to deal with that ever again, okay? Then you're also going to have access to the Truth Management Elite Board. So you'll actually have representation for Truth Management. We will become your mother agency. For the first 90 days, you will be in the New Faces division. So you will still have the opportunity for castings. You'll still have opportunities there. But before moving into the Elite Board, which will unlock a whole new world of opportunities, the first 90 days is like that boot camp. You're showing up to the masterminds, you're showing up to the training, you know, you're interacting, you're helping, you're bringing value to the community. So this is something I'm really excited about. You know, you saw the Elite Board. We want to grow that. We want this to be the talent that are able to be consistently signed to larger agencies that go on to star in blockbuster movies, to appear in major campaigns, and so forth. So access to the Truth Management Board is something that I'm super, super excited about. You know, and at the end of the day, I see this as like us versus them, right? We have to be the ones that fight all these other companies that just don't do it the right way. Right? We have to be the ones that are elite. We have to be the ones that are prime movers. We have to ignore everything that's out there, the noise, the trends, and we have to be able to follow a path that's a proven path and a proven framework. So I'm something this is super excited about for you guys to be able to be a part of this, to have that representation, to never have to be able to look back. And what's great about this is the entire time we're holding your hand through the process. Where literally you'll have access to calls, you'll have access to the people in the industry that will guide you in the right direction to help make sure that you are successful. The only way you can fail is if you fail yourself, right? If you just do not believe, you do not show up, you do not even put in that 1% effort. We've made this as easy as possible to take somebody who's even brand new, who's never done this before, and literally ramp them up to the level of success. And age doesn't matter, location doesn't matter, experience doesn't matter. We put everything together to be able to create that step-by-step guide to success. And even to bring it down even further, right? As a bonus for everybody who's on here as part of the Prime Movers movement, you'll actually get a handbook with everything you need to know. Everything from castings to auditions and so forth. This is literally 18 years of information. This is a complete guide to success. This is over 200 pages. You guys will get that as a gift from us to be able to really you know, even in between the calls, right? What do I, you know, I'm always consistently reading. I'm always consistently learning. For those of you on yesterday, I talked about millionaire mindset. I talked about, I don't even turn the TV on until 9 o'clock. I always have at least 2 books that I'm working on. So this is something in between the calls, in between the masterminds, you know, while you're getting ready for your photo shoot, you're getting ready for casting. A casting comes in, you have a question, you literally can turn to the page, right? And say, okay, here is, it's literally, the book is designed like a cookbook. It's literally like a recipe for success. You turn to page 10, boom, here's how to create a reel. Turn to page 15, here's an exact posing guide. So everything that we've done, putting it together, taking that and now compounding that with the weekly calls, the monthly calls, the photo shoot, being a part of the agency, being a part of the elite group. So literally creating this community that makes impact, makes a difference, and will change the world, and it's all about success. So I am so excited about this. So I broke this down. Now, this is not what you're going to pay, but I just wanted you guys to have the understanding of the value of what you're receiving, right? So many times people will spend, you know, going to college, right? They'll spend 20, 30, 40, $60,000 a year. Over 2 years, they'll spend $250,000 on college. And when they come out of college, they may get a job that's $60,000 a year, $40,000 a year, right? So people will spend so much money in education, but they don't see a return on investment. So the prime mover course alone, I put a value of that of $10,000, because literally you're talking decades of knowledge, working, having the opportunity to work with some of the most brilliant people in the entertainment industry, people who've been responsible for tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars of projects, of castings, literally spending decades of their life perfecting their craft. And now these become your mentors. These become your guides, right? The prime mover movement is about, being a prime mover is about stepping out of your comfort zone, going from that ordinary world that you're in and stepping into the extraordinary world of the entertainment industry, of modeling, of acting, of voiceover work, you know, becoming a production assistant, doing all these things that other people just dream about, right? There are the people who are the doers and the drifters. People who are doers, they go out and they make the changes in their life. These are the people that are prime movers. Drifters are people who drift through life. We all know them, right? Probably for some of you, that might be your circle right now. They're just drifting through life, complaining, you know, they're not able to pay their bills, right? All these different things, that all these obstacles that they can't see past them, to be able to have that opportunity. So for me, putting a value of $10,000 on this, honestly, it should be worth 10 times that amount, right? Because I want you to think about this, the way I see life, right? If I knew, right? If let's just say, just for the prime mover course, I had to invest $22,000 into that. Would it be worth it just to be able to have access to people at the level where they could change my life, right? People spend hundreds of thousands of dollars. You know, there are masterminds out there that cost $1 million a year. But if you just get that one connection, that one opportunity, would it be worth it? So now you're going to get the prime mover course, but you're also going to get the private monthly mastermind event, virtual event with Ryan Colby. So every month, Ryan's going to be doing a special event where he's going to be going through the industry. He's going to be going through the different things he's working on. He's going to be going through the castings. He's going through the process. If you notice a lot of our success stories, you notice they're signed with Ryan. They're signed with the agencies we work with. So this is like a direct path to not only having that opportunity to learn about the industry, but to be able to have that person who makes the recommendation that changes your life. And the best part of this is all you have to do is just show up, right? And for a lot of you, right, you don't have to do this now. You can wait. You can do this later, right? You can say, well, you know, I'm just not ready, right? And that's fine. But I want you to think about this. Imagine you started this a year ago. Where could your life have been right now? Right? You see our success stories, you see all the talent. The best opportunity in life is to always start and say yes when an opportunity is there. That's what this industry is about. For the people who want to keep putting it off and putting it off and waiting and waiting and waiting, time is your most valuable resource. You can always replenish money. In 2 weeks from now, you'll make money back, right? You'll figure out a way. You guys are all scrappers. You're prime movers. You figured things out. You get the things that you want, right? Everybody goes through ups and downs in life, and that's totally acceptable, but there has to come a point where you say, no, no more, right? I want to do this now. I want to change my life now. I will do whatever it takes. I will figure this out, right? Even if I have to put this on 3 different credit cards and I know, hey, great. You know what? 30 days from now, I put put it on my credit card. I'm going to get a bill for 30 bucks, 200 bucks. Great. I can afford that, right? But I'm going to go out. I'm going to, in the next 30 days, I'm going to go out. I'm going to book a job for $1,000. Then the following month, I'm going to book a job for $2,000. I will show up to these calls. I will follow the course. I will follow the frame. I will follow the proven process of some of the most brilliant people in the industry that are now a part of my circle. Okay, so now you get the Prime Mover course, the private monthly mastermind virtual event with Ryan Colby, which you're going to get access to the VIP casting generator when that launches. That's priceless. That's priceless. Okay, literally being able to have the right opportunities specifically chosen by the software, all run by artificial intelligence that knows your height, your weight, your experience, right? That can analyze your photos, your videos, and being able to say, hey, here are 10 castings you qualify for this week. Here's 5 castings international. Imagine having the opportunity. And what's great, they spoke a lot about 4,000 or 5,000 people being submitted. This is what's great about this. The software is designed to work in cooperation with some of the biggest brands in the world, saying, hey, you don't have to go through 4,000. Imagine being a casting director, you have to go through 4,000 submissions, right? Even if you could speed through that, I'm at a minute a submission. That's 4,000 minutes. What is that, like a week, 2 weeks? And I'm sure it takes more than a minute, right? But imagine now having the access to the database, having the access to the elite board, to the elite talent, saying these talent are ready. They have the right photos, the right training, the right guidance, they have the right recommendations. Now all of a sudden they're saying, great, here's that person. Right now, instead of competing against 4,000, the only person you're really competing against is yourself. But you don't have to compete against yourself because you guys are prime movers. So now you get the Prime Mover course, the private monthly mastermind virtual event with Ryan Colby, the VIP casting director generator, priceless. But you're also going to now come to Miami. You're going to get a photo shoot in Miami. You're going to have celebrity hairstylists and makeup artists and photographers. Okay, value of the photo shoot alone is $2,500. Okay, but you're going to have the right photos. By the time you arrive in Miami, you are going to be so ready. And what's great is in the midterm, we will show you, the Prime Mover course, we will show you how to take digitals, how to take the right photos with a white background, the right outfit, so you can be able to start hitting the ground running. And all you're doing now is you're just building step 1 of the recipe, step 2 of the recipe, step 3 of the recipe. Okay, so not only are you going to get the Prime Mover course, private monthly mastermind, virtual event with Ryan Colby, the VIP casting director, generator 3-look photo shoot for models and actors, celebrity hairstylists, makeup artist, photographer, but you're also now going to have the access to be a part of the Truth Management Elite Board, priceless for that. Okay, first 90 days, you will be a part of New Faces, right? We want to make sure, it's just like Tanya, when we're submitting you out, Tanya, we want to submit you out to a Tanya, we want to submit you out to a Ryan, we want to submit you out to the Fashion Week. Well, wait, hold on. This person never even showed once to the course. This person never even showed up once to the mastermind. This person didn't even interact with the community. This person's not bringing value. This person, right? So we want to make sure that you're ready for this. We want to make sure that you're going to take this serious, right? This is not just, hey, I want to invest $22,000. I'm going to go out and I'm just going to wear a badge that says I'm a model. We're not doing that. That's not what this is about. We want to make an impact. This is so important, so from our heart to make such a difference in the world. So now you're going to get the Prime Mover course, private monthly mastermind, virtual events with Ryan Colby, VIP casting generator, the 3-look photo shoot for models and actors, celebrity hairstylists, makeup artist, photographer, access to Truth Management Elite Board, but you're also going to get the VIP Mover handbook, everything you need to know, castings, auditions, right? So even if you just got that, just that alone, right? Put a value of that on $4,997. That's like literally 18 years of my life, of my knowledge, of everything, of Tanya's, of Ryan's, of literally hundreds of the speakers that we worked with, literally their recipes for success. That alone would be worth 10 times the amount. So not only are you gonna get the prime mover course, the private monthly mastermind, the virtual events with Ryan Colby, the VIP casting generator, the 3-look photo shoot for models and actors, celebrity hairstylists, makeup artists, access to truth management, right? VIP private mover handbook, everything you need, right? Not for $22,491, but for $29.97, right? And I'm even gonna do something even more special for you guys today. But what I want you guys to realize, like, I had two choices when I was putting this together, right? I could make this so cheap that 1 million people would sign up for it. Like literally, I wouldn't even have to do a boot camp. I wouldn't have to do anything. I could just make this so cheap, everybody would want to sign up for it. But that wouldn't really be an incentive to me. There'd be no value there. It would just make us like every other garbage site and garbage company that's out there. And that's not what we stand for. That's not built into our blood, into our hearts. So I had to come up with a price where it was an investment, where there was an incentive for me to bring value, to be able to bring these speakers, to hire and get the best people in the world to work with you, to have a proven path of success. So now you're gonna get the prime mover course, the private monthly mastermind, the VIP casting generator, the 3-look photo shoot for models and actors, the celebrity hairstylist, makeup artist, photographer, access to truth management, elite board, the bonus VIP prime mover handbook, everything you need to know. We're gonna have swag. You guys are gonna get t-shirts, prime movers. Those swag will not be available for sale. You won't be able to buy this from our site. You will not be able to get this anywhere. The only way you'll get these cool super t-shirts, I don't have them ready for the weekend. We'll have them ready by next week, but they are so cool. Wait till you see the back of them. They are gonna literally, people will be coming up to you saying, where did you get that? I want one of those. So you're gonna get all of this for only $19.97. So not for $22,491, not for $29.97. For our fast action takers, you're gonna get this for $19.97. And again, like, say goodbye to all this nonsense you've been working with. Be a part of a community, you know. And again, this is something you want to take action on now. The people who take action now are the people who are prime movers. They're the ones who are going to be successful. If you put this off, right, you know, most likely this is limited. So this is not something I'm going to be doing consistently over and over again. I want to build that core group right up. I want to create that next generation of success stories. This is the new opportunity. This is the opportunity you've been waiting for. So stop putting off your life. Stop putting off your dreams. Think about all the impact you're going to make. Think about the community, the friendships, the fun, you know, the experience that you'll have in Miami. Okay, for our fast action takers, only $19.97. Okay, so again, you do have to schedule. So this isn't something where there's a link where you can put a credit card in. I do apologize. This is something you will go through an interview process. The interview process is just kind of to separate the doers from the drifters, right? We have a lot of times this is a free call, right? This is open to the public, right? So the reason we do this is we want to be able to really separate people from the people that are doers, the people that can make an impact. And this also comes with our money back $1 million guarantee, which just means that, and people always ask about this, so I'll just explain this. I'll take a moment to explain this, but it's all about people. I said, well, but is there a guarantee? And I said, yeah, there's $1 million guarantee. I says, show up to the calls, download the book, come out to the event, right? The events are normally 3-day events. If by the second day of the event, you feel, hey, I didn't get $1 million worth of value, come see me. I'm a doer. I'm not a drifter. When I do something, I over deliver. This was a 2-day event, and this was a free event open to the public, and we over delivered beyond imagination. I was going through that school group. My God, the comments, and this is what drives me. This is what my passion is, because I know I'm making an impact, even for the people who can't do this, right? Even for the people that are still living in fear, that are still living in doubt. They got a great education, right? They got the opportunity to make a difference. But there are people who are going to rise to the top. They're going to be the people who will become the prime movers, that are the prime movers. It's already inside of you. I offer the guarantee, because I don't want you to feel that you're taking any risk. I'm going to take all the risk off of your shoulders. Okay, I'm going to be the one who carries the weight of the world on my shoulders. And people have said to me, I work with, you know, $1 million, $10 million, $1 billion, right? Kevin Harrington, right? We work with some amazing people. When I talk about this, they always say, but Mike, wouldn't there be somebody who would take advantage of you? And I say, maybe there would be, but I don't care. I believe in I believe in people that people wouldn't come, steal the information, steal the context, do all of that. Are there people out there like that? Yeah, I'm sure there are. But you know what? I'd rather have those people out of my life, right? Negativity loves company. I don't need the negativity, right? I see some people trying to schedule. If you're trying to schedule, my assistant will be dropping the link in the comments. So please make sure that the comment, once you're there we go. So again, you know, this is an opportunity of a lifetime. Okay, this is called the Prime Mover Miami Experience. And I'll go over one more time, just what you guys are going to get. Then I'll turn this back over to Deneen and Alicia. But you're not only going to get the Prime Mover course, you're going to get the course that literally will break down the entire industry with you. And we're going to be recording these live. So you're going to have the opportunity to work with some amazing speakers, not only from people from this past weekend, but we're going to be doing special trainings with some of our best people that people would spend $100,000 to be in the room with. You guys will be able to have access to ask them questions, to interact with them. These people will know your name. You'll have the private monthly mastermind event with Ryan Colby, you know, literally consistently learning the industry. Ryan is a book of knowledge. I know he's quirky and he's funny, but literally when he sits down and he does a training, he literally takes this very seriously. He's worked with some of the best people in the world. Ryan has created dozens and dozens of covers. His models walk all over the world. He knows some of the biggest names in the industry. You know, I literally have the script from Aliens 3, the original script. They changed the script. I have the original script because I'm friends with Tom DeSantos. Tom DeSantos is the creator of the X-Men, the Transformers. I've had dinner with him. I've been to his house. I played with the X-Men toys at his house, all because Ryan has a 25-year relationship with him. This is all about connections. I want you guys to be able to come to New York, to be able to say, hey, I'm going to be in New York. I'd love to get backstage at a Broadway show. They're releasing that. It's in production, pre-production. The Warriors is coming to Broadway, right? So you guys heard about Jan Murphy, the producer, director, writer of Target the movie. He was in the original Warriors. It's going to be on Broadway now. How cool would it be to be able to say, I'm a part of a community where I'm going to come to New York, see the Warriors on Broadway with one of the original cast members, who's a writer, director, producer, actor, who's been in dozens of movies and TV shows. We're going to be seeing the show together. He's one of my mentors. We work together. He's one of my co-workers, right? And we're going to go backstage and meet the cast, right? That's where I want you guys to be. I want you guys to be able to live that type of life. I want you guys to be able to have those types of opportunities consistently at your fingers, okay? The VIP casting generator. Never again, right? Throw away all that bad juju. Throw away all that bad advice. Throw away all those baloney castings. Have access to the VIP casting generator. The 3-look photo shoot, right? Come out and get it done correctly the first time, right? Have the right photos for your modeling portfolio. Have the right headshots done for your acting career. Just get it done the right way. How do I know it's done the right way? Because Ryan's overseeing it. We're bringing in the best hairstylists, the best makeup artists, the best photographers. Guys, the people that we get, just so you know, have shot covers of Vogue. These are some of the top photographers, celebrity makeup artists. And Miami, I can't say who, but the person that we have lined up for Miami, he shot over 20 covers of Vogue. He's one of the biggest photographers in the world, okay? He met Ryan over 30 years ago when he was working at Vogue. He was an up-and-coming photographer. Nobody believed in him. Nobody believed in him. He kept trying to talk to everybody. Ryan gave him a shot 30 years ago. He's gone on now to become one of the biggest photographers in the world. He has his own agent and manager. This is not somebody you could hire. This is somebody who charges $100,000 a day, okay? And that's just one of our photo shoots that we'll be doing. So imagine having access to that, priceless, right? Being a part of the elite board, being that recognized person in the industry, living up to your moral obligation to have a voice and an impact, to be able to leverage not only the financial abundance that you'll be making, but the connections, opening up doors, being on red carpets, doing the things that other people dream about, okay? Talk about the reptile brain. There are going to be people that are jealous of you. There are going to be people that will smash you online, but it doesn't matter because you've grown past that. You don't allow that to affect your state because you're a prime mover. And then, of course, being able to have the prime mover handbook with everything you need to know, from castings to auditions, everything you need to know, a recipe for success. So you're going to get all of that, not for $22,491, not for $29.97. For our fast action takers, only $19.97. I'm going to drop this back to Alicia and Deneen, but this is the Prime Mover Miami experience. This is going to give you the opportunity to break the old habits, to create new habits, to be able to make the right choice consistently, and to never fall into confusion, because now you have the community of experts to be able to show up to the calls, to show up to the events, to be able to ask the questions, and to learn how to ask the right questions, right? The right questions that move you forward. So no obstacle will ever stand in your way. Guys, my name is Michael Fomkin. This is the Prime Mover Miami experience. I cannot wait to celebrate with you guys in Miami. Guys, it was a pleasure talking to you guys. We still got a lot of speakers coming up. We're going to do some Q&A on this, but guys, make sure you schedule. This is very limited. This is going to be less than 25 people. I think last time I checked, we had close to 75 or 80 people on the call. This is just limited to 25 people. Okay, so this is something, again, I want to be able to fully focus on this group. I want to be able to rise them to success. I want to be able to have a lot of hands-on interaction with everybody on these calls. I'm going to be participating, doing a lot of these calls. Like I told you guys yesterday, I have like an 8-hour course that I've been working on for the past 3 months. You guys are going to have access to all of that. So there'll be a special module inside of school called the Prime Mover, where we're going to be putting all of this. It'll be all updated on the calendars. We're going to do an onboarding call, and we start this Thursday at 7 p.m. So we start this week, right? So there are no excuses. There are no only going back. We're hitting the ground running together, guys. I will talk to everybody later. Bye, guys.
Hey guys. Oh my God. Who's excited to go to Miami?
I want a mojito in Miami.
I just want Cuban food. But okay, so I've seen some questions that I'm going to just address a couple. They're not really elephants in the room.
Go ahead. I'll
this-
sit quiet.
This is different than Hollywood, okay? This is a completely different event. So if you're going to Hollywood and you want to go to Miami, you need to schedule. Second thing is that Inner Circle does need to schedule for this if you want to go to Miami, unless you are an Inner Circle member who is in Las Vegas. So I'm looking at like Otta Cruz and Marianne White. You guys don't have to schedule.
Hi, Otta.
Hi. So if you were in
Where were we last? We're on tour.
I don't know where
Las Vegas. It was like just a couple of weeks ago, Deneen.
Oh, hold on. Okay, so if you were in Las Vegas in your Inner Circle, you do not have to schedule. Okay.
How many of you guys want to go to Miami and you are a prime mover? Type Miami in the comments. Let's see. How many of you guys want to go to Miami? Because Deneen, I have the schedule right here in real time, and there are very few spots left. And I know we have a tremendous day. It's still not over, but if you don't schedule now, I'm just going to tell you, I told you so, because it's only limited to 25 people. That is it. So we have over 100 people between YouTube and Facebook Live. So if you are serious about doing this, and you're still on for the rest of the afternoon,
don't go anywhere.
Schedule now.
Some of you are so excited you scheduled
Hi,
twice.
Christina Witherspoon.
So so some people are so excited they scheduled twice. So what I'm going to do is, if you scheduled twice, I'm just going to delete one of your.
Oh my gosh, yeah, we have to delete you so that way it opens up an extra time slot.
Yeah, so don't.
We're good, but we're not that good.
Don't be upset when you see Karen Duboff.
You're removing one.
You're gonna talk to me tomorrow, okay? But I'm canceling you for the other one, just so you know. Just yeah. Good luck is true. Okay. So Inner Circle does have to schedule. This is different than Hollywood. I've been going through the comments too, and here's the thing, okay? I saw one person commenting, and I'm not going to mention your name, but you want to be at as many events as possible. And I'm not saying that because I'm not trying to sell you. Here's the thing. In the entertainment industry, it's not what you know or who you know, but who knows you. Okay. So we just had an event in Hollywood not too long ago. That was an amazing event. We met some amazing people. But why would you not want to go to Miami?
Momentum.
Yeah, why would you not want to go to Miami to meet some people in Miami? Because maybe there are opportunities for you in Miami, right? So this is what I'm
Hi,
going to.
Jessica.
Hi, Jessica Harley. I got you too. Jessica's like, I'm in. Freak. Okay.
Let me ask you a question. Would you
chill pill.
rather do this on your own or would you rather do it our way? Which way do you think is almost guaranteed to work? It is guaranteed. We have $1 million guarantee.
And
You want to wake up 80 years old?
Yeah,
look
and-
back
yeah.
at your life?
yeah, and yeah, this is something I want you to think about too. I don't know if Mike went over this, but this is something that really hit me. Okay, like so many times people are like, "Oh my gosh,
I really want to do this.
hold on, we have to bust out all of my friends." Sorry, I'm not sorry. If anyone hates these, just tell Mike. Just tell Mike to sell them. Okay, but this is
I'll
the
bring
thing.
him home for the baby. He'll love them.
Yeah, Uncle Ryan hates them, so we're gonna bring them out at the end of the day. Okay, so here's the thing. Some of you are like in fear. Oh, I can't do it. I can't do it. But let me ask you a question. How many of you absolutely hi Anna Cruz's daughter? How are you? How many of you? She's like, that's me. That's me. Woo-hoo! How many of you love your life right now? How many of you are like, you know what? I wake up every day. I love going to my 9 to 5. It's the best thing ever. I love it. When my boss calls me and says, hey, did you do, how many of you love your life right now?
9 to 5. I remember my first part-time job.
Yeah.
What is
Okay.
9 to 5? Going
So,
on set all
Here's my
day.
question for you. Okay. So here's the best thing about having a 9 to 5. Okay. And I'm just going to be really honest with you. You get paid on a regular schedule, right? So like every Friday, your paycheck gets deposited into your account, right? Am I right? That's the one thing I miss
Look
about
at what
being in
Kelly
this.
wrote. I love my life. I can't even think straight. Love this.
Okay, well that's amazing, Kelly. That's awesome. I love it. But this is what I want you to think about. Okay. So every week or every 2 weeks, you get a paycheck. Okay. Now let's think about what you do with your paycheck. Some of you have rent, maybe you have a mortgage, maybe you have a car
Your
payment.
paycheck is spent before you even
But
got it.
yeah. Okay, hold on 2 seconds.
I remember back in those days.
Yeah, but here's the thing. You also have disposable income, right? How many of you have been to the movies? Or maybe you got Starbucks this morning, or maybe you have disposable income, right? There are things that you're spending money on. Maybe you went out and bought some cute little animals like these, okay? But you have disposable income. Let me ask you a question. Do you want to spend your money, your hard-earned money, on something that is going to be gone? Like I love a nice glass of wine, right? But after I drink my glass of wine, it's gone.
Then she goes, night, night.
Then I go night, night. But here's the question for you. Would you rather spend your money on something that goes away? Or would you rather invest your money on something that can create you more money in the long term? Because every 2 weeks, once a month, the money's going to get deposited into your account while you have a 9 to 5. But do you want to invest in yourself so that you don't have to worry about those things? Or do you want to continue on the path where you are? Because I mean, you could do either thing, but
either way, you're making a choice.
you're making a choice. So do you want to make a choice where you're going to be like living your best life? Or do you want to continue doing what you're always doing? Because you know what? Time is going to go by either way.
And if you do what you've always done, you're going to consistently get the same results that you're at today. How many of you guys agree with that? If you do the same shit you've always done, everything's going to stay consistent. If that's good with you, rock on. But that's certainly not okay with us. We're winners and we surround ourselves with winners. And that's why I think the 2-day free boot camp, we're showing pure transparency. I'm asking questions. I really want to make sure you guys are picking up what we're putting down. But the one thing consistent with all of this, and I want you guys to think about this, you need real training. You need real photos. You need somebody to see you face to face. Hi, welcome to VIP Ignite. Have we met? Like, that's what we do. And again, we're really good at what we do.
Yes, we are. We're really good at
Some
what
might
we
say
do.
we're the best. We'll know. Forbes, Entrepreneur, Huffington Post. We've opened the stock exchange.
Kevin Harrington.
Oh, Kevin Harrington. Oh my gosh. You think I put Tanya in the hot seat? Kevin Harrington from Shark Tank. I put him in the hot seat. I don't even think he was ready for that.
He put you in the hot seat.
I know
a
he
little bit,
did.
too.
He did.
It was very warm that day. But this is what I want you to understand. Like, time is going to go by either way. So what do you want? Where do you want your life to be in a couple of years? Do you want to be getting on these calls? Like Mike said, information is great, but you have to take action with the information that you're getting. And that's the opportunity that we're giving you. And for some of you, your fear brain is like, don't do it. No. But you know what? You have a choice. Like if you can say, okay, you know what? I don't want to do this. So what'll happen is you'll go to sleep tonight. You'll try to go to sleep. You'll toss and turn. Oh, maybe I should have. Maybe I should have. So do you want to do that? Or do you want to be that person who
That's a
takes
good
action?
one, Hannah. What does it cost not to invest? Think about all of the money you're leaving on the table, not living out your dreams. How many of you guys see that and you are pissed?
Yeah.
Like, oh my gosh, I'm an actor, I'm a model. I should be booking work this entire time. Why
Yeah.
am I not?
Yeah.
Then we
I
could
mean-
add compounding interest and
You heard Jan Murphy. She won't even audition for something where she won't make $1,500 a day. How many of you are making $1,500 a day right now in your 9 to 5? You can use it as extra money, but like what I want you to understand is that that's the opportunity that's out there. One of the only industries in the world that is recession proof is the entertainment industry. Right? Because how many of you, like, times are a little bit crazy. How many of you like watch Emily in Paris? Because you're like, oh,
I love Emily in
things
Paris.
are right with Emily in Paris. That's because in weird times like we're in right now, the entertainment industry thrives because people want to escape. How many of you understand after this weekend, you have a responsibility to take people places? You're a prime mover now. You're the person that attracts people to help move them forward. Does that make sense? That's the opportunity we're giving you in Miami. And what Mike told you about what we're doing in Miami, that's just the tip of the iceberg. Like when we go to Miami, it is bananas. We've done some amazing things in Miami. So,
Yes, some of which will never be on Instagram or Facebook. We actually had a really cool party. Remember that last time we did a rooftop bar? We
Oh,
had
yeah.
a celebrity DJ. We had drag queens. It was open bar. Ryan Colby was there. We had agents there, publications. It was huge. I know.
Yeah.
Ryan Clapham was there.
Yeah.
It was just an amazing bunch. And what I love most is the downtime.
Mhm.
And if you guys are, I have people texting me right now as I'm speaking. Don't do that. That's completely disrespectful.
Hold
Don't
on
do
there.
that.
Jemima, can you do us a favor and put the link for the schedule to schedule again instead of texting us? Jessica Harley, I got you because you were freaking out. Anyone else? Do me a favor. Send us schedule to talk to us. I don't want to be a DJ. Okay, well that's good because we're not taking you to DJ school. We're opening up the doors to the whole entertainment industry for you. So we could check that one off my I do not want list. But what do you want? What do you want to accomplish in your life? What do you want to accomplish? Thank you, Jemima. So now instead of texting Alicia, use that link. Okay, got it. Thank you. You played music 15 years in. That's awesome. All right. Does anyone have any questions that she and I have not yet covered? We're gonna, oh, wait, hold on. We have our next guest speaker here. I'll give you guys one more minute. If anyone has any questions, because
Well, I'm going to say something.
okay.
So if you're scheduling a meeting with us and you enjoyed this boot camp, which I hope you did, you're scheduling with intent that if we pick you to go to Miami, you're scheduling with intent that you're going to Miami if you're chosen, right? So yeah, Michael just said doers, not drifters. So if you are scheduling, you need to understand there is a cost. There is an investment if we choose you to go to the Miami event. And the first call is already Thursday. So at the time of the interview, yeah, of course, you have to make a financial investment to hold your ticket, whether you can pay for it in full or you need a payment plan. But at the time of the interview, if we choose you and it's not for sale, you're going to fill out paperwork, hold your ticket, whether you pay for the ticket in full or you're going to do it with a deposit. Please don't schedule unless you are financially able to do that. So for those of you that are married or have kids or have a priest or a pimp, anybody that you turn to for advice, this is your dream. And at the time of the interview, we're either going to accept you or reject you. And if we reject you, ask us why. We are obligated to tell you. I may say, like, get your shit together, get your life together. I would never bring you to Miami. And it's not just about photos. Anybody could sell you photos, but it's also our network. Does that make sense? You guys are having access to people that literally it's cost us millions of dollars and hours and 20 years of our life to even cultivate these relationships. Like even having Tanya Klickner on here, and this is not about arrogance, But Mike and I, we had to move to New York City. We had to move to Los Angeles, whining and dining and taking people out and working the system and meeting agents that introduced us to somebody else that like she's managed some of the biggest people on the planet. And here you guys are, you just wake up and, oh, I have no experience. And I'm talking to Tanya. Well, no, you're talking to her on Zoom because as soon as this call is over, she doesn't know you. Right. And that's why, like, when you're part of our network, you're meeting top people live. You're getting the photos. These are the photos that are literally like dot your I's, cross your T's, what you need. I mean, if you're happy sitting up on the fake websites and paying for fake photo shoots, go on with your bad self. But I also know you're getting bad results. So at the time of the interview, you must be financially committed. Hey, I may not be able to pay for the whole thing in full, but this is my deposit. We're going to figure out a payment plan at the interview. If you're unable to invest in yourself, even if this event were free, and I hate to even sound like that, I would never trust you enough. You're a liability to show up to a casting. And don't tell me you would, because I've already called your bluff, right? It's poker. I've already called your bluff. Financially, I need to know that you are invested in this because people who pay attention, right? Does that make sense? So if that's understood, type, I get it. Because I really want you guys to understand that if you're scheduling, I need you to know every single person who's scheduled, you have to have a credit card, or we also, I know we accept Cash App and Zelle and other forms of payment, but at the time of the interview, you have to be able to hold that ticket. If you're unable to do that, I'm going to say you've already been on 16 hours with us. My inner circle pays anywhere from 30,000 to 50,000 just to work with us, our inner circle. Okay. And they're still having to buy Miami. So why are you different? So please don't schedule unless you are financially able to commit to this. Okay. Because that's the only reason why you're scheduling with intent to join the program if you're accepted. So if you understand that, because those are the rules, type, I understand. Because it would honestly be so much easier. We've all bought iPhones. We've all bought really nice things on the internet. For $1,997, it would be so much easier. Here's a link, buy it. It would literally be a crapshoot. Who's going to show up? Who we're managing? Hell no. If you show up and you don't have what it takes, it's not for sale. Okay. Because I'm not willing to lose what we put into this company for one idiot. And that's not me being mean. That's me being truthful. We're going to be very picky about who goes to Miami, just like any of our other events. So if you're going to Camp Hollywood, it's a completely different event. Okay. In my opinion, you need to go to every event we do, not because it costs money, but because you're constantly meeting new photographers. The photographer she's referring to has worked with Rihanna. In what world do you think you're ever going to book work with this type of photographer? But at VIP Ignite, it's just another Monday.
And this,
right?
And this photographer literally has an agent. We have to go through his agent to even schedule him, to even book him for this.
Yeah.
All right.
So I want to make sure that if you're really serious that you understand that.
Okay. I don't understand. That's not a good question. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. Reginald, I see your hand up. I see you, but I do have to keep to a schedule. So what I'm going to do is have you lower your hand, and then you can raise your hand after our next speaker. Is that okay, Reginald? You know I love you. I have to, our next speaker is amazing.
But at the time, when we're done today and Zoom goes bye-bye, the link goes bye-bye. The link is done, okay? Because like Tanya said, if I give you an opportunity and you don't text back immediately, like it's a wrap, right? Does that make sense? Time kills all deals. So this is an opportunity of a lifetime. If you guys want to try to do this on your own, Godspeed. But how many of you guys are really glad that we put in the work as a company so that you don't have to? All you have to do is show up, right? But we're going to do a lot of Zooms preparing you because
12-week training, right? Colby, come on now.
So
awesome.
Cool.
All right.
Oh, okay. I'll stay.
Oh, she'll stay. Okay, let's find him. And then I like to be prepared. It's the Girl Scout in me. This is my first time on Zoom every time. All right. Are you guys ready to have, I know you guys are excited to go to Hollywood. You're emotional monkeys dancing.
We're not going to Hollywood. We're going to Miami.
Going to Miami.
Thank you, Cleveland.
Let's start.
She's like the Rolling Stones now. We travel so much as a company.
Let me start this over. I know you got your emotional monkey is so excited to go to Miami, but
Who wants a mojito with me? Right? Mojitos. We always have so much fun in Miami.
We do.
I always
Okay.
tell Deneen, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get us a drink. Like she thinks it's water.
I wanted water. You brought me the
Big pineapples.
so
So
excited.
good.
Okay. Focus like a laser beam. Are you ready?
Yes.
So, I know you guys are excited to go to Miami. Is it okay if we elevate your spirits just a little bit more? Is that
We
okay?
bring to
Type a
elevate
101 in the comments.
spirits. Who's the best guy on the planet to do that? I know.
Okay, well, let's introduce him. Would you like to introduce him?
No.
No.
You.
Okay, awesome. So let me introduce our next guest. His name is Marcus Weiss. He is a dynamic motivational speaker, performer, director, educator, and dual elite certified neuroencoding specialist who believes in the power of joy. With a career spanning over 3 decades, Marcus has captivated audiences and touched the hearts of many, from intimate groups to thousands, sharing his passion for leveraging joy to achieve fulfillment and success. His personal journey began in his early 20s when he battled depression and discovered the transformative power of expression, connection, and positive impact. This experience ignited his mission to help others find their own path to happiness. Marcus has performed across the country and internationally with renowned groups like the Blue Man Group, the Second City, Cirque du Soleil, and New York's Naked Angels, won numerous acting awards, and has directed and taught for institutions such as the Smith Center for the Performing Arts, Vegas Theater Company, Rainbow Company, the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, Temple University, I'm an alumni, and Dartmouth College. He has also presented for major organizations including Chick-fil-A, Fidelity Investments, and Power Team International, and has shared the stage with luminaries such as Joseph McClendon III and Les Brown. Through the Marcus Weiss experience, he offers transformative coaching and courses like the Joy Experience and Beat of Joy, a jam session for the soul, providing practical tools to live fully from the heart. How many of you are ready to start living fully from the heart? How many of you are ready to have your spirits lifted?
I can't wait to see his entrance. It's always so good.
If you're ready, everyone give it up for the one, the only, Mr. Marcus Weiss.
Hi, Marcus.
Hi, Marcus.
Where are you,
At
Marcus?
Spotlight.
Look at him.
Hello, Marcus.
Oh, it's Marcus. He's on
On mute, everybody. There we go. Thank you. So this applause, by the way, is energy and confidence, right? Applause is like the confidence that what just happened is a good thing, which happens to be you two and everybody else on this call, and the energy to sort of want to do more of it. That's what applause is, everybody. That's what applause is. And as performance,
I never met Marcus before, and he came out to our lunch we just did, and where were we? Vegas.
Vegas.
Where were we? Like a couple of weeks ago. Fogo de Chao. And I see this door open, and he walks in. I was like, "Hey!" And it was just so grand. And I was like, "Huh."
it is
We love
good.
We're so excited for you to just be here, Marcus, to bring her energy.
I'm so excited. I'm
She
like,
never gets excited.
never.
You know,
Never.
I just saw, okay, well, what's amazing is that any moment can be meaningful, any moment can be magical. And as performers, we know this, as aspiring performers, we can know this. And here's the thing, how many of us do that in life? How many of us make an intentional entrance into every moment that we encounter?
True.
Yeah, that's
So
actually a
good.
real
Send
question.
in the clowns, Marcus.
Send in the clowns. Well, okay, you know what? There's so many tangents hanging out in the air right now. And if we had all day or all weekend,
You
I
do.
will
You have
address-
all day. We love
Okay,
you.
great.
All right.
I will address all of them. Okay, I will take questions at the end. And yet here's the thing, everybody. If you noticed, I was not unmuted, okay, for like a second. And yet my background was up, I was up there, and like, you know, like a horse, you know, at the Kentucky Derby, like ready to go. I was like, unmute. Put a 1 in the chat if you noticed that. Put a 1 in the chat if you noticed how excited I was to enter. Yeah, that just happens to be me. That happens to be my energy. That happens to be the way that my body and you know expresses that kind of excitement. And that's not everybody. And yet here is, I promise you, here is the possibility for all of you. Is that each and every one of you, and I'm saying this at the very beginning, before you know really anything about me, know this. You can all exist in a state of anticipation for the next moment of positive possibility. I'll say that again. Each and every one of you can exist in a state of excitement, which is sort of expectation of the next moment of positive possibility. And none of us knows the future. None of us knows what's going to happen really tomorrow. None of us really knows what's going to happen next week or next year. We live in a world full of uncertainty. Yes or yes. And none of us really know what's going to happen an hour now or 5 minutes from now. And yet we have the choice or the ability to grow into the choices, the ability to choose, the awareness that we can choose to look at the future as benevolent, let's say. That we can eventually become the kind of person who not only looks forward to the next steps, but expects the next steps to be something good for us, whatever that means to you. And and I'm sitting here going, I'm just like you. I experience it all the time too in this world. Every single moment, I'm like, I don't know what's going to happen next. And in fact, I have my camera and my sound is off, and I'm watching, the last half hour of this wonderful Zoom call. And by the way, thank you so much, Michael and Alicia and Deneen, for having me here today, and all of you for welcoming me into your world. I too didn't know what was going to happen next. I'm sitting here going like, I'm stuck with those same uncertainties. I wonder what's going to happen. Will they like me? Will I fit in? And I'm listening to what's being offered so that I can actually sort of, reference what they were just talking about. And I'm here going like, what do I do? What do I do? And yet I always have to, and I do say that actually, I have to choose the positive possibilities. Because what else am I going to do? What else am I going to do? Because they were talking about the fear brain. The fear brain is exactly what it says. It's afraid of the next moment. And let's say, for lack of a better word, the excitement brain is looking forward to positive possibilities. In fact, the difference between excitement and anxiety is just a thought. It could be the same words, it could be the same body, but watch this. When I'm anxious, I look into the world and I might be shaking and I'm tense and I'm looking this way and I say the words, what's going to happen? You see this face? What's going to happen? If I'm excited, I can still be shaking. I can still be sweating. I can still have tension in my body. And I can say the same words, except I do this. What's going to happen? Like a toddler. It's the same thing. So if in this moment, let's say you're considering the experience in Miami, all right, you're considering that, and you're going like, well, what's going to happen? Or I wonder if it's for me. I wonder if it's for me. See this face? Just shift it. Make yourself look into the positive possibilities and go, I wonder if this is for me. Is this for me? As opposed to, is this for me? Now, it's simple and it can be difficult. Of course, it can be difficult. Of course, it can be difficult. So I want you to do something really quick for me, okay? I want you to put your books down or your notes down. I want you to put your pens down. Okay, great. Let me see. Can I put myself on? No, I can't put myself on gallery, so I can't really see a lot of you. But I'm going to assume that you just did that. Okay, we're going to do a little exercise. Okay, now you put your pens down, you put your books down, and I want you to sit up straight. I want you to sit up. If you're already sitting up straight, sit up a little straighter, okay? And if your chin is facing down, I want you to take your chin and I want you to face it up. Okay, very good. Now, if you're not breathing, I want you to begin breathing. Okay? All right, follow directions. That's right. Following directions. Sure. Now, okay, that's the behind the curtains intention. Absolutely. Now, what I want you to do is, if you're not breathing, I want you to breathe. First, just start breathing. Did you do that? Nod your head if you started breathing. Okay, good. Nod your head if you're breathing. In fact, here's the thing. I don't care what you're thinking or saying to yourself right now. If you're nodding to me right now, that means you are alive and you're breathing and you can follow directions and you can make choices and you can change your body and you can change your focus. Each and every one of you. Okay, so here's what I want you to do. I want you, just for what you've done so far, I want you to take your favorite hand. Okay, mine happens to be my right hand. I favor it. I want you to wiggle your fingers. That's you wiggling your own fingers. Okay, I want you to take it up like this. I want you to bend forward a little bit. And if it's comfortable for you, I want you to pat your own back like this. And I want you to pump your fist in the air. And I want you to say out loud, even though you're muted, I want you to say, I'm freaking amazing. And then I want you to applaud each other, which includes yourself, like this, with your hands, okay, like this. Yes. Okay, because here's the deal. When you applaud, like we said in the beginning of this session, you're saying to yourself, that was good. I want to do more of it. And even in this moment, I challenge you, type of one in the chat if this is true. You are thinking to yourself, what's going to happen next? What's going to happen next? Type of one in the chat. Right. You have no idea. You have no idea. But I'll tell you what, I guarantee you, you know this is not going to suck. Excuse my language. I use it on purpose to shake up your brain. This ain't going to suck. Okay. And here is something I need you to believe. I need you to believe, which means that you are convinced it's true. Looking into positive possibilities like you are now. Excuse me, I'm sweating. My air conditioning went out. Looking into positive possibilities is better than not looking into positive possibilities, because what else are you going to do? And that is called faith. It's called faith. Whether it's religious or not religious, it's called faith. You know something wonderful is going to happen. Something wonderful is going to happen. And that is what I will, by the end of this session, I promise you, I will do everything I can to empower you to find what I call feelings of joy, so that any moment of the day, whether that's on stage or off stage, you can create within yourself a sense that something wonderful is going to happen. Because it is with that thought that leads into that kind of feeling of joy, of lightness, into the openness of your body, that you will show up into your next moments in a way that's going to serve you. Because when you think something wonderful, if something wonderful is going to happen, that is your version of wonderful. That is what is wonderful for you. And when you believe that, that is, when you know it's real for yourself, that you will step into that in a way that shines your brightest light, in a way where you will be the most open, where you will show up in your best self. And like I said, any moment of the day, any day of your lives. Type of one in the chat if that makes sense so far. Okay? So here's the deal. If you're an actor or a model, right? You have those moments on stage. You have a moment where you open your mouth, where you say your line. You might have in an audition, you might be saying hello. You might be reading your sides. If you're a model, you might be going from one shot to the next shot, to another shot, to another shot. Each one of those moments, there's this process going on within you of something wonderful is going to happen. And it's going to be happening through my next choice. You know, something wonderful is going to happen. Yes. And it's going to happen with this choice or with that choice or even this choice. Okay. That's that constant process. And after each one of those moments, there's this tiny clap, clap, clap that is happening you in your best self. A clap, clap, clap that is telling you that was good. I can't wait for the next thing. Because here's the thing. We all started the same place. And I'm sorry if this is news to anyone. We started in a belly. Okay? We all started in a belly. Okay? You started in a belly of mama, and you were hugged for no reason other than you existed. And life was good. And you didn't even have hair. I choose not to have hair, by the way. Okay, I choose not to have hair. But there you are. You're in the belly. Okay, you're happy, you're loved, and you're enough. And you hear the heartbeat of your mama, and you have a heartbeat, and you're making music in there with your mom. You're jamming out. And then you come out, and you're instantly miserable because life is hard. Life is hard and you're miserable. The baby goes, wah! Or unless you were born into water or at home birth, you know, all that kind of thing. But you get what I'm saying. Life is hard. Of course it is. It's hard for everybody. And by hard, I mean uncertainties come your way, challenges come your way, all that. And for the rest of our lives, we're just looking for a way to exist in this state of flow where we can feel a oneness like with the world. Some of us jump out of airplanes with a parachute. Some of us sit under trees, go to yoga class, whatever it is. But we're all looking for the same thing. And the way to get there is to show up in your best self, because when you shine light, the world applauds you. When you show up in a certain way, the rest of the world is reminded of that light that they all want to feel, that goodness that they all want to feel, especially in the performing arts as actors and models in entertainment. For goodness sakes, we're all chasing a feeling. Sorry, I get passionate about this. Can you all hear me out there? Nod your heads like this. Okay, good. All right, good. Okay, great. So you got there's some clapping going on, which means you have ownership over yourselves. Okay, so what do we do? What are the things that we can do? So one of the things is, and I just adore Alicia and Deneen, and I want to say I ran into, by the way, Deneen and Michael. The way that I met them was exactly the way that I'm talking about here. We were at a meeting together, and I showed up essentially like this, and Deneen and Michael, they just reflected the light back. They were like, "Ding, who's that? Who's that?" And then because they showed up in their light, I was like, "Who are you?" And then together we started to jam. And they didn't really know me. And I didn't really know them. And neither of us knew the future. But what we did know is that we wanted some of this. We wanted some of this. Because check this out, everybody. This leads to this. And that's connection. And whether that's connecting to like a casting director or a director who then hires you, whether it's connecting to a partner, whether it's connecting to an intimate partner or a friend or a boss or a coworker or an employee, when we're able to do this, and sometimes we have to do it first, the other person does this, and that's what makes this possible. We're back in that belly, jamming with each other. Because again, I'll say it again, you can write this down. When you show up in a certain way, the world applauds you. And for those of us who have been in the entertainment industry or been on stage before, we know this happens on stage. When we have a certain script going on, it makes us feel a certain way, it makes us do a certain thing, and then the audience connects to that, and then they applaud at the end. They say, "That was good. I want more of that." So I want you to, again, put your pens down. Something really, really important, okay, everybody? Sit up straight. Now I know you can really do this. Take a deep breath in. And now level up by putting a smile on your face and say, "It's gonna be a great day." Out loud. That's right. That's great. Exactly. Good. It's gonna be a great day. And you may have heard yes, and then you celebrate and go, "Yeah, it's gonna be a great day." Because in that moment, when you say that with some oxygen in your body, sitting up straight, your brain doesn't know the difference between reality and imagination when you vividly imagine something. Okay, and that's called belief. So in that moment when you said it's going to be a great day, you believed it. Maybe because you believe me, maybe because I'm entertaining. I don't care. But you did that. You did that. So everybody take your finger like this, point it towards yourself, and say again, "I did that. I did that." You say it out loud, and then you pat yourself on your back, and you say, "I'm freaking amazing." Good. And once again, out of your own mouth came words that went into your own ears, went into your own brain, down into your own heart, and made you feel a certain thing. So now I want you to take both hands and repeat after me. Okay, we're all in the entertainment industry here. So entertain yourselves by saying after me, As I think, so I feel. As I feel, so I do. As I do, so I have. As I have, here comes the greatest part. So I give. And then give yourself the round of applause like this. Celebrate right away. Then say, I did that. Pat, 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 pat. I'm freaking amazing. Okay, good, good. You said it. Good job. Okay. You got to say that you got to condition yourselves. You got to condition yourselves. Because as you, by the way, as you think, your thoughts create your feelings create your actions, and your actions create what you have in your life. And when you have things, you are free to give them. Okay. So if, by the way, if we're talking about, and we're talking about moving and going to Miami, I mean, saying like moving, taking action, and going to the event in Miami. The thoughts that you have about that will create the feelings you have about that, will create the way that you show up into it, will create what you get out of it, which will then create what you can give back from the stuff you got out of it. And all that requires this amazing sort of in a way, a long-term vision, which is like, what could it mean for my life and my career? And it could also just mean, we go back to the beginning of when we came on this. What magical, meaningful moment can the next one be? You don't even have to go that far into your future. You can just go into like, does Deneen feel good? Does Michael feel good? Does Alicia feel good? Does Marcus feel good? The person that they invited into this? And if so, then the next step will certainly also feel great. And so on and so forth. And those are called like, that's like, I call it winging it. Meaning that you spread your wings a little bit because the thought feels good. You feel the wind, you feel the uplift a little bit, and then you're like, oh, that feels good. I'm going to put my wings out a little more. Oh, and then all of a sudden, all of a sudden you're floating, and all of a sudden you're floating and flying over possibilities, and you see the whole world beneath you. But that requires at each moment you embrace, and most importantly, you say, take flight. I love that, Elizabeth. Let's go. I should keep an eye on the chat more. Oh, don't shit on yourself, by the way. That's what makes you amazing. Fearless rebel. Yes. Can I share something about fear? Nobody is fearless, in my opinion. I believe that there are those who fear less. It's not that I'm not fearless, everybody. I am not fearless. And I fear less. Because I have tools that I share with my clients and with my students, and most importantly, the student that is me. There are things that I share that I can do from moment to moment that get me back out of a dip, that allow me, that enable me, that empower me to move forward, even with fear. And sometimes, especially with fear, because when I move forward with fear, that makes me brave. And when I move forward with bravery on a consistent basis, then I become a courageous person. And then I'm like, I'm doing this even though I'm scared. I'm freaking amazing. Pat, pat, pat. And then I clap for myself. Because, hey, everybody, check this out. This background, let me show you something real quick. This is a choice. Background's a choice. And before I came on, I was wondering, should I do this? And I said to myself, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do this. Just a little thing. Maybe it's too much for some people. Maybe it's too much. I don't know, but it allows me every time, whether I'm looking at it or not, to get to a certain place so I can share with you. So in my joy experience, which is by the way, coming up next week, that's where I go. I find joy, and here's very important. Then I be joy, and then I share the joy. And that is the Marcus Weiss experience. Can I do that? Anyway, I'm wearing this shirt for me as much as for anybody else, because it's those constant reminders to do things. Because everybody, and I hope we have time, it's 1:30. Like I said, I don't wake up like this. I don't pop out of a Jack in the Box. I wake up like this. Anybody recognize this? Watch this. Oh God. Where am I? I mean, so some days it's like, I don't know what time of the day it is because I work late at night and I get up to drive my my teenage son to school. But every morning, I take my fingers and I put them to my eyes and I go like this. Stand by. It's gonna be a great day. It's gonna be like that. And I know it seems ridiculous, and it is ridiculous, but it's a physical thing that I can do because it makes me think just positively enough to smile just enough, to feel just enough, to stretch just enough to get out of bed. And once I'm out of bed, I'm reminded, here's a person who can get out of bed no matter what. And then, of course, then I shave and I have to put on muscle creams because I wake up crooked, and so I can show up. And then I do other things, I drink lemon water and I put healthy things into my body and I begin my day with movement. But the first thing that I do is my non-negotiable is to get up and say, it's going to be a great day because my brain believes me just enough. And then I go through the day trying to prove myself right. Because whether you believe it or you don't, it's going to be true. So if you tell yourself it's going to be a great day, your system is going to want to prove that. If you believe it's not going to be a great day and you see anxiety ahead of you, you're going to look for, and here's the key, create, attract really the things that are going to prove it's not a great day or not a great life. So that's what I do. And here's the reason that I did it, if it's okay to share. Do I have your permission? Type of one in the chat if I have permission to share where I used to be. Okay. It wasn't very long ago where I didn't want to get out of bed. It got to the point where life had become so, in my opinion, overwhelming. I felt really overwhelmed that I would wake up and I would say the opposite to myself. When I finally did open my eyes, I would say literally, here we go again. Here we go again. Because all I saw ahead of me was the driving and the traffic and the 7-day job. No, 5-day jobs. I had 5-day jobs. And by the way, this was not too long ago. This is before COVID. And it was basically my depression from college, which I'll tell you about in a second. And I was reminded, like, here's that little thing again on my shoulder. And I would end up going through the day recognizing the things that I had said in the morning, right? Like, see, I was right. It is a stressful day. Oh, yeah, see, I didn't get that audition. See, I knew it. But see what happens to my face even as I tell this story? It dims the entire situation. It dims my thoughts. It dims my heart. It dims how I sit here. It dims how I show up. And it dims what comes back to you. Because the light that you shine is the light that reflects back. So if you see something as a positive possibility, I'm going to come here, I'm going to just show up, I'm going to do this, then that's what comes back to you. If you go like, I'm going to show up and I'm going to light them up because lighting them up, because that's what means something to me. That is what I hope to get out of this, is lighting you up. That's my mission, is to bring you, joy, which to me is the ignition that lights the fuel of our lives. It's the energy that wants us to move forward and through those challenges, over those obstacles. It's got to be some kind of positive possibility. Awe, wonder, gratitude. Those are all part of joy. Peacefulness, flow. And it was a speaker, frankly, just like Alicia and Janine and Michael and Mike and myself. It was somebody on Zoom that allowed me to realize that I could empower myself to do things that could get me to change how I think and change how I feel and change how I show up. There's things I can do. And I was like, I couldn't believe it. And then believe it seriously, within days, I was jumping up and down. I was like, I was jumping up and down. I couldn't wait to get up in the morning, and I didn't want to go to bed at night. The days weren't long enough for all the things that I wanted to do. So I want to give all of you, if there's one thing, if my internet goes out, and you don't take away anything but this, know this, that it's possible for any one of you. If it's possible for me, it's possible for you. So give yourself a round of applause for positive possibilities. Okay. All right. I want to share a quick story because I know that I shared this last time, everybody. Because somebody in the chat earlier said, what does not investing You know, what is not investing going to cost you? What is not investing going to cost you? And in that context, I think we were talking about what is not investing in Miami going to cost you. But I would also like to propose, what does not investing in your light, what does not turning up your pilot light of joy, as I like to call it, that thing within you, what is that going to cost you, both 5 minutes from now, or a week from now, or a day from now? And I can share that. I was, so like Deneen and Alicia shared, I was with Blue Man Group. I opened a show in Las Vegas in 2000. And I did it for over 10 years, like somewhere between, 3,500, 4,000 shows, something like that. And for those of you who've seen Blue Man, type up one in the chat if you've seen Blue Man, or if you know of it, or if we need to explain a little bit. Yeah, okay. So Blue Man Group is a show that was created to bring joy to the world. We learned about the history. And I got, and what was amazing about it is I was in New York. This is before I got it. And I was like this, right? I'm going to be an actor. I'm going to be an actor. I'm not going to be a cater waiter anymore. Until one day, my friend Jimmy Ludwig came walking up to me, and he was walking straight as an arrow with a toothy grin, okay, like this. And remember what Deneen said, I struggled with depression in college. And so I found the theater, and I found what worked for me on stage, right? I showed up on stage, and I got applause, but life was still giving me trouble. I didn't translate the on-stage thing to the off-stage world. And there I was, and I was in New York, and I still felt, I was like, I knew that I could find joy in the theater. I knew it. And so I was driven. This part of me knew that's where the joy is. That's where the joy is. But something was stuck. And Jimmy Ludwig came up to me like this. And I was like, Jimmy, why are you smiling and singing in the rain in New York? You're going to get mugged. And Jimmy was like, well, I work for Blue Man Group. I just came from work. And I was like, I have to have me some of that. There it is. Some of that. I need what he has. And I went to Blue Man, and Blue Man is this show about these characters who don't speak. They don't even speak. And they do whatever it takes on stage to get the audience to feel connected in a state of celebration and joy. And by the end of the show, it's a huge mess on stage. We've thrown marshmallows, eaten Twinkies, spurt banana. It's a big mess, and the whole audience is jumping up and down and in a place of joy. And I would go home from work, and I would be like filled with this need to connect to people. And I need to share this. And during the day, I would go out to schools, to elementary schools, high schools, anyone who would have me, and I would share this thing. Until one day, everybody, 10 years in, I had a baby. I had stress, and it was stressful. Life was stressful. And I come from, and this is another Zoom call. I come from a very challenged family, traumatic separation, divorce of my parents, and I didn't know what I was doing. I'm kind of gracefully blaming my past, but I was stressed out with my baby, and I started showing up like this. I started showing up with stress. And before I knew it, I wasn't bringing the light on stage. And I got on probation. Meaning they're like, Marcus, it's this and this, and you're not quite like this, and stay in touch, and I'll tell you all about the details creatively. It was a creative thing, but I wasn't showing up in light. And I didn't make the probation period, and they let me go. They let me go. They're like, Marcus, it's just not working for us anymore. After 10 years. And I felt devastated at the time. It was financially devastating. It was emotionally devastating. And I thought, if I knew one thing, it's how to bring joy to the world. It's how to, what do you mean? What do you mean? But that was it. They're like, yeah, it's not working. And from one day to the next, I was gone. It was Tuesday at noon. I go upstairs, and I have my stuff in a bag. I have a plastic bag with like my, with my soap and deodorant and shaving cream, from the locker. And I went upstairs, and I asked a friend of mine to please take a picture with me with this stuffed figure that I had brought to the space years before that nobody wanted anymore. So I took it home. And I struggled for another couple of years trying to digest this process of what happened. And I still worked for Cirque du Soleil, and I still did those things, but something in me didn't know what had happened. I didn't put two and two together yet. Until one day I look at this picture that was taken, and I realized what that stuffed animal was that I had taken from the space. And everybody get this. It was a bright yellow, have a nice day, smiley face. A stuffed, you know those smiley faces? A stuffed like an emoji. It was like the smiley emoji with the hands like this and the feet. And I was like, you've got to be kidding me. That's what it was all about. That's what I took from my Blue Man. That's what I took from 10 years of Blue Man, everybody. That's what it was. And that's what I realized, wait a minute, that's what saved me in college. That's what saved me when I went jogging one day when I was anorexic in college and I lifted my chin and I saw the sun coming out from the clouds. That's that feeling that made me want to move forward. That's the thing that Jimmy lit up in me. That's the thing that I took away. And that's why everybody, the little hair that I have on my arm is standing on end, because that's the thing, everybody. That's the candle that lights other people's candles. So everybody, I cannot say that enough. So I want to give you and myself a round of applause in this moment and say, I did that, pat, pat, pat. I'm freaking amazing. Everybody, I hope today was valuable. I want to use the rest of my time, maybe 18 minutes, for any questions or comments or queries or shares in my remaining time. Deneen and Alicia, Michael, or somebody of the VIP Ignite team, if you can let me know if that's good.
Yes, absolutely. Deneen's gonna handle Q&A for you right now, buddy. Good to see you, my
Amazing,
friend.
sweet man. Thank God a tree didn't fall on you while jogging. Yes,
Yes.
Madeline. Yeah, a tree. That would have been amazing. I don't know. I would have died with a smile on my face. But does anybody call it jogging anymore, by the way? Is it it's not even, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's running. I don't think people jog. I think people run,
think-
but I could be wrong. I don't know.
No, 2000, we're too aspirational in 2024. Nobody jogs anymore.
I don't know. All right, does anyone have any questions for Marcus? If you do, raise your Zoom hand.
Yes, show up.
Raise
have
your
some-
Zoom hand.
Raise your Zoom hand. Here's the thing, intention and attention create doing something on purpose. And when you do that,
Okay.
well, yes. Jamie,
All
brother.
right.
Or Deneen,
Jamie
you
Hatcher
handle.
has a question for you.
All right, Mr. West.
Jamie.
We just have a few questions for you.
Okay.
First off, how has the being a part of the Blue Man group,
Yes.
how has that altered your life in a positive way? And like, would you say it was definitely a positive way, or would you say it was mediocre?
Oh, well, Jamie, it's a great question because at the time, when I was doing it, right, when I got into it, it was
Yes.
exactly what I dreamed it would be, which was this place where, you know, I could live on stage, and the way the company was, they existed just like the character on stage. We were all just open and we embraced each other, and everybody loved it. And so I looked forward to work every day, and I left work inspired and in a joyful place, like, every day. And was there things that happened in my life that were stressful? Yes, of course. But I had that thing, Jamie, where every night I could get into that character who was open and hopeful and said to himself constantly, something wonderful is going to happen. That was our subtext. In fact, as actors, they were like, okay, here it is. Something wonderful is going to happen. Right, Jamie? And I see that little smile on your face. It was like, I got to do that on stage, right? It's like, I can't believe it. But the reason that character did that is because the company who started it wanted to make something that was like that. They were people like that. And so they created work like that and interacted like that and attracted people like that. And so I was constantly in this sort of place, or had the ability to go back to that place and look forward to work. And I could use those tools and like be like, hey, well, I'm a Blue Man, and I would immediately be shining bright, whatever. But here's the deal, Jamie. I got stressed. Yeah, I know exactly. That's what I'm talking about. And see, here's the thing: me doing this and being like this makes you do this, makes me do this again. And so, you know what I'm saying? So here we are. I know, man. And then you go, boom. And then now you have to know, Jamie, that it's not a coincidence. Is that it's not a coincidence because you did something to show up here. You showed up here. You did something by raising your hand. You did something by asking the question, and you allowed yourself to be open to the answer. I allowed myself to share the story with you. So here we are. And then I also allowed the stress of my life, the baby and, you know, whatever, and those things to, and I'm not blaming on the baby, I'm blaming it on my own ability to or inability to handle that. There were still some things, you know, from my past or whatever, limiting beliefs and all the things that Deneen and Alicia and Michael can totally help you with, and myself, that pulled me down. So when I got stressed, I stopped living in that space, Jamie. Right? And so then when I got let go, and started to have sad thoughts about Blue Man and what I'd lost and all that. See this? Then you could say, well, Blue Man, having lost Blue Man pulled me down. It wasn't until I reconciled what Blue Man had given me and what it really stood for and what the possibilities really were that I was like, dude, the greatest treasure of my life, man. And not so much that Blue Man, it's like, oh, only Blue Man was the treasure. The treasure is the joy. The treasure is what's happening now between you and me and Deneen and the rest of the community. That's the thing that it added to my life. And that's why I'm on such a mission with the work that I do and how I work with people, including performance. Because as performers, we're so focused on an entertainment and what happens when we get the job. But we don't take it into the 80% that's not on set. That's not on the, you know, because here's the deal. You're still gonna want to live your life in a way that feeds you. And if you live your life in a way that feeds you, you're gonna get more of the work the work that you want. It's an upward spiral, you know? So I hope that helps. Does that answer your question, Jamie?
That was
Yes,
a great
sir.
question, Jamie. Thank you so much. That
No
was
problem.
awesome.
I'm
Thank
here
you.
for
Thank
you.
you.
All right? Stay in
Awesome.
touch.
All right, Marcus, I'm going to ask you a question. I know
Yeah.
Michael goes, we have another question here on the board, but I have a question for you. So talk to me about training, okay? Because obviously you don't just like walk into Cirque du Soleil and they're like, hey, here you go. Can you talk to me about the training it took to be a part of Cirque du Soleil and even Blue Man Group too?
Oh, okay. So, yes, absolutely. So, I went to graduate school to Temple, and hello, yes. So I went,
Hoot, hoot.
and the training that I got was classical training, meaning, you know, Shakespeare and you know, classical, you know, plays like, you know, Chekhov, and we did voice and movement, and we did you know, stage combat and scene analysis and that kind of a thing. And the most important thing that comes to mind, because I'm also a teacher, I teach voice and movement, I teach improv, I teach acting for beginners all the way to advanced of all ages. I'm an acting coach. So training is super, super important. And the most important thing to me in general, whatever the technical thing is that you're doing, is staying in the game, is staying supple, is knowing that by input, you can get more output. That it's not a coincidence. That yes, you might have talent, and yes, you might have the ability to sort of be yourself for a moment. But when it comes to, let's say, getting notes, or when it comes to playing a different role, when it comes to having control over that, I like to use the analogy of that horse that you're riding. If you really want to ride the horse, not just stay on top of it, but to actually be able to do things with it intentionally, that's when the training helps. Is you get a note and you're able to adjust it on purpose. If somebody says, hey, can you be this a little more that? Can you bring it up? Can you do this? Can you do the same thing except louder? Can you do the same thing and, you know, can you bring it down? How to bring something down and keep it the same. How to enlarge something and sort of keep it the same. How to change something requires a certain amount of, I like to call it rehearsal of your brain,
Yeah.
of your feelings, and then of the way that your body can express things. Because really training helps create and tune and keep in tune your instrument.
Mhm.
Your instrument. So that if so that if a director or somebody says, hey, and I'm using a metaphor here, Deneen, play a C, play the note C really loud, that your instrument not only understands what that is, but that it can actually express it. And that requires a certain amount of, you know, of stretching or becoming stronger,
Reps.
or voice exercises if you're singing. So does that answer your question to some degree?
Yeah, it does, because all weekend we've been talking about the different parts of your brain. So they're the emotional, the logical, the subconscious, and then the reptilian, the fear part of your brain. And the thing that training gives you is it makes the things that you have to do muscle memory almost. Like you don't have to think about them, because like when you take a shower, you're not like, okay, I'm gonna step into the shower, I'm gonna wash this, I'm gonna wash. You don't think about it, you just kind of do it. And the thing that training affords you is you can use your brain, you can do the thing, but then because you have so much training, you don't have to think about it. Like if someone asked you to give me a C, like you said, then you can do it naturally, but then you use the parts of your conscious part of your brain to do what they asked you to add to it. So
yes, right, and train, right. And so when you talk about training, because Deneen, I think you're also implying in the training of the repetition of it,
the repetition. Yeah, you put in the reps.
Absolutely. Oh my gosh, absolutely. Over and over again. And what doing something over and over again also does, if you're doing it with intention, is that you start to recognize what it is that you're doing. So that if somebody gives you an adjustment, you're like, oh yeah, because when I do, you know, when we do this, or when I think of it this way, or when I let go, or so then you can make adjustments like an athlete, you know, like, oh, I need to bend forward more to get more momentum coming up out of the starting gate. So, and I like to share with my students so that you have both unconscious control, Deneen, as well as conscious control over your instrument, so that you can then also make adjustments on a very conscious level. I'm keeping an eye on the time. I want to make sure that if that does that help you, Deneen?
Yeah, no, I love that, because one of our business partners, Russell Brunson, talks about he was a wrestler, and his coach taught him that practice doesn't make perfect. Perfect practice makes perfect. So when you're doing your repetitions and you're practicing, you have to make sure. That's why it's so important to work with a coach or someone, because you want to make sure that everything is in alignment, so that when you're called to perform, you don't have to think about it, and you do all the right, you make all the movements properly. So
yeah, you make
a great answer.
Right. Thank you. Right.
You're welcome.
Agreed.
All right, I'm going to ask you a couple more questions. I know people have their hands up, but I'm going to be, is it okay if I'm a little selfish with you? Okay, good. Because I'm the host.
Yes.
I'm the host. I have all the control. All right. So you've done so many amazing things, Marcus. Blue Man, all these things. What is one thing that you've accomplished in your career that you're like, wow, I wish I could pinch myself. I can't believe this is my life.
Oh man. I gotta say the first, I gotta, for all the things that I've done, you're right. Like, there's two things. Okay. Can I do two things?
You can do three if you want.
Okay. I'm gonna do that. Okay. The first thing that came to mind, and I know it sounds ridiculous, is when this is a very small moment. After all of this, I was back in Stuttgart, Germany, performing back in Europe with Blue Man, which was my life, which I loved in every way, the people, the job, the feelings, the everything. And I was performing in Germany because, you know, back in Europe, I couldn't believe this, with my wife, who was pregnant with our first son. And every night when I came home, I would get off the subway, like the trolley, whatever, coming home from work, and I would run down the hill to the apartment that we were living in, that they put us up in. And every night I would run down like a little kid coming home from school or going to school or whatever. I'd be like, I can't wait to get to my pregnant wife, you know, up in the thing. It was just, I can't tell you. I still, when I do exercise about gratitude, I think of that moment, Deneen.
That's
like
awesome.
A 4-year-old running down. I couldn't believe this in my life, because I was so in love and having our first child with the back in Europe. Yeah, it's Michelle. That's right. That's right. I know it's not about. And then on a totally non-family thing, I couldn't believe there's this, I do Cirque du Soleil, for those of you who know, Cirque du Soleil. I do O, I'm a clown in O, and it's the flagship show of the whole company. It's here in Vegas, it's at the Bellagio Hotel, and this is a show that I'd seen many times, that I paid for before I was a part of it, and I would weep when I saw the show. The curtain would open, and it was just, I would weep. It's this huge show with water, and like, you know, it's 2,000 people in the audience, and it was such a glorious show, just some of the best theater I've ever seen in my life. And there I am, a part of it. And the thing, Deneen, the moment when I realized I can't believe this is my life, is when, so the two clowns open the show together. But sometimes when, we call it a contingency, when the house, the audience, takes a while to get in, they have to cut the two clowns and make it a one clown start of the show. And the first time I got to start the show, by myself, at the Bellagio, one of the flagship, one of the most iconic shows on the planet. And it's just me going up there in front of all these people with that potential, because because what we do changes lives, people.
Yes.
You got to believe it. You have to believe it changes lives. And I could not believe the honor. It wasn't an ego thing. It was just, I cannot believe that I'm a conduit for this potential energy that exists, that all these people paid money and whatever, and came with this expectation, and I get to open that portal. Are you kidding? Are you kidding me right now? But here's the deal, man. It's 1,800 people. It's right? It's Cirque du Soleil, right? It's all this physical proof of grandeur and potential and possibility and investment. But here's the thing, Deneen, we can have a moment in a supermarket with one person be that kind of a moment. I can't believe this is my life. Because because any moment has the potential to be that. You get to make it up. You get to make up what moments mean to you in terms of the potential, the explosive power that a moment can have. Yes, of course, if it's Cirque du Soleil, you have 1,800 people. Yes, in a supermarket, you have one. But you have no idea how much you can change somebody's life. Sorry, I know it's a tangent.
No, I love that. And you have no idea how much changing that one person's life could change tens of thousands of lives. You never know at any moment who you are coming into contact with.
Right. You don't. And here's the thing, instead, of course, it's you're caring about other people, and it's also caring for you, because in that moment, you're also saying, like, I can't believe, because you're the one doing it. That's where it gets back to, I did that.
Yeah.
And so you are being sort of, you are thinking about yourself in your life. Of course you are. You're going, like, I'm affecting 1 million people. Yeah. And so, I mean, that's why we're here, right? Is to make our lives extraordinary.
Yeah. That was awesome. Oh my gosh. You make me want to go out to the supermarket and impact someone's life.
Yeah,
it's Sunday. Who wants to go to the supermarket on Sunday? But now you've made me want to do that, Marcus.
I did that, Pat.
You did that. Good job.
Did that. I did that.
Awesome.
And you got me here. So that's how it works, people. I promise you that's how it works.
It's amazing. Well, Marcus, this has been tremendous. Thank you so much for being here on a Sunday, for giving your time. And thank you for just always coming in with such flair and like just opening up our eyes. This has been amazing. On a scale of 1 to 10, how awesome has this been listening to Marcus? How many of you want to go to the supermarket or go to the gas station or go to Starbucks and just bring joy to the world? Because that's why you're here. That is the definition of a prime mover. We were talking about that this morning. Like, that's what you're here. You have an obligation. You have that burning desire inside of you to change yourself. But in changing yourself, you are going to make a ripple effect across the world, across the universe. And I just want you guys to understand that. And Marcus, that's what we love having you in our events. We love having you on Zoom because you are such a joy. And thank you so much for just being you and bringing so much joy to the world. We appreciate you.
Thank you. And I appreciate you just as much. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you for your love. And Deneen and Alicia and Michael and all of you, I hope to see you again and connect with you again and celebrate with you anytime. Thank you.
Okay. Well, we will be seeing you soon, sir. Thank you so much. We really appreciate you.
Anytime.
Oh my gosh. On a scale of 1 to 1,000,000, how awesome was that? Like, you know what this is the thing I love. And I know Alicia talked about this, but for the past 18 to 20 years, Mike and Alicia have been working really hard to cultivate relationships. I mean, let's take a look at the people that you've had the opportunity to interact with this weekend. Okay, hold on. I lost Saturday, everyone. Okay, I found Saturday. We're good. We're back. All right. You've had the opportunity to interact with Havel and Stillwell. I don't know if you guys really understand the depth of having the opportunity to work with someone who starred on Broadway, let alone all the other amazing things that she's doing. You did that because you showed up. Okay. But Mike and Alicia put a lot of sweat equity into that relationship, which is why she showed up for you. You showed up to see her, but they put a lot of work in so that you would have that opportunity. I mean, let's not overlook the actual hosts of this event, Mike and Alicia. Everyone give it up for Mike and Alicia. Like, how many of you have had your lives changed this weekend because those two crazy lunatics decided to start a company where you could have the opportunity to meet people? Like, how many of you have read Finding Fame? If you haven't read Finding Fame, go in, not right now, but go into that school group you've been blowing up and buy a copy of Finding Fame and read it. Because yesterday Mike talked about the fact that people who are successful, they don't entertain themselves, they educate themselves. Do you think it might be a little valuable or a lot valuable to read a book where the people, the movers and shakers in the entertainment industry, are telling you their stories? A little helpful or a lot? Let me know in the comments. Extremely invaluable. Go buy a copy of Finding Fame. Read that book. Highlight it. Underline it. Learn it. Successfully use clues. You had the opportunity to hear from Stacey Rasky yesterday. She is an Iraq War veteran, first of all. And she gave you tools and tactics to bring you into the moment. Like, my hands are never going to touch again where I'm not going to think about her in that moment. And you know what? Whenever I'm like in a moment, like, oh, I'm just like, okay, I'm grounded. I'm here now. What can we do? What an event. If that was the only tool that you got this weekend, whew, amazing. You had the opportunity to learn about a millionaire mindset. You had the opportunity to learn what you qualify for. You heard from the former art director of Vogue about why your agent is your best friend. You've seen amazing opportunities. You heard from Ali DeRossi today. Like, most of you don't even know her story, what she's gone through. You have no idea what it took for her to get on this call today. Let me tell you something. That woman has walked through hell the last year and a half, the last week and a half, but she showed up for you today. And how many of you, she brought the fire today, did she not? Woof! Holy mackerel. Jan Murphy, literally, she was going to be calling us from a freeway because she is moving across the country. She showed up for you today, but you showed up for her today too. Tanya Kleckner, I mean, come on now. That woman, literally, she called us. She called Alicia and said, okay, I just walked in. Let me go use the restroom and I'm ready. She didn't sleep. She's sleeping right now. She showed up for you, but you showed up for her. You had the opportunity to hear from Mike about an amazing opportunity that we have in Miami. Like, come on, like, again, gathering information this weekend is amazing. You know when the transformation happens? When you start putting it to work, when you start putting it to action. You had that opportunity. And then Marcus, I mean, talk about, did I not tell you pure joy? How many of you were in Las Vegas? You had the opportunity to be in the room with him. Holy mackerel. Like, wherever he is, he just brings it. How many of you understand that being a prime mover, that means that when you walk into a room, you bring it. You bring it. How many of you know that if Marcus was walking down the strip in Las Vegas He's gonna be like that saucer of milk. People are just magnetically gonna be drawn to him because of his energy, because they know there's something about him. That's what being a prime mover is about. That's who you are. This is what I want you guys to do right now. And I'm going to stop streaming this because, you know,